watching the Citizen Science Podcast, the one and only twin solar system podcast featuring Samuel Hofman, along with his team of experts as they discuss the very latest information about our binary twin solar system. Welcome to the show.
Okay, so happy to see you guys. Hi, and welcome to the Citizen Science Podcast. And as you know, I'm Rebecca. And as you can see, I'm outside. It's actually a nice warm day in Oklahoma, 90 some odd degrees today. So I'm going to take advantage of some natural breeze and spend some time outside. But I want to go ahead and let's go ahead and bring in you-know-who to the show here because I see him waiting in the background. Hey, Sam, how are you?
Hello. I'm sneezing. I just during the startup, I had a big sneezing fit. It was like, oh good. I got a couple of seconds.
Yeah.
So I'm allergy tissue in hand here. So forgive me if I sound a little winded and sneeze today.
Oh, you sound fine. You sound fine. You never know you had any issues at all, actually.
Okay.
So,
well, I will be sneezing. So.
Good to have you as the one and only Samuel Hofman. As I didn't.
I guess spring and summer are here.
Yeah, 90. It's April, and it's about 15 or 20 degrees warmer than it's supposed to be right now. So.
Well, it's 65 here in Montana.
Yeah.
On western Montana.
Right. That's perfect for me. I prefer cooler versus hotter.
Me too.
So.
Me too.
Well, let's go ahead and get the next. Guest host, or not guest, but one of our co-hosts on the show here, and you know who this is coming up. It's
that lady. That
one lady in Scotland. Hey, Gillian. Hi, how are you? Hi. And there's the baby, little Ozzy. Let us see him. Isn't he precious? He looks just like his big brother. Just like him. Yeah. Yep. He's perfect. Well, it's good to have you with us, Gillian. I haven't seen you in a little bit, so it's back to our regular original time again. So it, worked out better for me. I know that. So, and I see somebody else ready to join us, you guys. So guess who this is coming up? It's our friend Christoper in Las Vegas. Hey, Chris, how are you?
Hey guys, Chris. How you doing?
Good.
You look like a floor salesman, like you're going to sell the car to us.
I know, right? Right here is a 2000 whatever.
Yeah.
It can be yours.
You're a man. You're supposed to know.
$25.
Yeah. Right. You got. No.
Yeah, with a pirate of a deal in the background, eh?
Yes, we are wheeling and dealing today.
Right.
Good work on your video. Your 2 videos that you posted. Nice job.
Thank you.
Gorgeous.
Right.
Yeah, I had some time to play around with that. That video app today. We're at my wife's dad's house again, so it's always fun to be here in the garage.
Yeah,
I like that you're outside, Rebecca.
Yeah, I came outside because, multiple reasons, but mainly it's because that room that I'm in is more of a storage room, and so it doesn't have air conditioning. There's no AC, so it could get stuffy quick. So I decided I'll come outside versus, be in a hot room.
Yeah, we reached 90 degrees yesterday, so I'm not happy with it.
Yeah, here too.
Oh, it's getting hot.
Same here. So, so that's who we have. As far as we're all here at the moment, we probably will be expecting Nicolle and Jesus shortly, I believe. So we'll see here in a moment. But let's go ahead and look at the comments and see who else is watching us, who's here right now. Oh boy, I haven't even checked things out yet, but there's a lot already here. First in line, though, is our friend Dennis, and it's good to see you, Dennis. Much love to you as well. That's perfect. I'm not surprised, to be honest, that Dennis is first in line either. So, but good to have you, Dennis. And then behind Dennis is our friend Michelle. She was just with us on her last show, so if you haven't watched that yet, go back and watch it because Michelle was with us. It was all about the eclipse that day. So it was a good show. But hello, Michelle. And then next here is Dawn. Hi, Dawn. And she said she can't wait. And that's such a good feeling. I'm glad. That was a long time ago, too. So good to have you, Dawn. Thank you. And guess what? It's Katie Jo. Katie Jo in New Jersey with her East Coast Looking Up and Out new group she has on Facebook. So if you haven't joined her new group yet, you should go check it out. East Coast Looking Up and Out. So it's coming along well. It's growing. So hi, Katie Jo.
Hey, Katie.
Hi,
And
Sabrina.
here is Nicolle. Hi, Nicolle. And she's expecting to join us here in about an hour or two. So we'll see her shortly. So hello. Good to see you, Nicolle. And it's T. Racy. And they're looking forward to seeing their Sky family. She is. Not they, but she. And yeah, I feel the same way. I mean, I look forward to our shows. Sam and I, we've kind of talked about cutting back, and it's hard for me to go there. It's like I see the benefit. I do. I could more time to work on other things, but I miss seeing you guys once a week. It'd be like hard. So we'll talk about it. We'll see how we can make things work. But I feel like our listeners would miss us too. I feel like they look forward as consistent as they are. I know it means a lot to them. So
yeah, I figured we'd have more time for other things that we will need to do. I mean, there might be 1 or 2 days this summer where the lawn and all mowing and house cleaning and all that will get in the way if we, and laundry and all of that. And I was worried about content. I mean, if you viewers out there, you commenters who are here on the show today, tell us if our content is suffering or if we're bringing enough content. Because it was unfortunate. It was a little kind of a quiet week, and there wasn't any major catastrophes for me to report on. And I was watching all the earthquake reports and everything this morning, even, and there's some weird, unusual stuff going on, but nothing like we expected from the Great Eclipse and all of this. And I'm looking back, and I even, took too deep of a dive into religion and studied too much and got a little too wound up and kind of laughing at myself now because nothing really did happen. Although, I mean, that was a huge cluster, and there were 35 earthquakes right there in New Jersey. And so, and then, Madrid was doing some stuff, and then Montana was having some quakes, and Yellowstone, and now there is activity going on in the Northwest off the coast of the Juan de Fuco in Washington State and Oregon. And there was a really weird earthquake. I think it was, I'm trying to think what it was again. So like a 5.1 or a 4.7 in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, way north of Hawaii, that doesn't even really have a fault zone that we know of, or not listed anyway. So there's some unusual stuff, and of course New Zealand and all of that. But other than that, it's just pretty much normal. Nothing big happened. So odd, quiet week.
Well, you're right. I mean, you're right. It has been quiet. There's some weather events happening that we'll look at here in a little bit, and
a couple of days from now,
there's a lot of sky anomalies. Even though there's no maybe weather events, there's lots of sky anomalies we had to look at today. So, but let's see who else is here. Next is our good friend Bart. Is it Bart or Barty? I'm gonna say Barty 96. But good to always see your name up there. And you know who it is next, guys. It's Brendan. So we can count on Brendan. He's always going to be here. So it's good to have you, Brendan. And as usual, it's experimental as well. They're always here. Like I said, it's like a family reunion every time, and it really is. So hi there.
That's what Tara just said, something interesting on the feed. She said maybe every second week we do 2 shows, and then one, alternate, so that we're giving ourselves a chance to keep up.
I don't think we could remember to do that. We're already having troubles remembering staff meetings on Thursday, which we didn't have one this week.
That is true.
I was here waiting.
Not only can I not remember that we have a meeting, I can't even remember to write down that we have the meeting or put it in my calendar. It's like that. I'm the one that started it, so it's kind of, but hey, it's a lot going on. So in my defense, let's see. Okay, next is Maria in Alaska. Hey, Maria, it is good to have you. Maria. It's always good to see her name. It is. She's a nice lady. As is our Lauren. Lauren is super nice too. Hello, Lauren. Good to see you here. Always is. And Sabrina.
Hi, Sabrina.
Yeah, it's a pretty name. It's really pretty. And I'm happy to see you, Sabrina. And Tara Tara. That's what it was. No, like Sarah. It's Tara. Sorry.
Tara.
I'll remember that eventually. So
You have to keep saying the American names the right way. Tara.
Tara. And she's a nice lady
Tara.
too.
They would say here, Tara.
Yeah, we've been communicating on Messenger. And
Rebecca. Samuel. Christoper.
and Audrey in South Africa, and it's
Hey,
9
Audrey.
p.m. So now she has a few hours to spend with us for sure. Maybe the whole show, hopefully. So
Hi, Audrey. Glad you could make it.
Yes, for sure. And next is Karen. Hey, Karen. Hello. Happy to see you here.
And
Good,
Theo.
Okay. It's Carol. Hey, guys. Hello. Good to have you, Carol. Happy
Hello,
to
Carol.
see you here. And it's Freezy Peach, everybody. Good evening to you.
Hello.
Good evening. It's 2:12 in the afternoon where I am. So, hello. Good to have you, Freezy. And next here we have, guess who? It's Carol Ann.
Carolyn.
Hello. Our
Hey,
good friend Carol Ann. And she's another nice lady. I get to, it's nice because I get to visit with these people on Messenger, and I get to know them better. And they're just, I'm very fortunate to have you all as friends, really am. So, sweet people. So, let's see. Let's keep going. It's Egg. Emily Egg. So, Hi there, Egg. Good to see you too. Now we know.
I also had a name given to me by my dad and my brother. So I can totally feel Egg because my brother couldn't say Gillian. He called me Gogi.
Okay.
Gogi. So
that's cute.
even now I'm still Gogs because he couldn't say Gillian.
Right.
So I've had a lot of people here just call me Jilly,
Right. That's
Jilly
cute.
and things like that.
Right. Let's see. Next in here in line is Gray Guy. Hey, Gray Guy.
Hello.
What up,
Hello.
Planet Hunters? Yes. Good to see you, Gray Guy. I'm glad you're here. Let's see. I've got that person. I think we're. Oh, hey, guess what? It's Anthony. I really enjoy his posts in our group on Facebook. I don't know if this name stands out, but I know his name, and he always shares really interesting content. I like.
Nice work.
Yeah.
Very good work. I do notice that his work is up there in the good stuff department.
Yeah. Right. So, and he's across multiple groups. Yeah, I see him popping up all over. So, he's doing a good job. Right. He is doing his duty in part to share this information. That's for sure. So, thank you. And good to see you, Anthony. And, okay, here's another one. Tony. Hey, Tony.
Big
good
group
to see
today.
you, too. Right. Good to have you here, Tony. Good. Makes me happy. So, okay. Oh, boy. It's Robin. I was looking for you, Robin. I knew you'd be here. So good to see you, Robin. And good. It's Carla. We know Carla. She's been with us twice now. So if you remember Carla, you know who this person is. That's her. And I have you on my calendar to have you back on a show coming up.
Yeah, Carla had some interesting posts this week. I did notice them.
I'll have to go look. I haven't seen them myself.
And
So I'll check them
hopefully
out.
she wasn't a victim of Sam's. Did I bomb you too, Christopher? The other day I took a Claritin when we didn't have a staff meeting, and I was on all day after that.
I know.
And by the time late night rolled around, I was posting
Yeah.
zombie.
Hey, that's okay.
There was no longer,
Was it Claritin?
Well, no, I don't do well with antihistamines,
Right.
and I apparently sat in front of the computer for far too long, and got in the zone, and I was just handing everybody's '90s music, and I was like drunk on Facebook. It was weird, and the next day I got up and I went, "Oh my God, what have I done?"
Oh,
God.
no, it's not a
Gosh,
problem.
damn.
Everybody loves
No.
it.
I told
We
me
like the
nothing to worry
music.
about.
I spent all day
Yeah.
yesterday feeling highly embarrassed, and it's
Why?
like, oh shit, what did I
Don't be
do?
embarrassed. No,
It was good
great.
to hear from you. Honestly, it was actually.
What day was
refreshing
that? It was
to hear from
Tuesday,
you.
wasn't it? It was Tuesday.
No, it was Wednesday, the next day after the show, it was Thursday because we were supposed to have staff meeting that day. And then Rebecca was running late, so I sat here. And anyway, and from what we normally have as staff meeting time, I was on from 1 o'clock in the afternoon my time till literally like 11 o'clock at night, and straight the whole time sitting in front of the chair, drinking coffee and pops and adding to that the Claritin buzz. And normally I only take half of one of those things. The other day I took because I'm having allergy problems.
Yeah,
and you can kind of hear I'm a little breathless at the end of my words, and so I'm having sinuses, and I literally have a tissue in my hand right now, and so I took a Claritin, and I don't normally take at all antihistamines because they really mess me up. And then Friday morning I was walking around, like in this stupor, and I spilt glasses of milk, and I walked into the cabinet, and I ran into the door frame, and I mean. Yeah, I'm the next day after I take any antihistamines, I'm a zombie. But anyway, at the day of the staff meeting, I went into this Facebook music posting, attack everybody I knew. So I apologize to anyone that I overbombed with music. It was a little weird.
That's great. Good, I think everybody loved it.
Right.
Okay. All right.
I think my favorite post was your band picture from the 80s.
Oh shit! I did do that, didn't I?
Oh, man, that was great.
I do need to load that. Thanks for reminding me.
Oh yeah, it was great.
yeah. Okay. Well, if you guys want to hear what my nickname was in high school from just the people at high school around, and I didn't pick this name or anything, and this is from people I barely even knew. But in high school, I was known as the Plant Man, because I had hair just like Robert Plant, and so people go, "Hey, Plant Man, how you doing?"
Okay.
And
I'm getting a copy so everybody can see.
Okay.
Totally pulled it off.
I should have had it ready, but
yeah, I'm out there if I'm posting my high school band pictures.
Oh gosh, we love it.
I was. Woo! I don't know, I'm not a speed freak. I've never been into, any of that stuff or those coffee tablets or energy drinks or any. I can't take any of that stuff. It just kills me. But I literally the other day, the pollen was so bad, I had to take a pill. And I mean, it's like once a year I do that, maybe 4 times a year at the most, because I stay away from antihistamines. And I think I realized why.
Well, look, it's either you can't breathe or you're posting, classic rock on Facebook all day. So I think the other one's a little better.
Yeah.
Sorry for the delay. It's not me. It's the machine.
It always does that.
Oh, here it is. Here we go. There it is. Look at that.
Oh, God. And time to be embarrassed.
Sorry.
Sam.
Yeah.
What year was this? Sam was on the far right.
Yeah. I'm the only blonde. And God, this was
the best hair of the bunch.
Have you got any music from your band?
No, we didn't do a lot of originals. And the thing is, most of my hair you can't see here. At this time, my hair was literally down to the middle of my back. And this is just tucked up on my shoulder. And that is not a perm. That is normal. That's natural. I have curly hair when it gets long. And I've lost some of it.
What year
God,
was that?
That was 1978, 79, 78. I would say 1978. And we were. I can't remember which band this was, because we had we went through a bunch of members and kept changing the name. We were one I'm not even going to mention. I'm not even going to mention the first band name. It was horrible. One of our bands was called the Classics, KLASIX.
Oh, that's cool.
And we played all kinds of. We played a 60s through 90s. At that time, 60s through 80s set.
Yeah.
And just at the beginning of the 80s there. Yeah. Well, that was about 3 lifetimes ago.
I was gonna say at 78. I was like maybe 10 years old. Right there.
Yeah, and the brown-haired gentleman next to me with the shirt open, his name was John, and the reason that they had posted this, John had passed away from diabetes issues.
Aww.
And so I got a copy of this, because this was in the mid-90s that I got a copy of this picture, I think, or maybe even 2000. But John had passed away. But anyway.
I was gonna say, I was gonna ask you, have you had any reunions or not? But do you see?
No, I haven't. I haven't run into these guys. I've seen Tom is the redheaded guy, and John is the guy on the far left. And I've seen Tom, but I haven't seen Bob or John, of course. But
Yeah.
and then I still run into some of the other guys that we played with, and when I wasn't in their band, and I was in and out of the band, and there's always drama.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Band
Always
drama.
drama.
Band drama. So
Yep.
yeah, I know. Well,
Yeah.
that's pretty cool, Sam. I always like that picture.
Yeah, it was great.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember that jacket too, and I was chuckling. I wonder what happened to that jacket. It probably wore it out.
Who's your favorite?
Well, yeah, it was
Yeah.
a
Cool.
very shiny windbreaker, and I did like it.
Yeah. I remember those kind of jackets. All of those, really.
Almost leather, but not. And then I have a leather coat, and that I have had since then, and it is so outworn. My kids went, "Oh, it's such a cool coat," and they said, "Yeah, look inside at the lining." But anyway, that's another story altogether.
I was trying to see who this is in the UK, but we have a user in Facebook user from the UK, and they are here. So it's good to have you. Good to see you. And
Facebook.
I just want to make sure we've covered everybody. Nobody gets left out. So far, everybody's having a good time. Oh, but Esther is here. Esther, I didn't know you were in the Netherlands. I did not know that, but I do now. That's awesome. We have several members.
Well, with her last name, it absolutely says she's in the Netherlands. Koning.
I did not know that, Sam. Yeah, I do now. Yeah.
It's
So,
incredible that there's
she's an
everybody
LA
watching from all over the world. It's awesome.
It is. I love it. That's one of the best parts of it, is how connected we are turning this. Yeah.
I think it's really important that we have people from around the world.
We do. We're like creating like these home bases, here and here and here. And I communicate with the Ola. We'll call him Ollie in Africa, and he has a group that myself and Carol Ann has been helping a lot with. A lot of us are actually. Catherine is another lady who's doing a lot. So anyway, but we're creating like these points of reference for people worldwide so they can relate to their own friends and family on all this. So I'm excited to see more groups popping up. So
I was trying to see who is in the UK. Audrey said
we'll
hello to David Cass, but I wonder if it's him because he's also another Nibiru looking for a Nibiru guy.
Yes. Let me make sure. I think. Oh, and this person loves it. It could be a repeat, same person, but regardless, they're having a good time. I'm happy. If they're happy, I'm happy, right? Oh, and hey, Margaret just popped up. Margaret, she's a nice lady. So I always like her pictures that she shares. Her
It's Katie Joe. It's Katie Joe, Facebook user Katie Joe. Love it. I was just checking to see the.
Now her name's not showing up. It was a minute ago, Katie.
Yeah, that's weird.
Hey, I do have a request, Gillian. Could you do me a favor? And in my Facebook group, I have this show pinned to the top, right? At the top. Can you go in and copy and paste this show over into Sam's group and Montana Skywatcher Anonymous group and Africa group? I'm not able to share links for the time, for a few more hours. I got some random fans
on Facebook.
Facebook.
Okay.
Just take this live, show that we have going right now and just start posting it in other groups, basically, please. Because I'm not able to. Maybe one I can, but anyway, I want to just talk about this a minute. I've been seeing weather.
No.
Weather talk about how hot it is, and I mean, let's see what it is right now. I haven't looked. Well, it's 85 right now. It's supposed to get up to 90.
Gosh.
Okay, and when I pre-called that months ago that this was coming, and when I of course say we are going to fry, I was referring to just about everybody, but then especially the Southwest, or excuse me, the Southwest is the southern hemisphere of the United States. We are going to have a very, very hot year, and buy those air conditioners early.
Right. I need a 2-floor fan.
Get a tune-up.
Now.
Get your AC tuned
Yeah, remember to have your AC serviced. You can take it in if
Yes.
it's small, or you can call a guy. And granted, it's expensive, but you do need to have them recharged. And fortunately, in my car last year, I ended up having to replace mine.
Oh man,
So I had to replace the entire pump. That car cost me a fortune last year.
Ugh.
But we have to have a car, and
Yep.
to replace the car would have been far, far more expensive. So I literally had no choice.
Yeah.
And and the only reason that I have a car is through the kind, wonderful donations of others, because my income is so well. Everybody knows the cost of food right now, and that has been eaten up by what I get in benefits, unfortunately. And I wish they'd actually raise it up enough where, pardon the expression, senior citizens and those who are having disability could actually live.
Absolutely.
Instead of being sequestered under the thumb of all sorts of management groups and the state and everything else. I wish we actually got it. I mean, we paid all of our lives in for this.
Yep.
And why is it that I'm not getting enough to actually live off of? Granted, it's just a part, and I should have saved for retirement, but like that ever happens. And because, I've always lived from paycheck to paycheck, and I've had some exes that have helped me spend my little nest egg over and over again, even though I didn't want to. And you know who you are. I'm only kidding.
Oh, no.
But we were just talking earlier. I know we're all feeling it. I do know that. All of us. Yeah. So.
Yeah, there is no extra, and any extra maintenance that I have
would be helpful. Like $2,
Yeah.
can purchase, or it does add up. So any help that you all can afford.
Yeah, I wrote a very large check yesterday for internet services that I could never afford in the first place. So, and I've been running for 14 years now.
I know, Sam. I mean, I spend at least $100 a month for all the different things I have going on for the fees. There's fees for all these services.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, I spend more than that, unfortunately.
And then they spontaneously, 6 months down the line after you sign your contract, there's the miraculous, $150 charge added on top of what you're already paying.
Yeah, every month my bill goes up. Every month.
And somehow the service is limited after your charge goes up. Like, I don't understand how that works. The month prior, my bill was less, and I had more services, and this month it's more, and now it's less of a service. So
I'm paying the same thing that I think what California pays, and they have 16.5 megabytes per second upload speed, and here in Montana it's 0.8.
What?
Yeah, 0.8 upload speed. Download speed's great. We get most of the stuff, with the exception of if the kids are playing PlayStation each at the same time, and then I'm running the computer, then we're lagging a little bit. But generically, download works, but upload is absolutely horrible. I don't know how anybody does any work. I mean, if you're a corporation and you want to send out a page to another company, how do you do that from Montana? Unless you pay for Starlink or something. I just don't get it. I can't believe
it really is slow. It's really slow.
Okay. In California, their average upload speed is 16.5. Okay. In Montana, it's 0.85. That's like, a 20th of the speed. It's like, a snail versus, some guy on a bike. Anyway. Yeah. I digress into silliness.
Guess what?
I'm still really embarrassed about the other day. I'm laughing at myself over it. Well, I have this, I'm such a private person, and I have this huge level of control thing where, and I want to be in control. I want to be responsible. I don't want to make an ass out of myself. And this is part of my, the intensity level of why I study as hard as I do. But I always want to be on top of things. And those days when I'm not, I guess I'm entitled to a day or two of silliness. But I'm still kind of a little bit embarrassed about my behavior because I took a tiny little pill,
are totally excited when you post, especially on their, personal stuff. So I don't think you have anything to be embarrassed about.
Okay. I'll take that. Thank you, Christoper.
Right. Right. We've all reassured you.
Okay. Well, good, Sam. Good. You're okay. You're okay.
I sent something to 5 groups now, so let's see what happens.
Okay. Thank you for that. And I apologize that they're going to be mowing for a minute. It's a tiny yard next door, not mine.
Barely hear it, so no worries.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Oh, I got this.
I thought it was a plane in the distance at first.
It actually works really good for as little as it is.
It works really good.
Yeah, because it's so windy. And Taylor, he was like, "No, this will cut the wind out."
That's cool.
Like, perfect.
Sound man. At least you've got a sound man.
And let also Alex know. I saw Alex here from Germany. So
hey, Alex.
I did download 2 of his videos to share.
Incredible stuff this week.
If you may have something else you want to show Alex. So if so, go ahead and do what you do and send them my way. Okay. So, because we always appreciate seeing his work. He's got quality images to share. So good to have you, Alex. And Marcus. Hello. Good. Oh, he's in the Netherlands too. Him and Esther both. See, I told you we actually have several that I keep up with in the Netherlands. So that's pretty awesome. Good to see you, Marcus. Good. Just scrolling through here, I see another Facebook user, and they are thanking Audrey. Well, that's nice. I don't know who this is, but that's really sweet. And yeah, Audrey is wonderful. So she has
awesome.
She's helping in different groups and as adminning and stuff. So
yay!
Are you from South Africa, Facebook user?
And I've seen her relay information to people. I've seen her like in the comments talking to people, answering questions, and she's super thorough. So at least that's exactly the kind of people we need, to help share this information. So thank you, Audrey. Good job.
Thank you, Audrey.
I think we're all caught up. I know that's Alex because he does the very, 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 very. I always know that's Alex. So that's nice. Let's see. Somebody has a question though about the eclipse. They were confused. Can someone explain in kindergarten layman terms that what happened that day? Yeah, something easy, Sam.
Well, we do believe it was the moon so far. There's a little speculation going on that it wasn't the moon. It could have been an asteroid. It could have been something else. But there were sightings of a white orb to the left, and then there were, of course, the normal planets were also sighted. So a lot of you folks, I noticed that Leandra had posted a video where it was showing the normal planets beside. But in the upper area to the left and the upper area to the right and middle right, people did sight the planets as well. They were very lightly there. We saw a few shadowings that were definitely visible in the shapes, of course, because we know the patterns. They did match the patterns. So as far as we know, it was the moon, although the information is still coming in. Because a lot of people are questioning it.
Okay, let's hop to some clips that I have to share for the eclipse. After, because last show is the day before, the eclipse was just the day before. So since then, a lot more images have been loaded to the internet. So let's look and see what everybody else saw. Because there's some strange things out there.
Yeah.
Look, maybe it's changing.
I know. What the fuck?
Look.
That's wild.
Babe, look.
Whoa.
Oh, nice.
Look. What the fuck?
You got it on video. You got missing it. Look at it on your camera.
Where's that really from?
It's weird how the flaring works.
Yeah.
You get this little blip in the middle.
That is probably the camera.
Beautiful. Look at that.
That's the next something out of the clips, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to shoot to see the 2078 one personally.
This right here was 1 minute after the eclipse taken in Utica, New York. Nobody's talking about this right now. Look at this.
Nobody.
That video I just showed you guys was actually sent to me by one of my followers. They said
lens doubling,
and that this video was posted by somebody, and I guess there's a buzz going around right now. They said that nobody's covering it, and this is obviously kind of weird because
he has two lenses.
And you have like two different shapes behind it. I'm not sure if this is some sort of reflection or illusion.
It is.
I've seen a lot of videos on TikTok today of people recording the sky because they saw a lot of planes spraying these seed trails. A lot of people obviously became suspicious of this. So that they were trying to, I don't know. Something seems kind of fishy. Anyways, I don't think anything really major happened today. At least not what I've seen. Not sure.
This is why we warn people not to take and film through glass or through sunglasses. You mentioned, Christoper, that if you put it far enough away, it makes a difference.
Are they trying to hide something? Do we have five moons?
I didn't watch the eclipse.
What's going on, guys? Let me know.
But I've been seeing a lot of people, like using their their glasses that they purchased for the eclipse,
right
and they've been
using a welding mask.
Like welding masks,
Right, that's what this is. This is a welding mask.
What is happening right now? I'm just putting.
She probably was getting the smaller asteroids there as well, because we know that the blue asteroid has been crossing.
That is so weird.
I used those, but I didn't see it.
And my question, okay, now right there, remember that's where we're expecting the normal sun to be.
Okay.
Is to the bottom right of the larger sun, but we have not been able to prove that yet, and we'll only when they actually do separate and we get regular sightings of them will we be able to call that. There have been
the people talked about the red thing underneath the sun.
Yeah, that was Mr. DB333, and there's been other sightings of that as well.
Comment. Check this out right here.
The comet was interesting. Why'd you short off of that? Oh,
There we go.
that's not where it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be over there. Yeah, that's where that's where the Devil's Comet is.
This is the first time I've seen it.
I've seen it too. The Devil's Comet, huh? All righty.
That's not an asteroid or a meteor.
Right.
Okay.
So
Wow.
the strange thing to me, I'm gonna slow it down.
Look how
a little
red
bit
the
here. But if you look,
the
you can
tail
see
Yeah, the
is.
tail actually wags.
there. And there are a lot of people that are posting videos that they claim
didn't expect it to
are
look like
even
that.
portals.
And the little red nib in the
This
is top
People say it's the Devil's
the horns.
Comet here in
Right.
2024.
Okay.
But it's absolutely insane. Comment below what you
Wow,
think.
interesting.
and it actually wags its tail. And that's part of what blew me away so heavily about the prophecies and all of this. And here at the same time, we're seeing the Skull asteroid is pulling in on the same view.
Oh.
And then, we got the revelations and Edgar Casey and Nostradamus all calling all of these events on that same day. That's kind of why I took a deep dive going, there's an awful lot going on. But it turned out that, a lot of it, unfortunately, was gossip and speculation. So.
This is a movie. What about this? I don't see it. You don't see it?
Oh,
Most
I almost
incredible
wish I'd
part
taken
for
another
me
Claire.
was the shadows that are created during the eclipse. It's just so fascinating to see how, everything.
I mean,
any kind of shadow just completely changes. It's just totally cool.
That's weird.
it is weird. I think
That
if it was a
move.
glare, it would move around more. It's pretty still. It is still. Could be, I don't know, an asteroid maybe.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
See the blue here?
Mm-hmm.
We know that blue asteroid is in close proximity, and that could be that little dot to the left there, the lower left. As I zoom in, there's a little dot, and we know that the blue asteroid is causing a visible bluing effect to a clouded sun.
Wow.
And we've seen that for about a week and a half now.
It's two figures in the air. It's three.
And then there will be other smaller asteroids cutting in as well, because the big three are up and to the right. Hey, look, there's actually a larger circle illuminated above that.
Yeah, look at that stuff.
Yeah, there's a really big round compared to that, directly above it. I don't even know what that would be. Of course, I don't know where
Go
that
back and
was.
look at it again because that was cool.
I don't know where it was captured, which makes a difference in the angle of view because the lead asteroid has been in several different places from around the world. Boy, look at that. Yeah, there's a very much larger illuminated body directly above the crescent right there. Do you see it?
Okay.
It's in the background, but there is a there's a bottom illuminated circle crescent and all, and it's quite large. And I can't think of what the hell that would be. It could, of course, be a Saturn jello moon, depending on where this captures. But then there is a yellow glitch. Look at the yellow glitch over to the lower right.
Yeah, there's yellow at the right, and then that other thing up there.
Yellow moon. Okay, we have leaf blowers now.
Yeah. Oh, I thought that was the video.
Oh, welcome to live television.
Yeah. Oh man, those leaf blowers, man, they're relentless. They start at 5 o'clock over at my place, so.
Yeah, I've actually been thinking about getting one. Of course, if I ever, get rich. I'm joking. I don't ever see being rich if I get more money. That is a very interesting red tone.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen this video a couple of times because there's something there and then something way over to the right.
That could easily. Wow, I don't even know what the heck.
Whoop, and then it just goes.
Weird. This is why we said look around during the eclipse elsewhere because there's going to be stuff showing.
Money grab.
That's the object that
Okay.
I'm catching that's orbiting with the sun. My people, that's the object.
Yeah, see that little blue thing that moved?
With the sun.
I'd bet money that's the blue asteroid right there. It is sure moving quickly.
You see that bright light to the right where it's heading toward? Watch this. Come on.
Okay, that's weird.
Look at how it just blend in.
That would be where Saturn's yellow moon and that bright white light there. That's right where.
That is not the sun that this is being eclipsed on.
Yeah. Now remember, Saturn's yellow moon is massive right now. So, wow, did you see that?
What is that?
Something shot through really fast, dark and round in the background. I hope they show it again. And look at that orange right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's like a black thing.
Whoa,
Look
whoa,
at that. What is that?
I have no idea.
That's the second time, the second video I've seen with that in.
There's big things up there, guys.
Yeah.
Tara caught it as well. She's got a really cool video of that.
What was that?
That's creepy. It's creepy.
What is it?
I don't want to know. I don't think I do.
I don't know. The first thing
Yeah,
that comes to
I
mind
do
that's
want to
like,
know because I know there's
like
stuff up there.
long and black, like that.
Yeah, and it was
Military
very quick.
jet or something, but
It looked like Nessie in the sky.
I don't know.
Right here. Yeah. And why is the moon?
Now, I hope everybody out there that does listen to us regularly gets an opportunity to see the Longbox Cube or the Texas Cube. And once you see that, you will never forget it as long as you live.
But the moon
No,
is
They
you
are
won't.
huge.
Why is the moon right there?
That's the white thing that I've been pondering
To be
as well, wondering what that was.
The white thing.
Yeah, it captured. It was over to the left of the sun, and it was very large and white, and it looked like the moon. And everybody said, "Well, it looks like the moon, but it's not the moon." Yeah, right there.
Yeah, that.
And Rebecca blew it up last week, and it does sort of look like the moon, but it doesn't. And we've got a couple of captures that semi-match that.
The moon's double.
Well, that could easily be the tan asteroid as well, because it's about the same size, depending. Yeah,
Wow.
I wish they would pan slower.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is the devil comet.
Really,
With
I
its
thought there
wiggly
was some kind
tail.
of meteor or something coming in.
No, that is the devil comet is in the northwest sky generically at sunset. Just an hour after sunset, you should be able to see it.
While we're almost in a full total eclipse, where the moon is almost completely over the moon.
Everybody's flares have gone blue now.
NASA said, don't film this with your phone. It could ruin your camera. Well, I filmed it with my phone, and my camera's 100% fine. Is it because they didn't want you to capture this? Like, there's this blue ray of light, as you see in the video, like coming in or shooting out, whatever.
Remember, we talked about the blue asteroid.
Like, that looks like a crescent moon. But the moon was in front of the sun in this particular time. You could say it's a reflection, but why would the reflection be causing this aura of light in this beam of
Remember, the
light?
blue asteroid has a circular dot in the middle of
I
it,
don't even know, like, that's insane.
and that would show up in a crescent like that.
What is this?
I caught this during my life.
It's the blue asteroid, people. Something Montana Skywatchers, Nibiru Followers Anonymous, and all of the other sister sites have been reporting for years now, guys. We have the information. You've done the homework. Folks need to listen.
Okay, so what?
Okay, now what am I staring at here? Well, that's a glass double. Because look, there's the same nib. They match in size.
Yeah.
And they've got the same light nib on the top right on both. Now, if they didn't match, it wouldn't be. But they do. So. Yeah, I think this is a warning from God. I'm joking, and I'm kind of serious, but mostly joking.
I
If I
think
saw that on the ground, I'd freak out.
shadows are just fascinating.
Now look at the light pinch in the upper right. See how that it's a different flaring going on than on the left? That's where a Saturn's yellow moon is just to the right. Now, if we could only get people to watch the skies that much more and react to us that way. All the cheering and
Right.
Nibiru. Yeah, God, how do you even
Look
get
how
people
big
to
it is.
realize that Nibiru is so huge?
Oh, that was it. All right. Yeah.
Okay.
Those are the. So, any new ideas on what you just saw? Does that change anything, Sam? Or
Not really, other than what we expect. We do know that the blue asteroid has been crossing, and we do know that the Devil's Comet is visible, and it's kind of cool. It does wag its little tail, and it's got little horns in it, and the horns come from the output of the ice gases. That when it gets sunlight on it, it warms up, and then it produces the two vents on the upper half, which other comets usually do something different, which is why they called it what they called it and broke it down. But NASA is doing a big backstepping with the James Webb, and thank you for telling me the name again, Christoper, the other day. And they're learning a whole bunch of stuff that about binary and they're talking trinary solar systems and things like this, and quasars and black holes that they sort of thought they knew what they were talking about, but they're now learning that there's a whole bunch of stuff that they don't know, and all they have to do is cross-reference subatomic chemistry, and they probably learn a lot, but they're not taught that, and I don't think people go there because it has to be, it can't be anything else, and it's that simple. It's so simple, it's obvious that they miss it. And because, if you take into account dimensions, we are part of a larger dimension, and then there's a smaller dimension that's part of us. And we could have little universes floating around in our head or in our arm. And that's what's referred to as shirt sleeve syndrome, where we're part of it. They say we're part of the shirt sleeve of a giant. And that's how that's termed. But anyway, No, I don't really have a lot to add to that.
Okay. Well,
maybe you can show Tara's bit now that she caught with that thing in it.
For sure. Okay. And the reason I put this link up here is Carol Ann asked for me to share it. For those of you who it just says Facebook user and you want it to reveal your name or identify who you are, this is a one-time thing you have to do. You go to StreamYard.com/Facebook, okay? And you give StreamYard, your approval to access your identity. That way it will show who you are when you make a comment. You can do that. You can share your name or whatever you want to do. So there is that link, okay? And what was next? What'd you say? Oh, Gillian. Yes, let's get that video from Tara. Okay. Hang on 1 second. I have not even seen it yet, but I've heard a lot about it from Gillian. So let's take a peek and see what's going on here. Apparently it's interesting.
There's the blue hue, definitely.
What? Is that hers?
It's cool to see what happens to the sky.
Oh my gosh, that's another one then, Sam. What is that? Oh boy,
I did not see it.
Not that one. Okay, let's go back.
Does it fly by again? I was looking at the bottom.
Yep. Okay, watch it. I'm gonna back it up. I need to work on this and slow it down. Oh.
Okay, what is that?
Wow.
What?
It's cool
Wow.
to see
What is
It was
that?
slower in this one. And it was
Did
below
it
the
only appear
sun
on
this
the
time.
left and it didn't come out onto the right side?
Shows you the difference in angles. That's probably the same sighting. And ladies and gentlemen, that was a craft. That was an extraterrestrial craft.
Wow.
Because you
And
see
it
how
must
fast
go
that
behind
moved.
Yeah, it must
Planes
go
don't
behind
move that
some
fast, and
islands.
look how
Doesn't
big that
appear
is.
on the right.
I am concerned. That's okay. So
Wow.
is this
Wow.
Tara? Is this your video? I just want to clarify.
Yeah, it's Tara. She was doing trying to get the eclipse. She was out with her kitty.
See, they're up there watching, trying to get the eclipse too. They had their little cameras out and going on their little alien space YouTube and TikTok.
I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna go slow it down. We'll look at it again. I gotta see it slower too. But that's two videos.
Wild.
Now it's like, you think they're crafts, Sam?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Wow.
Well, planes don't even move that fast.
No.
If you watch a plane fly across the sky, it's so much slower than that. And that thing
It seems to undulate like that.
it's so distant and everything, and yet the speed that was moving, that is really fast.
Wow, that's a good
No,
one.
Yeah, if it was right in front of the people, then I could say, okay, normal helicopter flying by at that speed. But, only if it's closer. But at that distance underneath the sun, in order for it to move that quickly across the screen, that is really fast. That's like Mach 5 or something.
Right. The SR-22 is no longer a thing. Okay.
Well, I think they have a few parks someplace that we paid a lot of money for that nobody wants to throw away. But
Right. Yeah, I don't think they're flying them like that up there. But did you guys notice that whatever that was, it didn't show up on the right-hand side when it passed?
It didn't come out the right side.
It's like it
Maybe
went
it just
behind something,
it went, through it just went, like Star Trek.
Yeah, it was gone. Yeah, either it just
and we see that a lot
behind a body of something, or
it went behind the clouds, but
All right.
it was briefly illuminated there.
Wow.
All right.
Yeah, that's one of the coolest shots we've seen in a long time.
Awesome.
I know. I'm gonna try to get the other one and put them both together on one.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. Oh,
I have a phone call. 1 second.
Yeah, go for it, Sam.
All right.
There's an app that you can put two videos side by side or top and bottom. I can play them both at the same time, even. Maybe I can get coordinated enough. We'll play them together, so that'd be fun.
Yeah, you'll be making your own movies, like we can.
Yeah.
Right.
So
your own sci-fi movie,
Robocall for the Firefighter EMS Fund.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm looking at my options here. We got different things to cover. Did you see this picture, Sam?
Yeah.
I didn't know if you saw that or not, but man.
But
yeah, I saw that. I was a little surprised by it. That came from the Africa site, I believe.
Well,
I would be inclined into believing the one in the front middle is the long box, but wow, if we had that many cubes here, long box, are we in deep trouble? The one looks very much long box, and I don't really see a side orb,
right,
per se. The other ones are suspect square and almost normal clouds, but the one in the front and middle is definitely very likely the long box cube.
Wow.
Except I don't see the side orb.
Right.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping and praying that nobody played with this, although there's a really weird lighting thing going on here in the bottom right versus the background, which is supposed to be, but this is strange.
I
saw that and I went, boy.
I thought it originated from one of the members in my group. Like, I thought it was one of their. I'm going to see if I can find it.
Yeah. I was thinking Ollie posted it.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I think it got shared to his group. But I'll see if I can find it.
I could see Star Destroyers.
Wow.
Yes.
You know, I don't know for sure that's what these are, but I could say, you know, I mean, we the one in the lowest one in the left middle does look like a turning banking triangle.
Wow.
And you know, it's hard. Now, if we got a series of pictures, it would make a bigger effect. But I can't call it on one.
It's from one of our members, and she's also somebody that is watching the show often, Melanie, if you remember that name. But she's submitted several pictures to me before to show on the show.
Geology reminds me of Arizona, Southern California.
It is Arizona, Northeast Arizona, she says.
Okay.
Correct.
I know my rocks.
Yes, 100 points. Yeah. So I don't know. I thought that was a cool picture. I had some pics lined up. We'll talk about here. Yeah, look at that.
Boy, look at that.
Ooh.
What a cool city.
Kind of ominous.
There was a series of earthquakes around San Francisco today that were sizable, and I'm trying to remember the names of the two plates in that area, because the San Andreas is farther over to the east, and then there's two major fault lines just outside eastern San Francisco Bay, and they are active and wiggling, and so do not be surprised if we see a very medium to large size San Andreas effect or one of the other fault lines. Boy, look at that.
I went back and forth on this. I'm like, is it a glare? Because it is kind of a hexagon, octagon.
Yeah. Well, look at the flat on the top of it. Right. And now look at the sun. How the sun has a flat on top of it from the clouds.
Right.
So you're looking at a glass double with a lens glitch.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, cool.
All right.
There's some pretty little glitches out there.
Like that, with dots on it.
Yeah, that's now what's above it in the center of the picture, what's above the sun, again, would fall into the blue asteroid category because it's the right size, it's the right angle. We know it's there, although in this shot it's yellow. There is also on the right-hand side of this picture a definite flaring, which is probably a Saturn's yellow moon, which we know is on the right.
Also, I was going to say,
other planets.
the yellow, if you know the yellow ring around the sun, right? The white, and then there's the yellow around it. Well, look at how that flat the yellow is. It's completely flat right above it. I mean, that's usually where Nipicity is, and that's what I think is happening because it's so straight across.
Right.
So.
And Nipicity's been playing. I saw when did you film those shots that you posted? Was that yesterday?
Me?
Yeah, Christoper.
Oh, the videos or the
videos.
posts? Okay, so there's 3 videos. So between
I saw 2 of them.
the 9th and the 6th of April.
Okay, I'll have to go back and the reason I'm mentioning it is because yesterday I saw these really unusually very cool clouds in the bottom of Uri, and it was really dark and really cool looking, and I looked up directly up, and okay, that's where Attu's got to be, and I couldn't find Nepenthe. Today I saw it, but I only saw just a little wisp of the fingered base cloud in the south by above me, and so I was really I was happy to see your videos because they confirmed everything I saw yesterday.
Okay. And see, I thought it was important, because I
was
debating on whether or not to post any of it. And then, on the last podcast, Nicolle kind of, lit a fire under me and told me, look, just post your shots. And this is important because it, it helps us understand what's going to be coming up for, the next few weeks and, what's coming up. So.
Well, and the more you post, the more practice you get at it. And then you've got a history. And then, I even on my older shows, I don't like to go back and watch them, but yet that is, documented history that you can go back on later.
Right. And I was just feeling like, well, it's not, I don't know if I didn't see anything in the pictures that I got or,
Oh, yeah, you had planets in those.
So you look at them after 2 weeks and then you go, oh my gosh, how did I not see this?
Yeah, right. You come back to it. How did I miss that? Yeah.
Eyes. It's just wild. So, yeah. It's just exciting when you finally when you're finally looking at your captures and it just hits you right in the face, and it's like, I've been here this whole time. Why haven't you seen me?
Yeah. Right. Like in this picture, I mean, you just how many people overlook it completely, whenever it's right in your face, the whole sky.
Yeah, and that's the dead center is the red asteroid with Little Sister in front of it. You can see Little Sister's darker, shaped almost like a dolphin. And then, of course, Attu and Attu's moon are behind it because look where the light source is coming from.
The perfect
and
curve.
We're probably looking due west at the early part of the day, or maybe northwest, depending. I see that this is probably one of Petty's shots.
You got it. That's right. Hungary.
From Hungary.
Yeah.
Cool. Constantinople.
Yeah, look how different the blues are. It's like that gray blue at the bottom and blue at the top. It's so obvious when you realize it, and it sinks in. You're like, man, it's perfect. Hey, it's right there.
Yeah, Petty sent me a whole bunch of pictures of Budapest, and I still was like, wow, you live there, man. It's so beautiful.
Yes,
and then if you go back in history,
living in,
if you go back in history, that was, of course, where part of the Roman Empire after the major fall of the Roman Empire, where they had the new Roman Empire was formed in Constantinople and all that. It's a whole region. It's just beautiful, and their architecture is,
incredible,
thousands of years old, built on this and that, and it's just amazing. I would love, I'd love to have a metal detector in that country.
All right.
Where's that?
Istanbul.
Budapest. Yeah.
Constantinople.
Some of those places are incredible. They're so old, aren't they? You just imagine the holidays we could have. Skywatcher tour / yeah.
Yeah. Archaeology. Love it,
Just dreaming.
Well, they have folks finding stuff where they wear masks and then they show all the stuff they discover because they don't want to get caught, but they're sort of grave robbers, pardon the expression. I remember this one. This is the lead asteroid. It doesn't look like it, but it is.
Wow.
Okay. I see now. Okay. I get it. I was wondering if it was a cube or what.
Yeah, I had to really weigh it, but then I found out which side of the sun it was on.
Oh, see.
Yeah. Now that you say that, I'm gonna go get some lead asteroid pictures, and we can compare.
I'm sorry, Rebecca.
No, you're fine.
What's the best way for us to identify the lead asteroid?
Yeah, how do you tell?
The facial stripes on it.
Yeah.
Stripes.
Yeah.
Yes. Let's see.
It's got like 2 or 3 stripes. It's almost like
And they're in the up. Yeah, there's like 3 stripes, and it's in the upper right quadrant that are the 2 biggest ones, and there's a smaller one in the middle lower. and it's always there, and it leaves these little eddies as the what do you, tendrils, Jillian?
My
You call them
tendrils.
tendrils,
Yeah, it looks like we
or
tendrils.
the little drag off
Coattail.
clouds as it goes. It leaves the same pattern over and over again. Now we've got early sightings of the lead asteroid going back all the way. God, 2013, when it was first again, where we first got close up. And that's my main go-to lead asteroid picture that I still use. Yeah, there's another one. You can see by the stripes.
Oh, sorry,
You can see
Sam.
by the stripes.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
and we know about the size and the angle of the approach has a lot to do with it. And we know that it's not Uri because it's way too small to be Uri.
Way too small.
And then we've seen for years like 219, 220. I was just amazed that we didn't get pasted. And I'm amazed that NASA didn't even announce it. But then they don't dare because, if you announce one thing, then you've got to announce why it keeps reoccurring every day rather than going around in a one-pass orbital model around the Earth, according to Einstein and the dinner plate. And once they started down that pathway, I don't think they could recover from it. Yeah, basically, this is why the drawings have always been like this.
And there's without a doubt that they know all about this.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
I'm sure they have teams working on it.
I think they're probably learning from us.
I would imagine so.
Really? I think
I would hope.
I would hope.
I also found something the other night. I was out because I was trying to get my fresh air and do my gardening and try and get my body back after this week. But I took a picture of the kitty up on the wall, and you can see I've sent the pictures to you now, Rebecca. I wondered who this was. It's immense, and the light was spreading up at an angle.
Wow.
And you could see like a slit, and it was shining silver on it.
Okay, let me see.
And the blue was just obviously planet.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll get those. Here's your kitty cat. How cute.
I mean, just look at that. I was taking a picture of the cat, and there they were.
And there's Laura. Hi, Laura. Good to see you here. I was checking to see if anybody else has come in while we've been talking. So I'll keep an eye out for anybody else. There are any questions? If I miss your questions, don't feel like I'm ignoring you. Just ask them again. I've asked other like Gillian to help with comments. If you see anything, Gillian, I missed, let me know, please.
Okay, I'm trying to keep an eye on the two here, but I had sent these pictures because you could see the two different kind of blues, like maybe even three.
Oh yeah, that's definitely going to be Ice Adam's moon and Ice Adam. I'll get it shared here in a second. Yeah, and they'll get past
They were
that.
just so big. I was so startled. I thought, wow.
Yeah, that is a very large. Look at the size of a Saturn's yellow moon now. That is literally going to have to, and the drawing is coming up in 2 days. Time to stress. Yeah, look at the size of a Saturn's yellow moon. That thing is huge.
Yeah, I just wondered if what I had caught was actually that too, because it looks like it's got like that plate thing that you talk about.
Yeah, the faceplate or crab shell or shield or whatever we call
Only
it.
it was on the edge. It was on the edge. It was so on the edge.
It does slightly come out in front of it. It's sort of like a push cloud effect. What we would also call a base cloud, but being that the moon comes in at such a hard angle, it does have that snubbed up little crab shell shield faceplate, whatever you want to call it. And we watched it for going back all the way back to 2018. And prior to that, we hadn't really seen it because it was way smaller in 2014, 15, 16, 17. And then it went way back away from us in 17 and then over the top of the sun in 18, which is what caused that weird winged over the top of the sun effect, which everybody has captures of going back many years. And only when it got closer did we start to recognize that facial. Okay. Yeah, you have a big circular blue area there, definitely.
Yeah,
that's part of what I saw yesterday too. There's definitely a very large oval scenario and cloud scenario where all you see is the clouds, around the planet, and then the rest of the sky was blue, and that was yesterday.
That deeply blue gives it away, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. There it is. It's very much like.
Yeah, definitely. That is a Saturn or a Saturn, probably a Saturn's yellow moon in that deep blue. Because boy, in your area at sea level, apparently a Saturn's yellow moon is very large this month. I'm going to have to draw it in very large. It might even block out most of a Saturn on the drawing.
Wow.
God, I'm getting achy here.
Yeah, it's so much like that. Yours is, that, and yours, Gillian, is the same thing.
Yeah, look at all of the different ion tails going to the right upper around the space, and that is a very large Saturn's yellow moon.
You can see it clear as day. I mean, there's no arguing with this.
Once you learn it. And Saturn's yellow moon has completely different cloud patterns than any of the other planets whatsoever. It's all flame-like and very micro. And if you look at don't look at the front clouds, but look at the blue, light blue clouds in the background in there. And it's just all flame-like.
Incredible.
Really cool shot, Gillian. Keep this one.
Oh.
And look at the base at the horizon, all that looks grainy and weird and micro cloudy. Tiny little micro dot clouds.
So I can take a peek at your drawings. Compared.
And then of course, dead center above the White House and the chimney is the lead asteroid.
Right. Okay.
Let's see. Here's
Jeez.
February's drawing.
Yep.
Yeah. So as soon as you started drawing the yellow moon, top right of the sun like that, that's about the time I actually started to see that. I mean, I didn't really notice it prior being in that location. It's just interesting. He draws it, and then starting that day, it practically changes. I'm not.
Well, we've seen it start
it's so wild when he says, "Yeah, that's your picture," and look, I've just drawn it, and then gets that laugh.
Yeah.
my little, arch villain snicker.
Yeah, Merlin chuckle.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I do like being on top of this. Yeah, question. Is the gray object our moon, and is the white object an illuminated larger object behind our moon?
Okay, like maybe another moon.
Well, we're supposed to have no moon right now. We're just now coming into the crescent phases. And so I would bet money that is the yellow body behind our moon, which has been causing the supermoons for like 5, 6, 7, 8 years now.
Wow.
And I always chuckled everybody, new supermoon, man. Yeah, we're gonna have a new supermoon. And I'm going, right,
I could see the moon last night, just like this, the crescent
I took a picture
coming up from underneath like that, and it was like red.
And we've never seen the crescent in that direction.
Nothing. So
we've never, in our entire history of mankind, in recorded history, has the crescent ever been on the bottom.
Right. Yeah, and it was on the bottom. It wasn't just a little bit, at a diagonal edge to the right. No, it was cupping. It was wild, and I'm like,
I think that's the illuminated yellow body behind our moon. Because if you look at the gray and you compare the land masses or the dark shadowing on the moon, it's all there. Tycho plane, the paw print, everything. So what is the crescent illumination? It's got to be something behind it.
Wow.
Because there's only a small segment of the moon actually missing in the gray. There's only just a sliver that's actually missing off the entire moon scene. So whatever that crescent area is, I do believe is the larger object behind the moon. And it's been there, like we said, we've cited it for about 5, 6, 7, 8 years. I can't even remember how long now. And I saw it like 6 months ago, just plain as day in the sky. Couldn't believe it. And it's like, how come nobody else sees this?
I was going to say, I have many captures over, pull the compare,
but you froze up for a second there. I hope it wasn't me.
Oh,
Well, it could be you, it could be me. I don't know.
Right. Okay, let's see here. Here's some more examples of this double moon. This Facebook user wants to know, how many moons do we have?
Well, NASA announced that we have 2.
Oh.
They have not said where the second moon was.
Oh, that's nice.
I believe the one they were announcing is smaller than our moon.
Mm.
This could be, yeah. Now, that is not a lens double. The first one was.
Okay.
That's a lens double, but that one is not. Yeah. See the yellowish difference? We've been seeing a yellow body behind our moon for a couple of years now.
Wow. That's
you got the moon, and then you got a much larger, darker object behind it in this shot. So, yeah, I that's the one I saw by eye, and that's why I drew it. Boy, what a lovely straight line you have there, Sam.
Hey.
It's hard.
Artists, when you're an artist, you see the mistakes, and then you go, oh, all I see is the mistakes, and other people don't even notice. You point them out.
It's also hard to draw a circle. Like, you try to draw a circle, and it has problems. I know that.
And I do cheat. I've gotten to the point where I used, a can of corn or something, and then a spice bottle or something, Oh,
right.
God.
I think this one's from Katie Joe. I'm pretty sure, if I remember right.
Yeah.
This is New Jersey.
That's definitely Katie's.
Okay.
And I was seeing very much like that yesterday as well. And if this is yesterday, I would say that this is probably Yuri over the top of the sun, which is odd. Yuri's getting smaller. She's moving. And we're going to have to. We're going to have to.
Yeah.
They're going up. They're getting above us, higher and higher.
Going up, like it was going up to the right. Up.
Or we're going down, point of view. And what I saw yesterday was really, really cool. And I'm amazed that, your average person, and my neighbors were probably watching me out the window going, what's he looking at again? But if you stare straight up when these anomalies occur and you see how dark it is and you see the stuff in between the frontal clouds and you see the other clouds that are just around the outside of these planets, you can't argue with what you're seeing. And all the little dots in the asteroids and the lead paths and or tendrils, as Gillian calls them, the little pathways of clouds they leave trailways behind them for their movement. If you watch that and you look straight up and you see that, because nobody's ever seen this in our lives. And I sat there yesterday outside just staring up and staring up and staring up till my neck hurt, and then I went back in the house. But very unbelievable, really cool, absolutely, without question, not normal. And I see asteroids in this shot as well. There's several of them. Yeah, the lead asteroid is on the far right, and there is Casper. Dead center, just above the light pole, is Casper. We haven't seen Casper in a long time.
Okay.
And then we've got the red asteroid is middle left. And then directly above it is Lorraine and a smaller one underneath Lorraine. And then I really got to get hold of Leander because it is right next, her asteroid is right next to the first telephone wire and the tree branch. Dead center there. That's the one that we're going to name after her. I wrote it down and then I put it into the file and I haven't found it since, because I have where I put my notes in this box and I haven't found it back. But yeah, there's a bunch of stuff. And the spiral asteroid is of course down in the bottom left, between the telephone pole and the light pole. That's where the spiral asteroid is.
Right. All this.
And then there's a new little one underneath Casper and another one. So there's a whole bunch of new asteroids coming in, guys. Bigger ones. Lots of them.
Okay, let's see. Let's go back to your drawings. What did I do with it?
Really cool, Katie.
Nice.
Uh-oh.
Look at that.
I'll come back to that. Yeah, asteroids. Sam?
That's the bottom of Uri, 180-day cycle close pass.
Wow.
Okay, is that
sucker?
Yeah, this is what's going to get us.
Sam?
What?
Huh? Is this effect because of asteroids, because of OCG?
Oh, it's entirely possible with asteroids, but it is definitely the bubbly bottom of Uri. I mean, I'm looking. The longer I look, the more I see.
Mm-hmm.
This is definitely Uri bottom, and very entirely possible in the upper right is Atu's moon.
Wow.
An example of under Uri, all those asteroids.
Atu has predominant fruit-like momentous clouds, but Uri has very bubbly, very tumultuous momentous clouds, but they're not separate and hanging free like Atu's do. They're more bubbly. Like this is a gaseous, and probably millions of asteroids.
Oh man, wow.
I noticed that Atu's moon is more rounded and bubbly, whereas Uri is kind of more droopy and not as, consistently the same.
It's smaller, but then it's a larger planet.
Yeah, it's just different looking, but they both have that bubbly effect at times.
Right, because they're both gas giants. And then I often ponder how many actual moons Uri has that we're mistaking for asteroids. I mean, the Tan asteroid could quite easily be a moon of Uri. Because it is round, it's very round. And where some of the other asteroids, like the red asteroid, for example, is sort of like a gold nugget teardrop shape with a flat front end or an angled minor 30-degree angle on the front end. So, and I'm often constantly have to say to myself, we know that gas giants have multiple moons.
Right.
And so what we call asteroids may not absolutely be asteroids. We may make some mistakes. And I try to remind people we may have made mistakes along the way. But I think we've had so many sightings that generically we're very accurate.
Wow.
Right. I think we're right more than we are.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, not even compared. Yeah, we are way more right than we are wrong.
Here's 3 pictures that Margaret has sent me, and let's take a peek at those.
That's an interesting light flare. Okay, I'm gonna call this a cutoff flare from Saru, and it's way bigger, but the edge line comes from the bottom left corner and cuts in rounds all the way just to the left of the sun, which is why there's a 3-wave blue beam flare here. Because it's coming in from the left and the light is cutting off to the right. Otherwise, you'd have a 4-wave flare here, but you don't.
That's okay. It is different to see 3.
And again, that dot could quite easily be the blue asteroid.
I've had a lot of pictures like that this week.
That's really.
Well, it's been going on for about a week and a half, 2 weeks now, where the blue asteroid's been crossing in to the view, or actually in some cases, in Europe or Eastern Europe, we've gotten some photos where it is actually in front of the sun.
Yeah. So we've been seeing the blue asteroid a lot, like in this drawing here.
Right. Correct.
Top right. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Always surprises me when you use older drawings, but.
They work. They fit.
Yeah, they do. They do. You know me. I'm always trying to. I want to be accurate.
I know.
It's fine that you use them. It's.
Yeah. Right. Let's see. Oh, here's another one she sent me. Oh wow! Look at that, man. That is crazy. Is that a cube? I think it is. At a tilt. What do you think?
Hard call. I'm pretty sure this is some of the new behavior of Uri. If you look in the upper left, that whole blue area, and then it sort of rises and envelops over to the right, just above the sun there. There's this sort of reach out from them going straight up vertically to a right turn. and I think that's the underneath of Uri. So we're probably looking at the base cloud of Uri. But what I'm really wondering about is the cloudy thing right in the left of the sun would be where the red asteroid would be. But what is that big circular object beside it? And that is that the tan asteroid, and is it that big already? Could be. Okay. Could be. Because remember, they are turning around and they go around the bottom of Uri. And we have been seeing, and not add to it, of course, in this shot would be directly over the top of us, and on the right-hand side would be very much larger than normal Isatum Jello Moon, which is somewhere in this shot, but I couldn't tell you for sure. This is weird. This is part of this real crazy, different, even in the last week, things have changed. So
yeah,
I'm going to have to be paying some attention to it.
Yeah. She added that this is over the Blue Ridge Mountains.
Incredible.
That's pretty cool. I can tell you're up high. That's an awesome view.
And that straight line dark cloud in the bottom of the horizon is most likely the spiral asteroid going across the horizon.
Now, where did you say the spiral asteroid is, Sam?
The spiral on the bottom black cloud just above the horizon and above the mountains. There's that straight line cloud that goes from left to all the way across the right.
Wow.
And that is most likely the spiral asteroid.
That's incredible. Jeez.
Because you can see a spiral, and then you can see the change in the pattern as it's fresh.
Wow.
Okay, this is that cut in of Uri that's going to be arguing with my head for a while. Because I saw it by eye yesterday. That's why I kind of know what I'm talking about.
Right.
It is rising up and getting smaller, which is weird. Yeah, that's going to be weird. That'll be the first time in many years that Uri's going to be smaller.
Interesting.
Oh, she's been predominantly in our face since 2019.
Okay.
So it should have like a 5-year run after 2018, 2019. They were on the right-hand side, and then they came over to the left, and then Uri got bigger and bigger and closer to us and closer and huger. So she's been over there the whole time ever since.
So Experimental is asking about Nana and Amel Saru.
Yeah, good thing you reminded me. I'm going to have to make sure I include that in the drawing. Yeah, they are at the horizon of 15 degrees, 20 degrees off the deck. On the right-hand side of the sun, especially mid-afternoon. Yeah. And you should be able to see them as like a tennis ball and a golf ball if you held them at arm's length in front of you, just a little bit off the horizon. And then it will be, they'll be below Isatum's out view, so we should be able to see them probably here, maybe all next month. I'll have to just keep looking for it. I have to remind myself to look for it on purpose.
I was going to say, and just to clarify, are they moons like connected to Isatum?
Yeah, they are the moons of Nibiru, and they're concentric moon. Nana orbits Amel Saru, and Amel Saru is tidal locked and always in the same place off of Nibiru. But you can actually watch Nana going around. It's not really fast, but it's fast enough that you can actually see that they are concentric.
Wow.
And concentric means one object orbiting the other.
Well, thank you, Margaret, for sharing those with us.
Awesome.
Pretty neat. This is pretty neat, too. Can you imagine seeing that? I want to see it, though. I like that kind of stuff. So, Facebook user asking, will they get closer? Can they get closer than they already do get, Sam, you think? What do you think?
Well, they're going to be doing a close pass scenario because we are in the 180-day cycle, and this is a prime example of it. This is the bottom of Uri and the Salamander asteroid group coming in for the 180-day cycle.
Okay.
And let's pray that this year that they're a little higher up and not as volatile, not as destructive as they have been in the past.
Okay. Well, thanks for clarifying, Sam, because I was thinking Nepicity. I don't know. I thought it looked so weird.
No, too white.
Too white.
Too wide.
Yeah, and Nepenthe doesn't behave like this either. These are these bubbly momentous clouds that come off the bottom of the gas giants. And the shape pattern leads me to believe that this is the salamander asteroid group on the poking in on the bottom lower half of Uri, and the base cloud is in the background.
Gee, those are huge. Those are
Yeah,
huge.
they are.
Wow. You could pop them like dunk.
Right? It still blows my mind that this is actually happening. And
yeah.
the
And
fact that
I
there's
wouldn't
asteroids up
believe
there-
it either if we didn't see these repetitive patterns over and over and over again, where they match and they match and they match. And had it not been in 14 years of this, if we'd have seen it for 3 years and it went away, I would have gone, maybe I was full of shit. But we've been watching this for 14 years, and the same damn objects are getting the same pattern over again, and then they get bigger and bigger and bigger, and then we see close-ups of them, and everybody around the world is capturing them. So yes, they are quite real. It's insane to think that they are this close to us, and the rest. What really blows me away is the rest of the people don't see this.
Right.
So weird.
It is weird.
I sent some more, Rebecca. Also, Robert sent something in the stash group as well, it looks like.
Oh, perfect. Okay, perfect. I'm getting Andy. So Andy sent me some from the UK, Andy. So
yay, Andy.
I'm saved. Yep.
Yeah, he's busy setting up his camera stuff.
Really cool stuff.
Hi, Shelley, our friend Shelley.
Hi, Shelley.
Yes, good to see you. Good.
We need to promote Andy's site. I don't have the name of Andy's site.
No.
I do not either. He has a site on Facebook, or
I believe he's running his own site now. I think he hinted at it. And,
we need to find out if maybe he's keeping it a secret because I don't know about it.
We'll get it from him.
We gotta find out, Andy. I'll ask him.
I had a question run through my mind the other day. Are you still running your cat site?
I am, but I had to. It's number 2 because the first one I got locked out of it. So it's Feline Followers Anonymous number 2.
I love the anonymous part. Yeah, I love it.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, there's only like 30 people. It's a small group, you know, but we share some of the best cat videos and pictures and memes. And so if you're into cats, come and join that group.
Ask, what's with the cucumbers?
I don't know. I've tried that with my cats.
Are you serious?
I've tried it and they don't do that. They don't jump up. You know, my cats are pretty chill. You know, they just look at it.
Yeah,
I'm not about
either, but
I had a cat that was absolutely crazy over cantaloupe. If you had a cantaloupe rind in the garbage can, you'd come home and the entire garbage can would be knocked over, and the cat pops her head up out of the bin with cantaloupe rind in her mouth. I mean, it was just insane. So we got to the point where we didn't even buy cantaloupe anymore. She was voracious for it. I mean, she was like absolutely addicted to it, and I've never seen a cat do that.
Hey, Andrea. Good to see you.
She was a little brown and black and tan calico, and her name was Cola.
Oh, that's a cool name.
I have some sky videos to watch, things I've rounded up. Actually, let's do this one first from Alexander, since I know it's evening for him. I have not seen this all the way through yet, so I'm curious.
Pretty pretty.
Oh, look at that.
Wow.
What's that?
Well, it's below to the left of the sun.
Even with the Samsung S23, you can see some really solid shapes up there. And when you take pictures and you zoom in, little black dots that you didn't actually see.
Yeah, those are asteroid clouds for sure.
Look at all the eddies.
And I think of it like a nebula. It's like a nebula with gases and then objects.
Well, that's a great way to think about it.
I'm wondering what that is.
Look at that. Wow.
That almost falls into lead asteroid, but it's not big enough.
It Look at that. It's got a little cap thing on the top there, like. Interesting. And that as well. All black bits in it. That's what I'm talking about.
That could be the green asteroid.
Wow.
Little dot. That could easily be the green asteroid.
Black specks. They look like someone just flung a handful of gravel. It's like
it's like little things coming towards you, like little shapes.
Yes, you can see the movement.
Yeah.
Incredible.
And Sam said to look at it like a nebula. I'm looking at these clouds like it's a picture from the James Webb Telescope or something.
Right.
Yeah. That's incredible.
Look at that thing, like a face in there. Look at that.
Because we don't know what the gases are around planet Uri, and we know she's a gas giant because she's got stripes, and we know that Atu is a gas giant because it's got stripes. Although the angle of the stripes are different on Atu, they're kind of angled, whereas for the most part Uri's are horizontal.
Right. Wow. Look at that.
I'm almost wondering if that's the Empire Orb. Norway spiral orb.
Look at that thing.
Because that's about the right size. It's got a little dot in the front of it too. So
yeah,
I don't see the eye shape or the array.
There's something else right there. There's
That's the doggy.
There's another orb there, like a square.
Yeah, there's another orb there.
Wow.
Yeah, there is so much going on over our heads that we don't see.
But with Alexander's help, we do, right?
Yep.
So, yeah.
And that's why we love his work.
Yeah.
And thank you for your work. Because this is like close-ups we don't get.
Skywatcher bliss.
Yep.
Yes.
It's got a little blip on the bottom there. Like
I like the music choice too.
Yeah.
I like that.
Beautiful.
Well, okay. See that little blip that you just talked about, Jillian? Remember in the sightings of the long box? The spiral orb or Empire Orb, as I refer to it. Remember, it's always got that little blip at the bottom of it. It's a smaller, sort of like a side orb.
Yeah, you mean like a Dyson sphere or the power unit?
No, Dyson spheres are much larger.
Yeah.
But the side orbs on the cubes, and I believe the side orb on the Empire Orb also, are lightning receptors that get struck, and then they take that electricity and power themselves and charge their batteries or whatever with that. They got some really interesting technology. Well, we've sighted them in live footage where those little side orbs get hit, and then you see a straight energy beam that goes to the craft.
Amazing.
Almost making me nauseous.
Yeah, it's like, wow, man, this is just.
You can tell also how much he likes to study the details. You know, I mean, you can just tell it means a lot to him. You know, he can see it too. So that's pretty neat. Showing us all the things he sees. Look at those little stripes.
Yeah, little stripes on the thing.
Yes.
You know, the thing you're talking about, Sam, on the bottom left of the orb, it looks like some type of geometric apparatus on there. I don't know if it's like a polyhedron or tetrahedron or whatever you want to call it. I can't tell.
I'm actually getting nauseous watching this.
Yeah. It's like, oh man.
He's got, when somebody else controls the camera, it messes with your balance and your inner stomach.
Yeah, it's because you don't know where what's coming.
Going. It's like, oh yeah, you pulled me. Yeah, it's like being on a carnival ride. You're not ready for the corner.
Like a kaleidoscope.
You know,
okay, I might quit watching this.
Yeah, when I started taking like 360, views of, whenever I'm taking captures, I always like to do that just to make sure I get everything. But I found that there's a way to control the speed on your pictures so you can slow that way down. So that kind of helps.
Yeah, that actually made me slightly ill to watch.
Okay, well, we're moving
I was actually having to
forward
look down because I couldn't look anymore. I was like, no, I can't do this.
here. Well, hopefully this won't do that. What about this, Sam? What do you think is happening? Another asteroid.
It's hard. Well, that's again that rounded up white object we've seen all week. And the question is it the Empire orb? Because it does have shadowing in the center.
Neat.
Or is this the moon? That's a hard call. It's a little blurry.
Yeah, maybe he'll zoom back out. I don't know. I didn't catch it all, so.
But then fading back like that as it was, inclines me to believe that is farther than our moon. And is this the moon that he's filming now? There's so many questions that need to be answered prior to being able to make a call. Okay, I'm smelling something weird. I think my kids are up to something.
Oh,
yeah, I don't know if that's the moon or not.
Shadow of a strip.
But depending on when this was captured, we went through a no moon, and now we should be in a crescent. I'd have to look it up, but this calendar I have does not do that.
Says something moves in front of this. Look. Look.
It does say we'll be at the half moon on the 15th. Okay, those are solar sunspots. So this is the sun.
Okay.
That's the sun, yeah.
And I did not look up the coronal holes or the module numbers for the CMEs that are about to form. You can see there's two. That one only is singular. So when the positive and the negative get close to each other, and then they react, and then they discharge, which causes the coronal mass ejection. Yeah, he has got a very good lens that allows him to do a whole lot of close-ups. I'm still trying to recover from the previous video. Woo! Free ride.
I think that's mainly it. Okay, so what's that? Okay, wow. Man, those are cool. Both of those videos.
Yeah, they are. They're excellent videos. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexander. It's always a treat.
Just warn me next time I'll get out of Dramamine. I'm joking.
I know.
I can't take that stuff either. I don't do medicine well at all. Not at all. I can't even really take aspirin. I pay for it for days.
Sensitive. Hey, Thunder.
Yeah, I'm a lightweight when it comes to most medication.
Right. I'm like very sensitive. I mean, I discovered that years ago, so I just have stayed away since then.
Years ago when I was a kid, I was like 12 and I broke my leg, and they gave me painkillers in the hospital, and all I did was throw up. It was just too powerful for me. Yeah. Right. And so I'm really touchy about any. I mean, I can't even eat or those drinks with the ginger in it. I cannot drink those at all, because within 15 minutes of drinking 2 or 3 sips off of one of those ginger drinks, I actually get ill. I throw up. I'll end up going, nope. So, I don't even buy any of those products ever. Right. And I even have to be careful with a Coca-Cola,
I mean, for me, it's water or coffee. Like I said, it's not very exciting, but that's really all I want. It's one or the other. So.
I like my orange juice too,
Yeah, right.
My daughter's always going, Dad, you bought the stuff with a pulp in it again. And
Uh-oh.
I like
that's
pulp,
No fresh squeeze.
Oh yeah, right. Fresh anything in Montana. It's like you can't even imagine trying to buy seafood in Montana. You can't. No. It's not fresh. You'd have to pay to have it flown over by Delta or something, Right.
Yeah, no.
We used to do that. We used to have a friend that worked for Delta that was on the East Coast, and we actually every once in a while we'd wire them some money, and they would fly over a whole bunch of fresh, live, living lobsters.
Wow, nice.
Here to Montana, and we'd have to rush down to the airport and pick them up before they died.
Oh man!
And we'd have fresh lobster from the East Coast, which is the red lobster, not the rock lobster, which is horrible. That's the black lobsters are the rock lobster, and they taste muddy. But if you get a real Maine lobster, oh my God, those are awesome.
The red ones were really tasty in South Africa as well.
Right, yeah, right. And the black ones are muddy and smaller.
We had them. I just know that one of my brother's girlfriends came and she brought that stuff, and we had it on the barbecue, as you guys call it, the braai. And they put it on a spit, and they did it. Oh my goodness, it was the sweetest, most incredible meat.
No. Last time I was in Washington State visiting friends, we were over up at Seattle area, and every other day we would go to some big, huge buffet where they were giving all the seafood you could eat, and that just blew me away that people actually do that on the coast there, whereas in Montana we would never even think to do that because you don't get fresh seafood in Montana. Now, fresh beef, that's a whole different story, or buffalo or elk or, you name it.
I can't do, I don't like seafood personally. It's just not for me.
I very much like breaded clams, clam strips. Awesome. We had a restaurant called Joey's Only, and they closed, unfortunately, because they probably couldn't get fresh seafood either.
Right.
But I used to go there regularly.
Fresh. And what we get in the interstates, right? I mean, it's like a whole other ball game. So yeah, I think that's why I probably hate seafood. It's just because it's, oh gosh.
No, I like an orange roughy or cod, and of course the cod has been gone from
tastes like
years
chicken.
from the Atlantic, but tastes like chicken. Yeah.
Right, but I don't like chicken either.
Oh boy. Now that's Nova. Nova, my oldest daughter Nova loves chicken. Wants more chicken, and Shiloh, she's she wants her New York steak. So.
Oh, okay.
We're all very set in our ways, the things that we like to eat.
Yeah.
These pictures are from Andy.
Awesome.
Okay. Yeah, that's that same. Okay, look where the light's coming from. It's coming from the left behind us. So this would be, I think we're looking at the bottom cut end of where the sea trail is. Oh, actually, there's two of them. I didn't see the second one. On the left, I believe, is Nepesity, and on the right, I believe, is Attu. And look how they're blending into each other. The dance, where they actually are right next to each other, even though they're not.
Wait, you said this is Attu?
It looks like it's the early part of the day.
Is it
now, if it's midday, then we're looking north. But if it's the early part of the day, then we're looking west. Yeah, just opposite of this.
Reverse.
Oh, okay. Attu would be on the right.
Other way around, yeah.
Attu's on the right.
Moon.
And then you can see Attu's moon in the middle. And then they drop ion bottom base cloud of Nepesity, but Nepesity is actually behind Attu. That's why it looks like it's cutting into it. It's actually Attu coming in front of Nepesity. And this is where we talk about the dance. And they're always switching positions. Attu and Nepesity trade places over a period of a month or two, and then a couple months go by again, and then they switch places again. And it's in out view. It's not in actual change of position. But we've come around from the left-hand side of Uri and Attu, and now we are on the right-hand side of Uri and Attu, and so Nepesity is, of course, moved to the southerly view.
Right. And you could totally see the total difference between each planet. Attu in that picture has got the clouds that are moving horizontally, and Nepesity had those like clouds that were just rising all the way up with this rounding effect. It's absolutely incredible.
And I was really surprised yesterday to see how actually small of what I was seeing that I knew had to be Uri. And because the change even in the last week has gone from where that darn thing used to be just sky filling massive to now you can see it in a small area the width of your hands, you know, and before it was sky filler. And so it is actually, they are rising up, and which, you know, gets us to go back to some of the old drawings. Like I've talked about in previous shows, we don't have to draw new ones because the old ones are starting to fall into play. This again looks like the edge of Uri, and see the God, I'm so tempted to scream Texas Cube, but I'm thinking with that flat edge, that is the red asteroid middle left, and the edge area coming down in front of it is the edge of Uri, and the asteroids behind, which would be the Salamander asteroid group. And see, it is smaller.
And are you talking of, Sam, are you talking about this perfect sphere that's right at that edge of the sun? I don't want to call it a sun halo, but that circle around the sun, there's this.
Well, that's a cutoff
sphere.
halo. That would be where be where the side of Saru is cutting in and making the halo.
Okay, like there was this, you know, right next to the halo, there was this perfect sphere there. I'd have to. I wish we had cursor so that we could point. Yeah. Do you see what I'm saying? It's like, you know, there's the parking lot, the cars, there's 1, 2, 3 rows of cars. The third row to the left, right above the like little compact white car, like about an inch.
That circular with the tip there, that little fingertip, that is the red asteroid.
Okay. Wow. I mean, look at that. Look at these circles, these spheres in the sky. How can you say that this is absolutely the norm?
And you can see that little sister is a little bit to the left and right beside at the bottom lower. And that's why I know it's the red asteroid rather than the tan asteroid, because the little sister's right there.
Okay.
So the tan asteroid is also, if you look to the left corner, there's a blue illumination trail. Do you see that? There's a little blue dot. That is where the tan asteroid is, and that's the backlighting behind the tan asteroid in a backlit crescent illumination, and that's why that little blue blip is there, because that's the light shining off the backside of the tan asteroid. But it's slightly buried in the clouds. But I realized because of the backlit crescent illumination that has to be where the tan asteroid is, because it does that, and we've documented that for 8 years, 7 years.
I was going to mention to Experimental that I see your comment about I just wrote down in my notes to ask Rocket Man about, is there a way we can get you a cursor? I don't know. I'm going to ask about it.
Yeah, cool. Well, it would work for you because you have the control board, but it would not work for me.
With this new system that we're doing, you know, we are switching from StreamYard to what's called Stream Labs, and I think I can give control to other people. Like we could be multiple people.
We'll see what happens.
Control.
That should be fine. We can be like teachers with a pointer going.
Right.
And this is
and that's what I plan to do if I get the opportunity to do the Dr. Nibiru series. And they'll be few and far between, but you know I'll do once a month, or we'll see what happens. But go back to that other picture.
Okay.
Just back one.
Yep.
Upper right corner here, of course, is a Saturn's yellow moon, and it's a lot smaller in this shot. And so, you know, is this an older picture?
This is the Andes.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. If it's new, then, you know, cool. And then it's going to probably get bigger as the day goes by. We're probably looking at midday. Hard to tell. Look how dark it is, though. I mean, on the ground. Look at how shadowy everything is. Weird. Weird.
What's that dark cube there? I mean, it does look like a cube. Is it to the right?
On the right-hand side would have to be, of course. I don't see what the cube you're talking about.
Oh,
unless
okay.
If you're talking on the left, the left middle upper, well, then that could be where the Texas cube is. And then we know that at the same angle on the right, in that dark area with the ring, I think that's the ring. I don't call that a sea trail.
A little cluster of odds and ends. You know?
Yeah, hard call.
The dark area. Yeah.
Yeah, hard call. That could be Isatum in the background in the dark blue area with the long box cube.
Yeah.
But we know the long box cube is there, but it's not apparent in this shot.
Right. I know. Michelle can agree. Like, Michelle's daughter said you need a pointer also. So I don't know.
Yeah, we do.
If we can figure out a way.
And that's what I was going to do with the Dr. Nibiru series, where I just used a big whiteboard and a pen, and and one of those pointed sticks where you smack it on the board. On here, yeah. I don't know if I'm going to do a German accent, Dutch accent yet or not, but I might just be silly, in the beginning, and then go back to normal talking, but we'll see.
We need to send in mass complaints to Sam's internet carrier to give him better internet service. I think if we got 200 complaint letters, maybe they'll give him some, better service, hopefully.
Yeah, they'll cut me off because they're mad at me.
No.
No. It's like don't call my mechanic and tell him not to work on my car. Which did happen. And I'm still laughing about that to this day.
I know. I can't imagine.
Don't work on his car. He's a crazy guy. I was like, who's going to listen to that?
I don't know.
Who does that?
I don't
know. In the UK, they call that nutters.
Right,
Gillian?
Nutters.
They call them nutters, which is a kind, polite term for calling crazy people.
All right. Hey, Third Eye.
Nutters, yep.
Good to have
you're
you
a nutter.
here.
You're a nutter.
Look how purple that is, Sam.
Wow. Yeah, that is mighty purple, isn't it?
Yeah.
Man.
That star on the graphic behind off the thumbnail keeps grabbing my eye, and it's like, no, I got to put my hand in front so I don't have to look at that little star up top there.
I know, right?
Man.
Keeps arguing with my left eye. It's like too bright, too bright, too bright. I get a piece of tape and put it on the screen there so I don't have to look at it.
Yeah, once I started realizing that the skies are purple, and I actually am seeing it with my own eyes, that was a pretty big one for me to finally admit to myself, wow, this is
purple.
The effect of Atu, and it's just incredible. I can't stop.
I think that's where a lot of people got the ability to get all, because Atu is the most captured of all the planets combined, and we have more pictures of Atu than any of all of them combined. And I think the purple has a great deal to do with why people automatically went, oh, it's purple, I better go out and take a shot, and I think a lot of people learned Atu early compared to Nepacity, but we've had what's your favorite planet routine going on for a while now, but Atu and Nepacity are of course most cited, and because Uri and Nibiru are so huge, they're harder to see because they are so huge. And then of course the Saturn yellow moon is a new process thing in the last 4 years, has come back to visit us, and now we get to stare at Saru, and we have to remember it's there. This is that asteroid coming in, probably the red asteroid dead center in the white at the top in front of Atu and Atu's moon.
Which part? On this picture?
All of it. Well, Atu's in the background, literally from the horizon middle. You can see the middle line, not on the horizon, but above the horizon. That straight line. That's the bottom of Atu, and then Atu's moon is the second dark line from the right, and then the white blob in the middle at the top of the picture is the red asteroid.
Wow.
Okay, I'm like Andrea. If I had to pick a favorite, I think Nepacity is my favorite. It's like sometimes, usually the star of the show. A lot of the times, I don't know.
She's really photogenic, and she can do all sorts of interesting things.
Yes, I get the most excited when I see Nepacity.
And I think we're either seeing water drops on the lens. I don't know what that black blob is. That a bird on the left is. There's a black spot, and I'm wondering if that's maybe a water drop or a leaf.
Right.
on the lens? Because
That's a
I
bird.
think I'm seeing water drops on the lens here.
Right. We've been
It's a
seeing
bird.
weird things flying around the sky. It's like, who knows anymore? You know.
Yeah, I'm down to
Yeah.
doing the one eye look where I, close one eye and look at stuff.
Well, thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
it's time to get new glasses. I promise you. I have to get new glasses.
I thought I just got new glasses, and now I suddenly realized how much time has actually gone past
Yeah,
since I got
yeah,
these
me
ones.
too.
And I'm like, I'm really doing this now. I mean, I had to take these literally off and look at something on the pop.
I
last
have been
night.
catching myself doing that. I'm looking for my glasses, and then I realize I have them on, and I'm going. I still don't see right.
Yes.
Yeah,
Like
my
they're
dog
here
ate
someplace.
mine,
Now,
so-
where did I put them this time? And then you realize they're on your face.
But you
which
only
tells
get
me that I'm
the
not-
invite to go back every 2 years, don't you? If one gets one's glasses done, it's every 2 years.
Normally, that in the real world, one would assume, but I have not found anybody that has done their job since the virus times. All of that fell out.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, my daughters even lost their appointment schedule at the dentist because of it, and we have to go back and bug them again because they stopped doing that too. They've gone since, but we aren't getting any reminders. And it's like, what's
I wasn't
going on?
allowed to have a dentist until it was a total emergency. I
Oh,
was
well,
standing in
my
NHS
girls get
crying.
regular
like, literally.
cleanings, and we go regularly to the dentist, and they do. I of course I'm having to deal with my nightmare thanks to getting dosed with Fukushima radiation, so that's affected me, and so I've had a little less visits than I'd like. But because it did affect my bone quality. I mean, oh God, I wandered around for like 4 years as a zombie, and then didn't even know what the hell was wrong with me. And then all of a sudden, I got a golf ball on my Adam's apple, and it grew quick, and I couldn't swallow, and I had trouble chewing, and then swallowing, and then it got really painful. It's like somebody stuck a hat pin in my throat.
Oh,
And so I went to the doctor, and they said, when, not if, but when were you exposed to a great deal of radiation? And what blows me away is they don't report that to the CDC. And I think that's a huge crime. Yeah, I was like, what? And when you get, I mean, if you're exposed to radiation, don't you think they should notify the government?
Absolutely.
Like what if I'm some, terrorist or something, and I snuck into an installation and got, plutonium radiation or whatever.
Right.
But no, and what I got on my thyroid was on the outside. And that's the only way you can get that on the exterior cancers, from being exposed to large amounts of radiation. And I remember the day it happened, and they were 12 work days after Fukushima blew in 2011. And I got burned. My skin was on fire because I went and chased my lawn furniture down the street. I was idling for about less than 5 minutes. And then I came in, I was cooking for the girls, and I was on fire, and my head was burning, and my shoulders, and my knuckles, and my knees.
I've never
So I
heard of
immediately
this before. It
ran
must have
in,
been
and I was
so sore.
It's just terrifying.
Well, and I thought, okay, it's acid rain. I thought acid rain or something, because I knew I was on fire. And then, after the skin areas started blistering on my face, especially where my glasses sat, or the top of my head, and I had blisters on my shoulder, I had blisters on my knuckles, and on
But didn't other people
the backs
get it
of my arms.
too?
Yeah, a lot of people in Canada that got dosed. Really, cancer rate
you guys
in
did all like
Canada,
a case
especially
together,
in
like
Saskatchewan, it's up like 3,000%. I would have to look at the figures, but yeah, there was a lot of people got thyroid cancer. West Coast, Washington State, California. Stay away from black
to be
sands.
able to get compensation for
ocean.
something like that off someone, it's not right.
That
You
would
know
be
what
them
I'm saying?
admitting to
I
their
mean,
problem.
And I looked for a class action lawsuit here in the United States, and nobody could tell me. Anyway, I called lawyers in Las Vegas. I called lawyers in in L. I called lawyers in Minneapolis. I called lawyers in Chicago, and nobody could tell me. But I was referred to this group in Vegas, and I called them to actually talk to somebody. And I even talked to Dotsopoulos here in Missoula, and he's the number one. He's top lawyers. Of course, he's retired now, and I know him because I went to school with his nephews, and so we were family friends. And that's why I tried to get them to take on my case, and they said there is no class action lawsuit. Now we're also 12 years down the road. So, question is, has the statute of limitations gone out on this? And I hope not. But I would, anybody out there, if anybody knows about a Fukushima class action lawsuit, please let me know. I would like to get into it. I am due because I got dosed by Fukushima.
And you've got evidence. You've got evidence because you're at your doctor and your doctor said that.
They can tell exactly. Just
right. And they wanted to take out my entire thyroid, and I only let them take out half.
They can tell.
Excuse me.
They can tell exactly and it was, where the radiation came from, exactly which reactor, what part of the reactor.
Right, it's probably cesium-213 or. Yeah, and I'm amazed that they didn't turn in that information into the CDC. You know, one would assume. And I asked, and this is the top lady in the state, and she said, "Oh no, we don't report that." And I went, "Wow."
Wow. That's just shocking because
and, I mean, if I could, I'd get into the class action.
Kids too getting it.
Oh, and they're dumping it. You know, it's degraded compared. They're taking out some of the radiation, but a good portion of it they're dumping every day into the ocean now. And that's why they say do not. Absolutely, NOAA, National Oceanic Aeronautical Administration, announced about 3 years ago. Absolutely, do not eat any fish out of the Pacific Ocean. Period. Which really limits your seafood
checking
intake.
them cans when you get food. Yeah.
Yeah, and then if you have a Geiger counter, go to the coast and walk up to a black sand area along Santa Barbara or San Francisco or Coos Bay in Eugene, Oregon, or up there in it'd probably be stronger up there in Seattle and everything. But go up to a black sand area. Don't go up too close with a Geiger counter and watch that thing go ballistic. It'll go apeshit. So and it's the black sand is metal and it's radioactive.
I have a question as well. Would radiation from that second sun be affecting our eyes and everything?
Well, we have the magnetosphere of Earth to protect us from most of that. That's what our magnetosphere does, is it blocks out that incoming coronal material. We are getting more of it now. I've noticed that the red star, the standard red, gives us a better tan. You may notice that it's really hot and you burn right away, but you get actually a better tan than you used to from our normal dwarf yellow. Because I've noticed I'm really tan right now, and I don't even have to try. I just go outside and drive the car, and I got a tan. But if you roll down your your tinted window, and you like the other day you did that, Rebecca, where you roll down the window, you let the sun shine in your lap, and it's so hot you have to immediately roll that window right back up, and within minutes. And so yeah, I don't recommend even going out in the sun.
Tan,
Yeah. Well, I noticed you last week you were really red, Christoper.
Barbie tan.
Barbie.
And now,
oh boy.
Do you always tan or do you burn?
Well, I am not a redhead, but I am a blonde.
I do not get a tan ever. I burn. It doesn't matter. So
well, yeah, you're a ginger, so you can. He's going, no. You have a reddish Irish heritage.
Yeah.
And you 15 minutes and you're done. I'm a half hour. Other people, they can go out for hours. No, I'm a half hour out in the sun and I'm burning. But I'm blonde, and my daughter is Shiloh's a brunette's almost redhead, and she burns really fast too. So we have to get the skin stuff. We put the sunblock on her. I don't recommend it. It's not healthy, but I mean, if she's going to be out, she needs it.
Right. If you can find anything else besides sunblock that'll block the sun then get it.
Yeah, it's called clothes.
Right.
You know, the Arabs wear three or four layers for a reason.
Right. Yeah. When it's 115 degrees outside.
Yeah, they gotta keep that coolness in.
Yeah.
So
yeah, Andrea, I go purple as well. I go a sort of funny color, and then it's like, okay, well, ghost person in the sun, you know, like Scott. You always know the Scott line there. You're just like white. It's like you repel.
I think this is important to talk about. I mean, you know, we are learning now that we have two suns. Okay, and for me, my whole life, I burn in the summertime. I'm from, you know, the desert. I've had, you know, I don't want to say heat stroke. I don't know what that is, but I've had heat exhaustion where you start spinning, you throw up all over the place. It's awful.
Laying on the ground, you have no energy.
Oh, it's bad.
Headache, weakness.
Yeah, and then I just burn. Like when I was a kid, I used to, you know, I grew up in the 80s, right? Your parents had you out till the street lights came on. So I would come in with blisters all over my body. It was bad.
Yeah, I've had heat stroke twice. Once while working for the Parks Department and once coming home from school in high school.
Yeah, it's not fun.
I noticed that it changed because I remember at some point we're like really struggling to catch a tan, and then eventually it wasn't at all because we went out to do karate stuff in South Africa at the beach, and it was too hot to stand. You had to actually go in the water, and you could feel it was different already. That was 2016. Jeez,
Well, remember the second star, when the second star rose up from below Earth, along with the planets, and became visible in your area literally around 2010-ish. And it didn't get up here where we could visibly see it normally up until 2011 here. And that's when the sun started rising up in the northeast sky. And I recommend everybody out there that wants to look that information up, please do go back to 2011, and you'll see the transition of the sun, how all of everything changed. And I'm in awe that more people don't catch that. Or even the arc of the sun, like we talk about every show, high noon. It's so odd that people, and granted to them, you're 30 somethings and younger, probably don't even know what the old real sky used to look like or what the old arc of the sun used to be. Because, they didn't look up.
Right above you burn, man.
Right. That's where high noon, like the old, old westerns.
All the westerns, high noon.
High noon, yeah. And that's in Montana at noon.
Cowboy
the sun
hat.
is directly over the top of you and frying the top of your head.
That's why you had your cowboy hats.
Right. Yeah. I do not go out without. I do not go outside without a hat. Period. I have the little monk bald patch on the back and a receding hairline, and so I fry up top there, and I am not going outside without a hat because oh boy, 5 minutes later I'm in.
Yeah, that's not a fun place to get sunburnt.
No,
especially
that would be rather owy. Rather owy.
A whole new experience to combing your hair.
Yeah.
And that's what happened after Fukushima, because that whole top of my head got burnt too. Because I did go out without a hat because I ran outside chasing my lawn furniture. I didn't stop to put a hat or a coat on. I just went out because oh God, there goes the table, and so I ran out. And when I got the table first, and then I got the other 4 chairs, and by the time I came back in, and all
how
of that.
long ago did that happen after the?
It was like 12 or 14 days after Fukushima.
Wow.
And I believe April 9th, 2011 was the tsunami date.
Yeah.
I think it was April 9th. I could be wrong, but it was, it couldn't, or was it in March?
It was March 11, 2011.
Okay, March 11, 2011. Okay, you're right. I got April on the brain here. This, April 8th and April 9th were important to me this month.
Right.
The eclipse and then the anniversary of Montana Skywatcher. 14 years, April 9th. Yeah, or boo. 14 years. Oh my God. I spent 14 years doing this.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with that.
Oh my God. Dude,
I
get a
celebrated
life.
that day doing something completely different.
Okay, I can't even imagine what else I would have been doing. Wow.
Hey,
I mean, that's just
I think
big.
about that
It's a
too.
void hole. It's a black hole in front of me. What would I be doing if I wasn't doing that?
Yeah, can you imagine not being addicted to the clouds at all?
I would probably be making more tie-dye T-shirts.
Hey, that's fun. That's fun.
I have a whole ton of T-shirts and dyes and tubs and gloves and stuff, and I made a whole bunch for the girls, and then they complained about it, going, "Dad, you know, this one didn't turn out," and so I stopped.
Yeah, we want
But I
rainbow
have-
T-shirts now, Sam.
Yeah, I have a
Nice.
whole bunch of that. I have all of that stuff, and I do very much like making tie-dye T-shirts. I guess I really am a hippie.
You could sell them as your side thing. Huh.
Me, I don't sell things well. I actually give things away to people. As a matter of fact,
Right.
I'm wearing a Star Wars T-shirt today. Me and my T-shirts. Sheldon Cooper. Anyway,
has Rebecca watched Star Wars yet?
No, was I supposed to? Oh, I think I am supposed to.
Yeah, you have to catch up to the cultural
I have a lot
icons,
of
young
homework
lady.
to
All I
do.
remember is you
I
saying you
know.
haven't seen it yet.
Hey, it's not just me. Jesus is the very same. We look at each
I
other
can't
like,
believe that.
we get it.
Wait, Jesus
No
hasn't seen it
way,
either?
didn't
No.
watch them either. That's not. Yeah.
No.
I mean, there's like 8 movies, and then there's a whole series of cartoons, and there's all kinds of side books, and you name it. I read the Han Solo series every time I could get any new Han Solo book that came out. I was buying it off the shelf, going, I don't care, I want it. I don't care if this is lighter, terrible lighter. I want to read it.
Oh,
Oh, it was a video. Yeah, it was a Han Solo video.
Okay.
I know.
We're gonna have to
I do
rectify
have a
that.
lot of movies to catch up on.
And the last movie, and I
just-
hate to say this and be a spoiler, but spoiler alert. I remember being in the theater and watching Han Solo get killed, and there was this woman that went, "No!" and I've never forgotten that. I can still hear her head, her voice in my head going, "No!" I mean, it was like a teacher excruciatingly screaming in a classroom or something that while she's watching an animal being killed or something. I mean,
I know.
and I've never forgotten
really
that.
little moment in her life.
Yeah, it was.
I'm sure.
Yeah,
You seen that one?
yeah, it's a good movie.
You just have to see the comparisons with this movie, Rebecca, and what Sam has been talking about.
You need to have the education of what the Empire and the level of space and the ships and the varieties of races.
It's freaky.
It'll teach you
Just
really what's going
so
on
many
over the top
different
of
little
us right
things
now.
come on in your brain, and it just makes sense.
The Star Destroyer thing is just what? No,
So
it can't
so Sam, how accurate? Like 80%? It's 80% accurate, 90% accurate.
It's amazingly accurate.
Like
It's
99%.
spookily accurate. It's unbelievably accurate.
Like, how did they know? They knew what?
Yeah,
Are they time travelers? These people who wrote this movie? I don't know. How did they even? There's more than one thing in these series of movies. Just the first 3 movies from the 70s that Sam talks about that are in these movies that Sam's showed us that we've seen in the sky, and it freaks me out.
Oh my!
Oh, there's another thing just
What was the guy
started.
that I'm trying to think of? George Lucas.
Lucas.
Have you
George
ever
Lucas.
seen video? You can, everybody out there, look up George Lucas's interviews after he started the series, where he's in a studio talking to a guy interviewing him, and then look at the back of his head.
Oh.
Okay, what's going on with that?
Well, you got to
We're gonna have to
just
find
look
out.
it up.
That's their
I
extra
can't
credit.
describe it to you. You're going to have to go just look at George Lucas in an interview.
In the back of his
First person who
head?
posted on the Facebook website.
Right.
Yeah,
there
if
was
somebody
something
gets a copy of it, post it on Facebook, definitely, and that way everybody gets to see this. Yeah, I've often wondered as to his ethnic origin. Let's put it that way.
Oh, I see. He's got
Well,
connections.
okay. Say for instance, you're a faction, and you're up in space, And you kind of like those little guys on that planet, that little blue planet over there.
Yeah, they're cute.
And you know that they've got a bum shake going because you know the secrets about what their life really means. And if you were to raise them up, because you know it's coming, and you're part of the faction that wants to be, like, for example, the Pleiadian message, right. And they want to give us information. So how else would you do it?
Yeah. That's why
you would get them into a story. You would get them into a storyline, and this is one of the. I mean, this is right up there with Tolkien, you know, and Lord of the Rings. This is one of the most magnificent stories ever told, and they start in the middle. And actually, it was originally started out to be written about C-3PO and R2-D2, but then they went to chapter 5. Now the Droid series, it's called Droids. There's a comic series that starts before that, which is the early part of his story. But he had such a large, immense story that they started at chapter 5. Yeah. And you can see that on the first movie. It says chapter 5.
Yeah.
And there's so much background information that there's no way one guy came up with this out of his head unless it's a reality.
No.
And it is a reality. And
who is he related to?
Let's talk about the Jedi Force.
That one.
Let's talk about Jedi powers. Just mentioning you, when I mention the word Jedi, you wouldn't believe what my body does. Every hair on my body stands up, and I immediately touch source. Boom.
Wow.
And may the source be with you, and be ready for May the 4th, because that's Star Wars Day, May the 4th. Because then everybody says, "Yeah, May the 4th be with you."
No kidding.
And I every year I celebrate May the 4th.
Okay.
Yeah, we have Star Wars marathons, and I watch all 8 movies. And I'm shooting for 115.
Well, there's hope for you yet, Rebecca.
Right.
I have seen and counting.
I'm hoping for one.
Yeah,
but I'll have to be watching it on our platform by then, hopefully.
This May the 4th, I will see it for my 115th time.
Oh my gosh.
115 times.
Oh my God.
Have you got
I've been counting since 1980 how many times I've watched this movie. And all of them and then now granted, I haven't watched the new ones 115 times, but I have 115 times sat through the entire series where I played all the movies and, brought my pops and my pizzas and my popcorn and my chips in the living room. And I have had non-stop binge watching of the entire series of Star Wars, and I will do it again.
Yeah.
Because then I go to there. Then I'm there because after 8 hours of Star Wars, you are there. I'm in that world by then.
Right.
And Rebecca, you have to watch the series.
I know. Okay, so I got to start with the very first one. So
start with number 1. Yeah, you can't start in the middle.
I mean, I've seen it. I went to the theater when I was like 8 years old, but it was more for my brother. He was, the age that appreciated
I'm Luke Skywalker. So. I'm here to rescue you. Yeah.
And you won't have to go through all of the movies to see what Sam is trying to show us. The first movie basically gives you everything.
Yeah, the bar scene alone.
Right.
The bar scene alone.
I do remember that one. I do.
Okay.
I've seen that. Right. And that's accurate. You're saying they have little bars.
Well, and then when you get up to the point where you're like, movie 5 or 6, it changes a little darker. But the whole scenario, what you're trying to learn is that there's an evil dark force that's trying to control the entire galaxy. And yet there's a force of individuals, which are the rebels. And there's multiple factions, including little guys who aren't part of factions, who are trying to just get by and rob and steal and cheat and pull and, Mos Eisley, spaceport where the Empire is barely there. It's like going to Pirates Cove and all of this. And you'll once you watch the series, it will raise you up to understanding of what a multi-faction universe with multi-races truly can mean.
So
Yeah, I have a lightsaber in the bedroom. I have
I had a
turned on.
lightsaber birthday cake that my sister-in-law made me when I was 50.
Cool.
So is it?
I even have an adult-sized Kylo Ren outfit. I have the original Darth Vader black skull. You know, with the one you put
Have
on
us
your
all
head.
dressed up in our costumes.
Voice
for my
simulator is
birthday.
broken, but it's old. But I have an original Darth Vader's helmet. Not a copy, not a knockoff. I have one of the original ones.
Oh, cool.
And
Where
it's
did you get
kinda
that?
dusty currently. I bought it in the 80s when they first came out with them, and they were unfortunately they're children's size, so it's a little tight. You know, I've got a nose.
On your head.
I have a patrician nose, and so the tip of my nose does stick out a little farther than most people's. So it's a little, you know, I got to squish it down to put the mask on, but you know.
So would you say it's one faction is controlling Earth or multiple factions for different
Well,
parts
Earth
of
isn't
the Earth?
mentioned in Star Wars, but
Uh-huh.
no. Well, there's the Empire, and once you get through, and then there's the First Order is at the end of the movie after the Emperor is supposedly killed, but then he's saved by the Dark Forces and put on life support and still continues to live, and then he builds Snook, and then he's still running the whole evil empire in the background while they're getting ready to take over the entire universe again. So yeah, there's a long twisted plot line.
Yeah, but I heard a story as well about the pyramids here on Earth. And they're it's the Sphinx, eh? Underneath the Sphinx is something called the Halls of Amenti, where they were meant to have gone to rejuvenate themselves.
Wow.
Well, there's supposedly a library of knowledge under there or whatever, and they've actually finally even talked about the opening on the top of the head of the Sphinx, which they never showed, and they're actually showing the opening on one of the pyramids. There's a cap on the top also, and it's a metal thing. So they're finally starting to release information. And now the Sphinx there's also in front of the Sphinx, and they don't talk about that either. There's this huge temple directly in front of the Sphinx that it goes back all the way to the last cycle, prior to the last cycle. So 1800 BC, and then if you go, and then now they're also talking about Noah's Ark and everything going back 2 cycles and all of this. So you have to.
But they were saying that Sphinx is really old, Sam, like past 12,000 years old. Actually, older.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Somewhere between 12,000 and 18,000.
And it was at one point in time, it was under seawater. Now, everybody else should take into account the Sahara Desert was not always a desert. And during the Ice Age, it was a tropical, lush green area where civilization still lived, including the eye of the Sahara, and all of these. And they're just now releasing all this information about the seabed or the riverbeds underneath the deep sand in the Sahara.
It's amazing what people can actually see what with drones and
you
stuff
can see,
now, so they can hide it.
Well, how else do you feed a population big enough to build the Sphinx without having wheat? You can't import that much. You grew it right there. It was local, and you go even into the temples and the stuff that were farther to the west of where the main Egyptian temples and the pyramids and all the main cities, Cairo, etc. Over to the west of that, there are other civilizations or earlier cities and stuff that were pretty much buried by the Sahara. Now they're also building a brand new temple in a new temple city outside of Cairo.
Oh,
and yeah, they're building a brand new capital, believe it or not. I wonder how they afford that. Probably we're paying for it,
See here, I also heard that way back then they used harmonics and sound frequency in that to raise up objects.
Om chant, which is the Buddhist monks know about that, and they've actually moved. And I saw a film from the early 40s, and it's black and white, and it's very scratchy, and I don't know if you can still find it, but where they were actually lifting 100-ton blocks with Om chant and drum sounds and horns by the Buddhists. And it was highly controversial at the time, but I actually watched it happen on film, and they can't Photoshop 1940 film.
No.
And I watched that happen, and I hope somebody gets a copy of that someday, and maybe it was,
See, Michael Tellender was doing stuff like that in South Africa. Before I left, I actually found, we went to Stellenbosch University to listen to somebody's daughter playing her cello finale for her music degree. And they were talking about a place where they'd gone to see a display of something of his. And it was one of the rocks, and it was fucking balanced like that, and it made a harmonic sound. And they were talking about how if you go to something called Adam's Calendar in Zimbabwe, you can see where the harmonics of the earth actually made these circular things in the mud, because earth was like more muddy and volatile back at that phase of wherever it was that particular, it was circular, man. You could see it from the sky, and they found it, these guys flying over it once from South Africa, and they looked down and they went, whoa, look at all those circles in the ground. Like, how do you get that? And they were talking about how the harmonics of earth had actually created these circular depressions, and if you go and look at them all, it's just incredible, really incredible.
Well, an example of the fact that, you know, there are other civilizations prior to ours that had high tech, and we talk about these what are known as cyclopic stones, and you know, these 100 or 10,000 ton or 100,000 ton stones that we can't even move to this day.
Yeah.
And if you go to the Temple of Jupiter, there's 3 of them in a row that are perfectly placed, that no human mechanism that we know of can even place those. And that's just one of the examples all around the world where these massive stones have been moved and cut, mind you, by some tool that we don't even know about.
Perfection as well, eh?
Right. Perfection. And you know, and then the Nazca stones and all of that. And so everybody's got to just realize that, you know, and this is part of what the thinking that has to change in us, is that we don't go back just 10,000 years or 30,000 or 40,000 years from hunter-gatherers, and then Homo erectus and the different stages of mankind. There was a lot, and everybody still to this day thinks that when we had the Ice Age, that the whole Earth was frozen, and it wasn't. And
Denisovian.
Yeah, those were people that were actually, it was an entirely genetic group, genetically isolated, that actually lived well in ice regions and could function at 11,000 feet. And they were literally immune to being altitude sickness and all this, because they did live there normally. So there's a whole history of mankind that modern day science is just oblivious to. So I was going to say, I almost said Gordon Michael Scallion, but that's not the guy. Graham Hancock, and watch a bunch of his material. And he's pretty accurate. He's done his homework. Although I think he's missing the binary solar system. But
that's sad, isn't it? Because they're almost there, but they don't have that other key feature that would make the story whole. And
well, there's that credibility thing, and actually being able to go on tour and sell books. Because look at my credibility. I've been doing this for 14 years, and I still can't get more than 500 people to listen to me at any given time. And I know I've got 80 and 100,000 followers, but I don't think all of them are checking in daily. I wish they would.
What about that Billy Carson? Because he's talked about there being a binary system.
I don't know who he is.
Oh, I'll get a copy on TikTok, and I'll let you listen to it. Yeah.
I had a book thing as well that I got from, it's a Wayne Herschel, who's also from South Africa, but he used it's more the Pleiadian and the star systems maps and things like that, and Atlantis as well comes into it, because obviously Lemuria, they all went down when we had that flooding.
Hey, if you cross-reference that with the cycles of the passing of the planets, it answers
Yeah, you
so
can do
many
that.
of the where did these guys come from. And if you go back into the elongated skulls in
Marquez.
early Aztec area, I'm not going to say Aztec and Mayan because there was, of course, the other groups of people prior to that. There were huge civilizations in South America and thousands of years old that they're not even a kind. And here they're talking in the 1300s. No, even farther back. And no matter what, science is just barely trying to drag this wagon with square wheels forward one step at a time. And there's just so much more going on. Nice book.
Have you seen this one?
Unfortunately, the problem with it is that, most human information is mixed up with a gobbledygook of cross-referenced material seen only through our solar system as us having, Mercury, Venus, Earth, Moon, Jupiter, Saturn, Neptune, Uranus, Pluto, etc. And people we've been so programmed into believing that, we've only been hunter-gatherers.
Can we phone these guys up, and tell them, like, yo, dude, you're missing that other bit. You're, watch out.
But there's no way to look that up. Anunnaki with the elongated skulls, right, George, thank you. The early rulers of the Egyptian dynasties, the early Anunnaki had misshapen skulls. There are misshapen skeletons in the Mayan and the Incan temples. And remember, they built temples upon temples.
Skulls you're talking about. Yeah.
Well, elongated skulls, and the gentleman that I spoke to from off the planet had an elongated skull.
Wow.
Was it similar to that?
Well, I only saw the skeletons, but I did see a very human-looking guy with a really weird elongated skull. And I mean, like somebody put a cantaloupe on the back of his head, elongated, a small cantaloupe. But anyway.
So he was tall, eh? You said he's tall.
Yeah, very tall. He wore white, this big. It's literally like an angel cloak. I didn't see much of his body. I saw his hands, his neck, and his head. And the rest was in clothes, very heavy, covered white clothing. And he stood there and talked to me for a couple hours, or what seemed like I didn't have a stopwatch.
What was he wearing?
White, this big white robe, like straight from the chest line down, almost like medieval robes or a wizard's cloak or religious robes.
Yeah.
And, I can see why people would call them angels. Because anyway, full length all the way to the ground, So
yeah, I can just imagine. It must have been so overwhelming.
I think I was beyond overwhelmed. When they hit the off switch, it's kind of like you go into a dream state and you can't move, and you can scream inside your head. You can you're awake because you're screaming inside your own mind, but you can't move you can't do anything. You're just off, but you're on, but you're off. And then the little gray guys come loading up out of the ship, and they pick you up and they carry you in, and they throw you on a gurney, and then they take you into the little room and take their samples and examine you under the lights, and their little clicking and chirping as they talk to each other around you, and yeah. And there's more details, but I'm not going to share that.
It sounds really scary. I mean,
when the light first went around me, and this is stupid, I'm gonna admit to something I haven't admitted to. When the light on the ground came on the ground, it wasn't around us; it was in front of us. And I was one of those idiots that went, "Oh, take me with you." And I've never admitted to that. And my friends stayed back hesitantly. One of them had a rifle in his hands and everything. Yeah, and
you can imagine.
Well, when in Montana, when you go camping armed. Every time I go up I always carry my 45 when I go, and sometimes I'll even bring my AK, which is heavy, by the way, because I got the Chinese stock on it, and a very large clip. But anyway, I've cut down a few trees in my time with it, target practice. But so I walked into the ring of light. And then I couldn't move. and then of course they came in as well to check it out a few moments later, and I kind of feel like I maybe precipitated it a little bit sooner than I should have been a little more fearful, but I wasn't. And I wasn't, even on the table when I woke up on the table, which is something that most humans don't do. And that's why they took me aside and put me in the restraint, which is a knee cuff that comes up underneath your knees. And there's a shaft between, and then your handcuffs go clicking into that. So you're in this 4-way set of handcuffs while I sat at the bench in the lander craft, in the spiral 2-decker disc ship, and the door was open and I could see the forest, and then I could see the white craft and the crash carts and all the supply carts that they had in the main white room that I was in. And I sat there and waited, and then they let me go, and I went out and they talked to me after they looked up who I was. Will be, because
So
the Canadians are from the future.
Like on a computer, they looked you up on a computer or something.
They didn't tell me where, but he said, we looked up who you are.
Huh.
And then he told me huge chunks of my life, and I had a time, and I was trying to pull all of this information in and try and memorize it, and some of it wasn't not very nice. And when you're told parts of your life that are rough to handle, like relationships going south, etc., you don't want to hear that. And so I had him skip through pieces on purpose, because it's like, I don't want to know that. I don't want to know that. Please move on. And then, of course, I got the information about the past history of the planet and all sorts of stuff that sort of clicked but didn't, and all the names of the planets and this and that and the other thing, and the condition of what we really are, and as humans. And I try to share a little bit of that at a time with people out there. But I mean, I'm going to give you a reason to come back to the next show. And also a reason to have that campfire copy, in person. I'll tell you what different story than I can tell you here.
I know. I'm looking forward to that. To get the conclusion of things. Yeah.
And who knows? Maybe someday we'll get to Comic-Con.
I know.
If we become,
I know.
If we become famous enough, we would rate that.
They did comics about us.
Well, I don't know how Comic-Con works. I don't know if you have to be invited as a guest speaker. I don't know if you have to pay for it or what. And then, of course, we'd literally have to fly my computer up with me. And I was amazed that Comic-Con was in New York. I thought it was always in Vegas. Always. I didn't know. I didn't know they moved it around.
Movies I've seen also was there as well.
It's a different location.
We'll be looking, forward to a show in Las Vegas. To have our own Comic-Con if we have to or whatever. We'll see what happens. But that's only after we become well known and actually get an income from membership, and so that none of us I know can afford to fly anywhere. I can't afford a bus. So
I know.
Yeah.
I couldn't I'd have to take my daughters with me. Of course, they're actually old enough now that if I left enough food in the house, I would entirely be completely not worried, because they can, well, I hope they don't burn the house up, with the stove or something, but
they're probably fine.
I just made myself paranoid.
No, I know.
I wouldn't, I mean, the older they get, the less, Nova's 17 now, so
right.
And they're completely fine by themselves at home. I don't have any worries in that department.
But they may not want to miss out on Comic-Con if given the opportunity.
Yeah, because they like cosplay and everything, and Nova at one point in time did actually ask me to buy her a furry suit, and I went no.
Yeah,
that phase that people went through with the furries.
I guess
and
I do
she was
know.
exposed to it, and I don't think she was into the full cult measure of the furries, including the sexual aspect therein. But to them, just some kids were wearing furry costumes to school, and so she wanted one too. And I said, "You know how much they cost?" And she went, "No." And I said, "I'm not buying you one." And well, you can make one, Dad. You can do anything. I made her things in the past where Dad I can sew, and I'm not a great sewer, but I've sewn things. I've tried to be mom also for them as well in the past. And so, Dad, you can make one. I know you can. It's like, yeah, well, let's go look at how much fur cost. And then we started looking into what it would take to make a furry suit. And I drop a couple of grand just into the stuff to make it.
Oh yeah.
Oh boy.
So,
I see. Okay.
I was like, no, we're not doing that.
Right.
And
Yeah,
I don't usually try to tell them no often, but there are every once in a while I have to say no.
I bet they're on Amazon. I bet.
Oh yeah, oh absolutely.
Yeah.
Where do you think we were looking them up? Look, Dad, it's only $2,000.
Yeah, sure enough,
Yeah,
they
what's
are
your
pretty
PIN number
pricey.
again?
Like $500 and $600. Yeah, I see it now. But here's a jumpsuit for $30. Yeah, but most are in the hundreds, $400 or $500.
That means they've
I
come down in price.
Is it okay?
Yeah,
here's
they were
600.
expensive, and of course there are people that are famous for certain ones, and those ones that Dad, I want that model only. No, you gave me the purple one, that kind of thing. You can't buy the knockoff; you end up buying the one they want.
Like Pikachu, Pikachu onesies. kind of
Right,
like that.
right. Boy, we
I
are
have-
talking a lot about the sky today, aren't we?
Well, I do have that video from Billy Carson. I'd like to get your opinion on, where you all differ, because I hear this recording occasionally on TikTok. Let me get it pulled back up. And
I had not heard of him.
I know you recognize him when you see him. You probably
Perhaps,
will.
yeah.
There's also
Our solar
Terrence
system
Howard as well.
that had something orbiting it, they hypothesized it's a brown dwarf star. Well, now it's not a hypothesis anymore. They found that we're living in a binary solar system. We don't live in a
I
star
love
system
this guy.
with one star. It's binary, too. There's a brown dwarf orbiting way far beyond the orbit of Pluto, and we have our yellow sun. The brown dwarf is a very small star. You can only see it in infrared mode. However, the gravitational mass is the same as our sun. Rogue planets are, they're everywhere. This is rogue planets nearly double in number with a new discovery. That's because of this merger from the Sagittarius dwarf galaxy. Here's another one.
See, where he's
Sun is
throwing
mine
in that
and
term dwarf, and that's an offset. That's a mistake.
Okay.
And that is the mistake of human information cross-referencing with old legends, because the brown dwarf is not a brown dwarf star. A brown dwarf galactic body is what I believe Imaru is what that other guy, the Carlos guy, may have actually got footage of, or telescopic evidence of, way back in the 80s. And that's the same thing that David Talbot in Thunderbolts Project and all these guys they're cross-referencing these items, and they're unfortunately mislabeling them. That we know that the second star is bigger. It's not a brown dwarf, it's a standard red. We know that because of observation. We saw it come in, and it is bigger than our star. So unfortunately, he is parroting information that he's learned from human information. But I love the man other than that.
Right.
And this is how drastically important it is that we stick on the facts and not run off of human information, because it's skewed. It's misrepresented. It's toned down. And the reason that we say what we say is not from learning it from the guy in the 80s, or from Zachariah Sitchin, or from Immanuel Velikovsky, or from Graham Hancock, or any of those guys. Our information comes from sightings.
Right.
We have watched all of these planets come in one after another, and we know the count. We know the names. We found the Pleiadian message in 2008, 2009, and then I kept a copy of it, and I went, holy crap, these names match what I was told directly from an extraterrestrial. And I didn't remember all of the names, but I remembered Nibiru, and I believe I remember Yuri and that. And when I saw those names and I saw that it was multiple planets on that video, I went, wow, I know this. This matches my
It
paper.
must have been quite incredible when you suddenly put it two together. It was like, oh.
Well, it didn't, at that time I was also oblivious about the basis of information and the basis of unbelievable vast speculation information. Because I thought that, you know, at that time, 2008, 2009, I thought, well, we're getting real information here. But all the way up until 2010, I had to learn and relearn that 90% of everything I read was bullshit. Completely
Nicole
wrong,
says she's coming
absolutely
shortly.
inaccurate,
Right.
total misinformation. Nope.
Right. And you knew immediately that that's what it was. It was, and you weren't just running with that information.
Right. And then we watched the planets come in one after another.
Wow.
And then we waited like 2.5 years to actually give the names of the planets to them. And we've stuck with it. And it's panned out to be accurate all the way across the board for 14 years now. And you can go ahead and continue to play that if you'd like.
Can, sure.
Yeah, I'll watch some more of it.
Starless rogue planets roaming through our galaxy.
Right there. Listen
They're
what he
everywhere
said.
because of this merger. This is what.
Stop again. Hit pause. He said starless rogue planets.
No.
There are starless rogue planets that have broke away from their systems. But this, what he's talking about, is not the case with the binary twin group because they're not rogue. And that's where everybody planet X is on the way. And then nobody associated that it had to have a star with it. Because people are going to be living on that, the Anunnaki. They have to have a star.
Oh, excuse me, cough drop time.
Yeah, so
Nicole says she's coming and she's doing the pictures that we sent to her, Rebecca. She'll be watch for her shortly.
I wonder what his motivation behind doing this is.
Interesting, isn't it?
I love the guy because he's at least he started out right with binary. Boom.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And we're attacked. We always have been, always will be.
What created
And we
the
have
problem in the beginning stages of our solar system, which created a broken Tiamat, which turned into an asteroid belt, which then gave us the ability to have life here on Earth.
Tiamat.
We live in a binary solar system. Binary means we have two. Our yellow sun, it looks yellow from Earth, but in truth, reality, it's
And the red.
white. But because of light diffraction, all right, the way that light comes through the atmosphere, and then light is fractalized and broken apart.
That also has to do with distance.
We primarily see the yellow color. However, there's another sun out there that orbits our sun, and that sun is a brown dwarf.
The other way around.
And that brown
Wrong.
dwarf has planets orbiting it. And this is now mainstream known.
The brown
well-known
dwarf,
science.
Imaru,
Pseudoscience. That's something I made
star.
up. It's actually in the astrophysics books now. There's another object orbiting our sun with planets orbiting it. It's in the inner Oort cloud zone is what they call it in astrophysics. The
No, it's
inner
not.
Oort cloud zone.
It's not.
We don't live in a
No.
star system.
No, it's not.
Orbiting it.
Is it like
It's in the-
Travis?
That whole
it's in the,
system is way bigger than the inner Oort
zone,
cloud
what they call
system.
it in astrophysics, the inner Oort cloud zone. But it's beyond the orbit of Pluto, and it orbits our sun every 4,200 years. There's
Wrong.
a planet orbiting it that's 4 to 6 times larger than Earth.
Bingo.
This is the famed
7 to
Nibiru,
10.
the ancient Sumerian tablets in the Enuma Elish. Okay, it does exist, and it's out there, still orbiting till this very day. And what we found out in astrophysics
pause.
is binary star systems are
Trying to get that disc back.
Okay.
Do you see the smear overs that the British Museum put over the top of 2 sections of this disc?
Yeah, they said it was all smeared up, hey?
No, they put clay over the top of it to block it.
Yeah.
That way you
Yeah, so
can't
you wouldn't see the real
No,
stuff on
those are star chart acquisition tables for the transfer of the commodities. And if they're captured on Earth, they just throw it on the ground and it breaks.
Wow.
So what would the Koch nose stone be? Because that was showing things as well. I mean, that's very obviously a star
Well,
map.
if you look at this, and I've got a blow up of this, I've studied this for years. They're covering up. If you see that there's a planet sticking out just at the edge of it, of the top of the middle of that smear right there.
Mm-hmm.
There's a big circle there, and you barely see it. But they smeared the British Museum smeared clay over the top of it, so that equationary, which is what that is. That's acquisition to how to go from Earth to Nibiru.
Unbelievable.
That's the acquisition capture table for the pilots who would fly down land, pick up the commodities, fly back up. And that way, if they were captured here on Earth, they would just take that disc, which was made of clay, and throw it on the ground or step on it, and it would be broken. And that way, no one could capture their information.
Wow.
And I think there's like 3 or 4 of them in possession, in human possession, in museums.
Incredible.
I think British Museum has at least 2 of them. But yeah, I've studied this for years.
Yeah, they would, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And the smear over is a smear over, clay on top, not etchings being removed.
Unbelievable they would do something. I mean, I could.
But they have an original of that.
Well, you can't lay that in a case.
No.
And let some guy who's a science nut from hell, who a math wizard, walk up and go, "Hey, you know what this means?" And this way, if there's clay over the top of it, then they go, "Okay, it's an incomplete equation. I can't even begin to ponder it." And because I'm like that too. If sometimes the chair is in the way, I'm not going to go into the room. If you follow me, and if it's an open, and then my mind can wander in there freely, and I can know something beyond measure. It's sort of like any Common Core math. I look at that and go, I'm not going to answer this for you 4 times. I'll answer it once, and that's kind of how I see things in my brain. My brain's set. And it's either obvious or sometimes I'll avoid it until it dawns on me. But anyway, right. I digress into silliness. But anyway. Yeah, unfortunately.
So where will this real one be? Is this like a fake one?
He's right there. It's saying Sumerian star map. That's exactly what it is. It's how to get from Earth to Nibiru.
Yeah, but will they have like a real one, like a whole one somewhere?
Oh, sure they do, Gillian. You know they have something.
Oh, yeah. That's why I said I think they have 2 of them, and I think there's 2 more.
Yeah.
One in somewhere in the Arab countries, and I believe there is one in the German countries, perhaps Poland or Germany or Switzerland or whatever.
Probably more like
Switzerland. I mean, it's been many years since I read about these tablets, but I've been studying that for a long time.
Yeah, it just totally reminds me of the Cochno stone stuff here in Scotland.
Wow, that's awesome.
It's equation tables how to orbit from one planet to the other.
Binary star systems are common. It's actually rare that you have a single star in a solar system. It's actually extremely rare. Binary and trinary star systems are actually more common than not.
Wow.
Okay.
The equinox and realizing
in the Orion system, for example,
speeding up in precession. So why would our sun speed up? That raised a big question in my mind. So I started researching. Our sun is speeding up. It's got to have doing it for breakaway speed. And that's when I came to the conclusion early on that we must be orbiting another star. But how come we can't see it? So I started researching that and found out that there are red dwarfs and brown dwarfs, which now my theories that I wrote about all these years have just now been verified because the science
the sun is in a binary star.
We're in a binary star.
Because he hasn't taken into account.
It's been verified.
The difference was what he's talking about is astrophysics here, and he's not taking into account subatomic chemistry, which is the difference between gravitational and the difference between electrical universe. We are a chemistry equation. That's all the electric, all the placement, all the bodies, all the atomic weight, our star size, how our star works is all based on atomic interaction in chemistry, which is the unification model that modern science has yet to find. Hofman, 1978.
That's great.
I'm glad you said that again because I was trying to find that on a recording, for something else I'm working on. So I couldn't remember it word for word, but I knew I've heard you say that many times.
Unification model that Einstein did not have. And I did equations that he could never finish. And that's why the government came to me and wanted me to, just think what you could do, but you have to do it our way. And here's the keys to your house and your car, and that house was on an Air Force base and at Langley, and I was going to be there. I was going to be basically a prisoner, because once you get to too much classified information, they don't let you walk around without somebody going with you everywhere you go. And I didn't want that life, and I was being lied to, and I knew that. And they weren't telling me the whole story, and I knew that. And you guys know that I know things, and when somebody's not straight with me, I can feel it. And I did have my first contact was with Major Ed Dames, and you can look that up too. And that was, of course, with the remote viewing far seeing project, which you can look up. And they reauthorized it. The last time I knew about was in 2003. I don't know when they did it again. I don't look it up anymore. I did once, and that's when they came in and fried half my house.
Yeah, I remember reading about
I spent time. Excuse me.
What? You're glitching out, Sam.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, it must be me. I'm talking.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, I was talking again. They don't want you to hear.
Every time that happens, when we get into something like that,
Yeah, I heard about that guy in the book I read about the far-seeing stuff.
I think I was breaking the rules again. I think I was breaking the rules again, and they shut me up.
Well, let's see. I do have some other videos to share if you want to take a peek.
Notice I haven't had a problem. I have not had a problem we've been here for 3 hours, and I haven't blurbed out once until I start talking about the project that they recruited.
Just one show. Yeah. Just one show, you guys. Just one show where you just
get donuts and coffee. We'll be boring. We promise.
You know.
Isn't it amazing? Every time I start letting out semi-classified information, it was declassified, for God's sakes. What, I can't talk about it?
I read that stuff in a book that somebody published about a guy that got hit in the head he was a military guy in Iraq or something, and he started far-seeing as well. And Ed Dames was one of the dudes that they talked about how they did the control, how people wrote on the pads and
what they do is they give you
numbers and things.
Yeah, they give you a target picture, or they give you a book to read about the target, or whatever. They give you information on the target, and then you go into a room and you sit at a table, and they give you the big yellow legal pad and a couple of pens, and then you just in your head think about doodling, and you draw everything you see, and you write down information if it's written or whatever. Some people draw, some people write. And that's what we did. Because of my test scores, because of my bloodline abilities, and I do have clairvoyant abilities, and I also have a government-rated very high IQ. And because of that, that's why I was recruited. And hopefully that didn't blurb out.
No, that came through fine.
Isn't that funny? The moment I start literally, that is another example that the moment I start reaching into classified stuff with the government, they blurb me out. Wow. We are not speculating at this point. This happens all too often, and always right when I start telling secrets.
Yeah. It's noticeable. It's not a coincidence.
Nope. No. Hi out there. I hope you're enjoying the show. Maybe you'll learn something too. Wow.
Yeah, we're just waiting for more pictures to arrive of our lovely planets.
It is a little bit frightening. It crosses my mind that maybe I'm being a little dangerous, and I just spun out again. I don't know why.
These pictures, these are from Alexander in Germany.
Awesome.
And they're recent, like today. I think he said today or yesterday.
That, of course, is Atu's moon.
Yeah. I was going to say, you could see that. You really can once you understand, you know. Actually, there's two.
Yep, big blue center, Atu's moon, Atu with Yuri behind it. And that, of course, is Saturn's yellow moon with partially Saturn sticking its face out. And the long box cube is in the shot, although it's a little warbly looking. But yeah, that's long box cube. It's like a big index finger sticking up.
I was gonna say you can always tell it's like that
misshapen.
when you see that the sun. Whenever you see it's to the right of our sun, it's like it's always going to be Ice Saturn.
Oh wow! Look at that. Yeah, totally.
And the side orb is there.
Okay.
That's the tip of the finger.
Look at that! Wow.
Pretty, pretty.
And there's probably a Star Destroyer parked on the lower left of it. Excuse me, the lower right. See that whiter cloud right there? That misshapes the whole ball game. But that is probably a Star Destroyer parked right next to the long box cube. And of course, the green asteroid is in front of that, in the bottom of this blip. So that's why it looks weird. There's like 3 or 4 different things right there at the same time, and it's in front of a Saturn's yellow moon, and it's
all the layers.
Yep.
Yeah.
And because we've been staring at it for over a decade, I recognize it automatically.
Wow.
All right. Alex has confirmed it's from today, April 13th. So.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Excellent capture.
Alex. There it is again.
Yeah, look at how that white
line
is glowing. See that white line that's really bright and has a centralized, almost flare off the top of it? That's probably a refraction off the deck of a big, huge Star Destroyer.
Oh, cool.
Okay.
And go watch Star Wars. You'll know what I mean.
Thank you, Georgie.
Dun, 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 dun.
Oh, you mean that's whoa, look at that. Yeah, the butt of something. Nice one.
I don't know where we're looking now. That kind of looks like Atu's moon in front of Yuri and the Salamander asteroid group coming in from the left. Although that streak going from top to bottom or bottom to top, depending on your point of view, is a little odd. Boy, my kids are having fun in the other room.
I think
what are they doing?
They're cackling like 2 little girls. They're laughing their backsides off. I was just hoping it wasn't coming across the mic. It'd be funny if it did, but they're having a great time.
Oh, good.
We got a new game, probably one I wouldn't approve of.
Oh, a new game.
They're into this anime karate people now. This is where Shiloh's doing a lot of her drawings over. And I tried to get some of her drawings for you, Gillian, but she didn't want to part with them. She said, well, you could post them. And then I had them on my desk for about 2 days, and I never got to it. So she took them back. But I will get you guys a shot of her drawings.
I want a picture, man.
Yeah.
Well, Shiloh is really private. She's way more private than I am. And she's such a good kid. Oh, God. I love that child. Anyway.
We could share her pictures. Maybe she'd share them on the show with us. Like take pictures.
Well, she even has a TikTok account that she uses to post her edited videos, and she's got like 50 members or something that watch her stuff. But she actually is very good at it. And I'm hoping someday they'll get their butt in here and do some work for me. Teach me how to do. And
that's why they were here.
Yeah, I'm going to have them teach me some stuff that I don't know.
Yeah.
Because they grew up with this media and I did not.
What did
my first computer use was on a teletype, for God's sakes.
Yeah. I was just curious what she draws most of. Like, what is her favorite? Like anime?
Well, her favorite is tip of my tongue again. My Hero Academia. And you can look that one up if you want to.
Okay, My Hero Academia.
Well, just type in My Hero Academia on your phone, and I think they're in season 6 now.
Okay. I'll have to look that one
And
up.
they're into these karate games that have to do with My Hero Academia.
Huh. I'm kind of out of the loop. When my kids are all grown, I don't know anything that's current.
Yeah, they kind of sneak past you in their own lives, don't they?
It's totally.
Hey, that
totally.
to me very much reminds me of the base cloud of Nepenthe.
Oh, okay. I did not know. I thought maybe it's an asteroid or something, but yeah.
No, it has the basic shape of the base cloud of Nepenthe. See the green edge at the bottom?
Yes, I do.
There's a hint of green hiding here.
Yeah. Interesting. Wow, that's cool.
And at sunset, that it can be standing there. Well, to the right will be Saturn's yellow moon, which is in this shot also. Slightly behind the base cloud in Nepenthe. Now remember, the base cloud is not at the bottom of the planet; it is below the planet. So you go up about an inch, and you've got the pinch bottom of Nepenthe, but Saturn's yellow moon is behind it and over to the right middle. And you could even have the open core of Nepenthe over a little bit to the left even. The base cloud is not always directly underneath, because we know from the snorkel drop, and we know from Attu's snail foot, that sometimes it'll go off to the side depending on the path, eddy direction that it's going away from. It sort of leaves the base cloud slightly behind. And I think that's an interaction with our upper atmosphere, way out in space, 2,000 miles, etc., which is beyond our satellites and everything else. Yeah, tipped axis.
Yeah. Thing.
I think we're seeing Attu's moon, and then Nepenthe behind it, and then Uri to the left in the background, and then the orangey at the horizon sunset area would be where Saru would be at sunset. And again, I've been seeing the illumination underneath the bottom of the planets after sunset in the north by northwest sky, mostly northwest. Saw it last night again. And at my time, it's like about 9:10, 9:15. It's dark here. And of course, that's Mountain Standard Time.
You're talking about Nepenthe being in the northwest? Is that what you said?
No. At sunset, Nepenthe would be due west, above.
Right. What's it?
And
Navarro,
Uri
right?
and Attu and stuff will be in the southwest by straight above us. Southwest on that side of the sun, because remember, the sun just moves over and the planets always stay predominantly to their side, but they do a little wiggle over the top of us in the middle where they placement, and you can even see a level of green in this shot as well, and that tells me that Nepenthe is behind Attu and Attu's moon in this shot. And they rotate and they do the dance over the top of our heads.
There's a drawing you have that's perfect for this one too.
Yeah.
There is
the one with Nepenthe behind, and
Yes. I'll have to find that.
And see, look at the center asteroid just above the tree in the middle. See that little finger point again, Christoper?
Yeah.
Do you see the finger point on the face of this asteroid again?
Yes.
That's the one we were talking about. That was a red asteroid in a couple of shots ago, early at the beginning of the show.
There's
that finger point again on the front of the red asteroid, and the little sister is to the left, right beside her. And so the salamander asteroid group and the tan asteroid is in the upper middle left, and then you're looking at the bottom of that whole dark blue area is Uri, and you can see the rounded edge. And the white illuminated area in the background center is the side of Saru, light blue green. And in this one is Saturn going over our head, or no, over to the right. That's probably the spiral asteroid dead center coming down from the left. And it's all changing at sunset. Now I've got to go back outside at night and start watching more. This is all changing on us again. Every time we learn it, it changes.
Yeah, it felt different last couple of days, like it was changing.
Yeah, they're all, we don't even know how fast this is going to occur here. This looks like, this looks like the Uri thing that I saw, because it almost looks like there's a base cloud dead center in the middle of this picture. And this is probably the Tan asteroid and the Salamander asteroid group coming in from the left. And up there someplace should be the skull. And it kind of is.
Yeah, I've been looking for the skull too. It felt like it should be there because
I think I'm seeing it tip to the side, and I think I'm seeing the center mass right there at the middle, just left of middle top is where the skull asteroid should be.
No, I'm sorry I wasn't paying attention there for a second, but I just got word from my dad. He actually took pictures today. So I sent you some of them.
Wow.
So
Cool.
maybe we can look at this in a little bit if you want.
Yeah.
Hey, we've got him on board. We've got him hooked.
I know. I'm
impressed.
trying.
I am impressed.
Yeah. The only thing with today is he's actually coming to town tomorrow. His older brother is actually in the hospital right now.
Oh, terrible. Sorry.
Yeah, I am too. But so we're kind of dealing with that. But he's actually coming to town tomorrow. So I don't know. What he sent looks pretty neat. So we'll see what
I'll
happens.
get them right now.
Well, you'll get the opportunity to stand in the same place and use your famous index finger from Jesus and
I know, right?
show him the round of the planet with your finger, like he shows.
I mean,
And
what
once
that shows is that he's looking. He wouldn't.
Yeah,
I
he
know.
would not
That's great.
take a picture if he wasn't looking.
I know he wasn't looking. He was sending me pictures with pipes and mustaches in the clouds.
Yeah,
before,
I
so-
remember. You thought it was
Okay,
funny.
so yeah, I thought that was fun.
Okay, I got them. I'll share them in 1 second. I'll get them.
Okay,
loaded.
yeah.
Well,
I
Shaman
didn't
Robert
even-
sent something as well.
Okay, perfect. Bear with me a moment. Let's fast forward.
Everybody's
that.
trying to show you similar ones now. It's like
Yeah,
breaking out in a rash. Everybody saw it. Look, look, look.
Oh boy, Rodney, is that a real? Did Iran really attack? Oh boy, they were expecting it. They were expecting it. So is the Bible.
What's happening?
I missed it.
Well, Iran is deciding a major base in Iran got hit last week, and the Israelis did not claim responsibility for it, but it is believed they did it. And one of their higher up generals got killed, along with a whole bunch of other people. And so they've spent the last week preparing and rumoring, and it's been going around the news for about 2 days now. They were expecting a major attack due to information gained from the Secret Service, from British and CIA, etc. And they were threatening that it was coming, and so apparently Rodney is saying that they have launched the attack. And it's much missiles, like 50 some odd missiles, drones, all sorts of stuff.
Oh, he's not allowed to tell us this either.
Well, it's going to escalate. It's already a wasp's nest as it is.
Yeah.
And I wish people stop killing each other over bullshit.
Yeah.
It's tragic, isn't it?
It's beyond tragic.
My God's the only God, and if you don't agree with me, I will kill you.
Yeah.
That's not cool. I mean, anybody should be able to, worship any God they choose.
That's
'Cause,
right.
by the way, they're all one and the same. Because he's way out there, and unfortunately, people haven't realized that there's also demigods and higher factions of demigods and really enlightened beings beyond that before you even get to God. And I was going to say we lost Rebecca briefly.
Yeah, I had a problem.
It was God.
Yeah.
God was trying to get your attention.
That's it.
I'm teasing.
I know.
Right?
But
Just banned
that's
your
how it
Facebook
works.
account.
Man, I know.
What's going
I'm
on?
getting special
Yeah,
attention.
hey, if you got God as a member on your account, you don't need anybody else.
No.
Horrible thing to say, I realize. Anyway. Yeah, I got God on my list, man. He's on my friend list.
It's like I'm having the stalling. It's like stalling here. All of a sudden,
Yeah,
here.
I had somebody send me a message that I ought to get right with Jesus again.
Yeah.
Well, probably about the 800th time. And I said, thank you for your message. And how do you know I'm not all right already right with Jesus, and isn't it rather presumptuous of you to assume I am not? And because God and I got a really really good relationship. He's actually come to visit me. So did he visit you? And I left it at that.
Yeah. All right.
I haven't heard back. So
Hey,
pictures from Christopher's dad. It's this one and this one. What do you think it is, Christopher? What do you think?
I'm thinking, Atu's moon and Atu group.
Nope.
Or Yuri.
Yuri. Both of those shots are Yuri.
I mean,
and he's noticing.
First thought.
He is noticing that this is out of place, and that's why he's taking the pictures.
Yeah.
Right. But wouldn't you say Atu's moon is here in front? That there's a curve.
No, Atu's moon is up, straight up of us.
Okay.
This is the side of Yuri.
I know.
This is what I saw yesterday too.
Think that
this is what I see a lot of as well. It's Yuri.
Wow.
And both of these shots are Yuri.
Congratulations to Dad's eyes.
Yeah, right.
Yes.
Yeah, he's obviously seeing that there's something wrong in that rounded edge. Caught his attention enough. Now he is filming through the glass. Bad. But I don't see any doubling, so it's a little
blurry.
But that's why.
Yeah.
Boy, this is how many lanes is this? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay,
Right.
3 regular lanes and a turn lane? What?
That's a lot of
2
cars.
turn lanes and 2 regular lanes? I don't know.
And there's no cars. Really.
Oh.
I don't know.
All you people that have roads.
I know, right?
I can't believe.
Yeah,
Look at
here
all
in
those
Montana,
roads.
we don't have stuff like that up here.
Yeah, we've got one
I'm
little
reminded
tiny
of an
road
old-
that goes up and down the whole place here.
Very cool.
I'm reminded of an old mother who was talking to her son about because he came up here to go to college, and I was hearing the phone conversation while he was talking, and she says, "You drive careful up there because remember they don't have guardrails in Montana." And I laughed. We do. Not all of our roads have guardrails, but we do have guardrails.
I have another video clip to share. Something else this is
Okay.
earlier today from Alexander. Okay.
Yeah, do thank your dad for us very much. And
Right.
I wait to see the next
Sorry.
ignition. Boy, look at that. Oh man.
Jeez,
Holy cow.
what is that? A big square. Oh.
Yeah, that's why I'm going, holy cow. Holy cow. Are they coming in for a landing, or are you being invaded? Because that is the biggest cube I have seen in many years. That is definitely the cube.
That's a
Which
big
one?
Which one, right?
Okay, well, it's on the right. That's the Texas cube. Holy crap, that is the Texas cube, and it is huge. And look, side orb right in front of it.
Right.
Dead
Jeez,
center.
look at it.
That is, wow. The Texas cube
Ding
on
dong.
side orb. Wave, everybody. We're being watched.
Hi, guys.
Yeah, that's Yuri right there.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah,
straight up
it's-
is Atu's moon. And there's Yuri. And then Saru is behind it. That's that secondary white line in the distance. And those are the asteroids rounding the side face of Atu's moon.
So all the stuff that goes black, that's where asteroids, clouds all go black. You know, they just like.
Well, you're seeing the dark shadows of them because you're seeing the back sides of them. And all of that is changing now because of the angles of light. And there, of course, is the Saturn's yellow moon right there on the right-hand side. And then you look up and you're seeing Nepesity. And then if you look up over to the left, you're seeing Atu and Atu's moon and Yuri in the left. But Nepesity is above us as well right now. And you can see the lines right there. And the long box cube was just visible for a second there as well as with the side orb. See the side orb in front of the long box right there? It's over and over and over again.
Oh, look at that. What's that? Look at that.
That is side orb and long box cube and other ships.
Jeez.
That is our alien visitors, ladies and gentlemen, and they're there, and yes, they're cloaked in clouds, and they're hard to see, but that's them. And I don't know exactly what's going on here. There's a lot of stuff. I saw a video the other day, but where there are a lot of people around the world were citing the space tube, and there's actually compilation videos of the space tube.
Yeah, they were talking about space tube. Yeah, I've seen it. It's
Right.
somewhere.
There was mass sightings going on, and we didn't even know it. I thought we were the only one watching it. Okay, now wow.
Look at that.
Okay, that's got to be the. Okay, because I did not know this was on this side of the thing, so that would have to be the Texas cube or whatever, because there's some weird blobbing going on there, and then in the upper left, of course, is Salamander asteroid group.
Okay.
So what that is dead center is probably more of the Texas cube, depending on when he filmed these two. That thing could be coming in, and then in that other video that we watched before might have been filmed afterwards, or this is it going away. I don't know. I wish we could talk to him, find out when these, in
Yeah,
what
he's very
sequence it is taken.
prolific. He just shoots them out like no problem.
Yeah, that is unusual, whatever the hell that is, and I'm
what
going
the
to
heck
probably
is that?
say that it reminds me of the Texas
super
cube.
ship in the sky. Bizarre.
Yeah, those are aliens.
No shit, man.
Yeah, they're there. They're there. They're there. We see them. This is the side of Uri again. See, Uri is rising up, and then Saru is behind it in the white, green, blue. And they're
Can't
stacked.
wait to see what we see on Saru. That should be fun.
Yeah, she's going to be doing a overhead profile, probably fall, winter. I don't know. It's hard to judge. And of course, asteroids, and then Atu's moon, and then we go over to the right, and we're going to be looking at the Saturn's yellow moon. And there's all kinds of stuff. And see the spiral asteroid with the weird, misty little spiral dead center above the sun. The little spiral loops where they're kind of wispy and translucent.
So some of the asteroids from the Salamander group can cross over into Isotom's area. Is that
No,
what I'm
they
saying?
round. They will round away just as they get to the center. They will round away. Now the spiral asteroid, the lead asteroid, the red asteroid, the green asteroid, and the blue asteroid are separate.
Okay.
And they're sort of like, and they're very large too compared to the stuff with the exception of the main tan asteroid. But the Salamander asteroid group is slightly embedded in the base cloud and the side cloud of Uri, whereas the tan, the red, the blue, the green, the lead, Casper, etc., are all free. That was the first free running group, and that's why I view them. And those are the ones that self-illuminate regularly, where you have the colored events where they're actually glowing, that you can see them rather than glowing from a sunlight effect. And that's how we first saw the lead asteroid, actually before we could even tell which planets were which, because we were getting the blip, the color illumination off the lead asteroid, reaching back with the illumination, whatever, and why they're electrical, and why I've always looked at them as an electron cluster, because they create their own illumination. Whereas the Salamander asteroid group all does that when it's illuminated after it comes into the sunlight.
Okay.
Yeah. See that cut off edge, that square on the right? That's the Saturn's yellow moon right there.
Wow.
And you can see the trail going off. And there's tons of smaller asteroids that we don't even talk about. And that right there is where the big three should be. And that's a patch of 3 that we believe that they orbit underneath the front and bottom of Nepenthe, but it's not proven yet. We believe, for years I've been hemming and hawing in between they are or they aren't, they are or they aren't. But then, of course, the reach of Uri is going all the way over the top of the sun now, too, in this outshot. And that could easily be the blue asteroid right there. can kind of see it. And who knows? There might be a bunch of small stuff behind it now, too, because it's all getting bigger and more stuff. I'm going to run and get a Coke. I'll be right back.
Okay, Sam. I'm back. I feel like I missed a bunch. I couldn't even hear. I had to leave it. I had to leave my headphones here because I got this little baby microphone. And that
You're loving that microphone.
It's all connected to my laptop. Yeah, but I know
great.
Taylor. He said because of the wind. He said that. Yeah, and I guess it's doing a great job. Nobody's complained. It's very windy today.
Nothing.
So wow, I'm impressed.
Yeah.
Look at that. It's so tiny. It's cute. But it's just sitting down here on the desk. You know,
Cool.
So anyway, I'll have to go back and watch this one. I didn't get to see it.
I just asked Sam about, like, because you see how, like, there's the salamander group and then there's, asteroids crossing over into Isotom's area.
Right.
And he explained that, the salamander group is, stationed and orbiting around Uri. And it's only the, the bigger asteroids that are going to be crossing over from Isotom like that. So that's my problem I'm always having, because I'm always seeing these asteroids coming and crossing over the sun or coming over from Uri, going into like Isotom's yellow moons area. And
I mean,
now I understand.
Because I would think he'd say that the asteroids are staying with Uri. They belong to Uri and they stay there. But I do know what you're saying, because we do see, like right now, I see the lead asteroid.
Right, that's what he meant.
2 o'clock, upper 2 o'clock position. There's that round, and that's been where it's been staying the last few weeks now. The lead asteroid has been to the right most of the time. But yeah, I do see what you're saying. Hey, Sam. I mean, we're just talking about how it looks like there's asteroids going from one side of,
Yeah, and they orbit in front of us, and then the whole planet thing rotates, and that's why recently we've seen the lead asteroid so small. Because remember, if you go back to 2020, lead asteroid was so unbelievably huge, we were all expecting to get pasted by it because it was just unbelievably large. You remember those days? I mean, it was so large.
Yeah,
it was like,
I do.
That's why we kept going, is that a moon or is it not a moon? And that's when we had the close-up shot.
There
and we thought
this one.
it didn't have any craters, so it couldn't be a moon.
I have a video somewhere buried in my Google Photos. Years ago, I was on the expressway, and I didn't know what it was at the time. Now I know it was the lead asteroid. It was huge. It was huge, and it was kind of low down, just above the horizon level. And I kept doing like double, triple looks, and trying to drive. And anyway, I mean, or actually, Alan was driving. I have it on video. That's what I was. So anyway, I'm gonna try to find that because it was huge, and it was about that time frame.
Yeah, Maria is staying here. Hey guys, I launched into studio. Oh boy.
Let's see. What happened? Oh, I see. Okay. Well, that's terrible. I don't know if we're glitching. I've lost all audio. Are you still there, Sam? Or am I glitching?
Sorry, I was in the middle of a conversation with Nova. I'll be right back.
Oh, you're fine. Okay, you just cut out. I thought maybe I couldn't tell. And then Gillian's gone and Christopher's gone. So I'm just catching up on what's happening. But that's terrible news. I don't like to hear any of that, Maria. So, but thank you for keeping us up to date. It's touchy situation.
I had a conversation with Nova. I had to mute the mic.
Yeah, you're fine. You're fine.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. Yeah, Maria. Thank you, Maria. That's not a good thing because that's unfortunately of the Israeli government that is immediately going to break the whole situation into a. They're not going to look on the time, especially loss of life or damage. Then they're already in stop mode. And then I mean, I'd be political, but I know what they did. I can understand their initial attack back, but I don't see everybody crawled in Gaza. Anyway.
Yeah. We'll see how that plays out.
Yes. Regardless, it's not going to play out well no matter what. Because the Iranian people are actually really nice folks. Of course, they're being driven by a government that is not as nice as they're a little bit zealot in their politics.
I think
the Iranian people, as far as I've even known a few Iranians, and they're with folks from the Middle East as well, and they're not bad people. They've just been raised a little different than we have. Different point.
I was gonna say, I think if it were up to just everyday people like me and you, none of that would happen. I don't know. I mean, I never feel like it's right. Like that's the answer. We have to just blow people up. Yeah, that. I don't know. I feel like that's like the last alternative.
Drone warfare, indiscriminately killing people from afar, is not. Not that I'm saying crawl in the trenches yourself either, but it's so easy to push a button when you're flying a drone rather than being there yourself.
So is there actually a war now, like
Oh yeah, this is probably what it's going to be. Keep us informed, Maria. If you are watching any news, you can send us some highlights. I'm not going to go there. That just makes me very nervous.
It's just unbelievable that since I've been out of high school, we have been at war in this world ever since.
Well, yeah, we've been at war ever since the Saddam Hussein days and all of that, and Ayatollah Khomeini all the way back to 1976 and the hostage crisis, and I even remember that. And it's been, and a lot of this is all over the petrodollar. It's money, it's greed, and I'm hoping that all of us grow out of this. Although we cannot go to EVs. Because they sure don't have the technology down to that. There are nonstop EV. I don't recommend buying one right now. There are fires from them. They're really not. They're dangerous.
Have you seen the
motor scooters burning up everywhere?
In his car that runs on gas, so he can charge his electric vehicle's battery. I mean, come on.
I have to charge my bike.
Hey, that works though. Those are cool.
You should be able to charge your battery while turning your wheel.
Right. Yeah.
You should have, once you got that thing going, it should almost be perpetual motion. Because there's tons of perpetual motion machines
at the station. So there has to be that exchange of money with this whole thing, or it just,
Well, lithium batteries are too dangerous.
Oh,
that's why they don't even fly them in planes anymore, because they light on fire. There's thousands and thousands of EV motor scooters in China that are blowing up nonstop all over. That's where half of their fires are coming from right now.
It's sad. It's sad. Do we just really not know? It's like, do we really not know how to do these things, or we're just so regulated on what we can and cannot do that we're not allowed to put, the stuff that really works out there. They give us just crap that just breaks. It's just
I have friends that have perpetual motion machines where they just reach over and spin the wheel, and the little machine puts out enough energy to keep the other machine going, and it just keeps going and going and going and going and going, and all you got to do is turn it with your finger, and so it's creating enough electricity to power itself.
Right.
And so why can't they make a motor scooter or a bicycle like that, where once you take the first couple of pedals, you should be able to create enough energy to actually feed
the motor. That's what we need to do, Sam. We need to do that.
Well, perpetual motion has been sought after since the dawn of time. And the only actual perpetual motion that really exists in the universe is the transfer of cold exchange.
Hydrogen-powered car been invented, and then what happens to the inventor? Like a couple months later, the dude disappears.
Right. Well, the problem with hydrogen is very volatile.
Well, right.
And if you do get in an accident with a hydrogen-contained cell, there's a very large possibility in that car accident you're going to have a very large explosion.
Yeah.
So they would have to encase it unbelievably, irrevocably, unable to crush it. And refueling stations would be very dangerous as well. But then the question is, how big of a creation do you need? If you have a very micro hydrogen creation of power, then perhaps they could use hydrogen to fuel electric, which would be safer because you're using less of the amount, and a micro hydrogen machine would be a little safer. And of course, they had electric cars in the 1800s.
Exactly.
At 1890, something like that. And they didn't have any of these problems.
That we just don't realize. We just don't realize that they used. They had all sorts of cool gadgets and transportation modes, and it's just wild.
Well, all of you guys, you younger folks, you use your little screen in your car that tells you how to get there, and all this, or Siri or whatever. I've never driven that kind of a new car myself yet. The newest car I've ever driven was a 2006.
Hey, I'm right there with you.
I own a 2003 right now. And so I don't have any. I have luxury. I have leather seating and heated seats and all of this, and the DVD player in the back and all of that, and a cassette player. And I've never driven, and I wouldn't even know how to use today's new cars. And I did do a rental of a truck, and they handed me that fob with the square key, and I stuck it in the steering column, and I tried to turn it, and I'm going, this won't start. This won't start. I have to actually go back into the rental and go, well, why won't this start? And the guy laughed at me. He says, you have to push the start button after you insert that. That's a fob. It's not a key. And I went, oh, hey, okay. Probably. I never knew that. I'd never driven a new car.
I know.
Right.
Pretty soon they're going to have you.
Who has $65,000, $85,000 for a pickup?
It's crazy. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
My wife's uncle, and he lives in New York. They just paid like $90,000+ for their new Ford truck.
Shouldn't that thing fly for that price?
It better.
How much?
It better cook
90,000.
$90,000.
I knew when I started to see trucks around 50,000. I was having trouble with that. I was like, that's insane. Alan told me about it. And I'm like, that can't be. I didn't believe him. I did not believe him.
How much is the car payment on that per month?
And then I saw he was right.
$4,000 a month, maybe $5,000 for a lease. Who knows? I have no idea.
Stop it.
And then they live in New York, so every time they cross the bridge, it's like a $10 toll fee. I don't know. The toll fees are
I've driven toll roads,
and they got to pay to park.
Right.
Pennsylvania Turnpike, and I actually avoided the turnpikes and stuff there because of the toll bridge.
I know.
On the way back, I would actually pay for it. I just said, screw it. I got enough change in my little jock box here. I can pay for it. But I avoided all that.
I had a hard time getting on the bus for $3 last night.
Oh, I know that one. Right. I know that. We don't even have a bus out here. We don't have a cab anymore. We have no bus. I don't know how many times I've walked in blizzards to the store.
Well, I guess you just get used to it,
I don't think so.
Not
anymore. I'm not going to do it again. I'm telling you, I'm done.
Dragging a wagon. Sam would drag a wagon to the store. If he had
we did that. We did that a couple of times. We had a neighbor loan us one of those yard wagons with the big wheels, and backpacks. And one time Shiloh went with me, and she said, "Oh, we can do that, no problem." And then before we even got halfway to the store in the blizzard, she was going, "Dad, I'm not doing this ever again." And I said, "Hon, buckle up. We still have halfway to go there, and then we got to walk home."
I know, right?
And pull all the crap, and then carrying all of that crap in a backpack and a wagon.
I remember you were talking about a backpack once, and you were trying to you were sitting on a tree or something, or you had to cut something on a tree. What was it again? I can't even remember. You've told me so many stories about when you went away out and went up and had your, like, what'd you call it? Axe thing. You were cutting something. I can't remember what you were doing.
I don't
told
remember.
Me so many stories.
I don't remember which one you're talking about. I used to do the Montana backpacking thing up the side of mountains and go, sleep next to glaciers, and you're carrying a 40 to 50 pound pack and the sleeping bags and the tent and the little pump stove. I love my pump stove. I love my pump stove. Makes coffee in about 2 minutes.
Nice.
Instant, because you don't have ground. You don't have a grinder either. I could have carried a hand grinder, but anyway. I did all the backpacking and wore a few pairs of boots out in my time. But I can't get my kids to go camping anymore, and I want to, and they won't. No, Dad, we don't like camping. It's like, okay, so I don't get to go.
They sound like me. I was never like into like Girl Scouts. All my friends were, but I always ended up getting poison ivy, sunburn, eating with ants. I mean, it was just always.
Come on, leaves are free, leave them be. In your area, poison ivy's worse. Yeah,
it is. I'm very allergic. Yeah.
You guys have stuff down there that we don't like up here. We don't have sand chiggers or any of that stuff up here. We have wood ticks and we have rattlesnakes, but that's about it.
Yeah, my one cat had a tick last night. I nearly freaked out because then I thought I seen something on the pup as well. But it looks like it was embedded from a while ago, and I just didn't notice. You know how you look at them, but you don't see stuff. But then 1 minute you see something on the other animals, so now you're back looking at all the animals, and you're
you got to cover them in alcohol pretty heavily before you remove them. They say with a twist to the left, but I always try to take a hot match or a cigarette and burn the butt of the wood tick prior to removal. That way they don't leave the head inside, because that is where you get the major infection.
Wow.
Yeah, you got a cave visitor, Rebecca.
Rebecca, you're being stalked.
Oh.
Usually it's me getting stalked. Oh my God.
Look, wildlife. We were
That's
just
Skinny.
talking about wildlife in your area.
His name is Skinny. I named him Skinny when he was a baby because he was sickly, and I had to take him to the doctor, and he had problems, but he overcome it all. But he was always
Good for you, Skinny.
So that's it. He's a survivor. Yeah. He's got big stories to tell, but yeah. That's cool.
Audrey, I don't think I ever told my girls those stories. I teach them that some things that from Dave's Waffle House. Wow.
Hey, wow.
Hi, Dave. I teach them stories of their abilities. I teach them stuff about some of their capabilities, how they know things that they don't know, but I don't give them abduction stories. No. And they certainly don't watch my show. So,
yeah,
they just roll their head and go, God, Dad, that's so old. We heard this 1,000 times. Whatever,
They'll be
Dave, I'm glad you're here. Whatever.
Yeah, thank you so much.
No, they don't.
Did they say whatever?
No, I would not let my daughters talk like that. No way.
Right.
I'd go, whatever. I mean, God.
I just think it's funny because I know a lot of the young ones go, whatever. Oh, yeah.
Whatever, yeah. Yeah, Dave, we'd love to have you as a guest on the show anytime you'd want to come on. Please do. Even if it's just for a brief appearance, just to say hi.
I think Rocket Man has been in communication with him too, trying to get, something arranged, for us all to get together on here.
Love your work. I don't see it often enough. Andy used to send me a lot of stuff. Get hold of Andy if you want to. But yeah, we cherish you as a sister site all these years, and thank you for your kind words about me in the past, and really, really appreciate it.
It's true. I know in my group, back when you shared more sky videos, the Planet X Hunter, I mean, that was just a big deal in our group. You know what I'm saying? It always has.
Yeah, we always look forward to them.
Those videos, as soon as I heard your music start playing, I mean, I already knew. I was scrolling through it. I see your video, and so pretty cool. Yeah, that'd be so cool for us all to get together, and we should have Andy on that night too, or day, or whatever. That'd be fun. Andy.
Yeah, we could even do a special show if we wanted to. If whatever, as far as he wants to go with it, we could. I'm sure that we could get together when it's convenient for him. I mean, I'd do a show in the middle of the night if I had to, so he could be comfortable to do his time. Oh, my calendar's so off again. Weird.
About 5 or 6 hours ahead of me, so 6 or 7 hours ahead of you, Sam. So, you know.
Okay, somebody please explain to me why my calendar keeps falling off the nail. I wonder if the Earth moved.
Oh, wow.
That's like the second time in 2 weeks it just fell off the nail by itself.
All right.
Somebody's trying to tell you you're forgetting something or something.
Yeah, or I got ghosts, one of the two.
That's
trying
what I'm
to,
saying.
okay, if
Like,
you're
you're
here, hi,
forgetting
how are you? You know. Oh, speaking of which, when I did go to get my Coke, it crossed my mind. I was going, holy shit, I haven't burbled out in the show other than that one time. Have I broken out voice wise other than that one time?
No. Not that I can think of.
That's so weird. Very conclusive in my opinion.
Right.
Yeah, right when I start talking about
Okay. So do you think they're
government
listening?
projects.
Like obviously that, I mean, well, they're just tapping in, right?
Yeah, they just, when I start reaching for stuff, they blurble me out.
I'm just wondering to myself, I mean, how much of that is just AI,
Well, I doubt it. I doubt seriously if it's AI, because they would just cut me off and all the way across the board, wouldn't they? Or
I don't know.
Or it's pretty conclusive, and yet I should actually be a little more paranoid. Which is what I was thinking when I went to go get a Coke. Like, maybe I should be a little more careful.
Oh, no. No, I don't know. I mean, what are you gonna do? I've been thinking about this a lot. What are you supposed to do? They can stop you from saying what you have to say, or they can just let you, say what you need to. And why aren't they stopping you through this whole thing? That's what I don't understand.
Well, because nobody's ever going to believe you.
Right, exactly. But,
But when I do get little tidbits out that maybe people could actually look up, they don't want that to come out. And so that way there's no avenue for you to study further about some of the things I hint about. Because I don't throw the whole story out here. I can't, I don't, I won't. I am cautious. Yes, my non-disclosure agreement ended in 2010, but that does not mean that I'm free to speak.
That's right. And that's unfortunate. And
well, the threats were, absolute. They threatened me. I mean, when your government threatens you, you listen.
Yep.
And it's a huge culture shock for you to realize that you're not what you thought you were in their eyes, that they're not there to actually take care of you. But I mean, the greater good and all of that. I mean, who judges that? They do. And that's what's wrong. Because I've said it 100 times. If we would have found out in 1980 that these planets were on the way and there were people on that and they knew that, where would we be 24 or 44 years later? Where would we be?
I don't know. And I was just watching something about this the other day, how, our, 40, 50 years ago, it was all about tomorrow cities and all of this technology that we're going to have coming forward. And look at where we're at now, as opposed to the ideas everybody had back then. It's really disheartening and sad to see how dystopian it really is now. Look at what's happening. I've lived here in Las Vegas my whole life. I've never seen the kinds of things that are happening in my city before. It's awful. And it's just unfortunate. And why isn't anybody doing anything about it? It's sad.
Because it has so much potential. I mean, it could be so great. It could be so great. But yet we're just forced to be led by whatever this is that's leading everything and ruining everything.
Yeah, it's just like,
what do you do about it? What can you do about it? But go along with it, but it's like I keep expecting.
Andrea's asking a question. Andrea, they haven't mentioned it. I've actually had 2 of those occasions. Moving on.
I haven't seen it.
She's mentioning an unfortunate accident. Yeah, they say that and far worse, but they don't go after you. They go after your family.
And no, that's not.
Yeah, and that was the threat that they held over me. They threatened to do things
awful.
to my family.
Nope.
And the funny thing about it is, and here's a side note of chuckle and joke. And I am extremely jesting when I say it in this manner. And the bastards didn't deserve it. I'm joking. I'm talking about my family. They don't even talk to me to this day. All of those that are left, because they think I'm a nut job. So who was I really protecting? And I do occasionally chuckle over that. I mean, it's kind of a joke, but I'm a little bit serious, but not. I mean, and I would welcome them to jump on board with this. And one of my stepbrothers that's no longer with us, I think it would be absolutely in here, right here with me talking. The rest of the family absolutely I don't even exist to them.
I know how that is.
I haven't seen half of them in over a decade. I haven't seen my older brother in probably 2 decades.
God, it's not cool.
And I don't even know anybody would tell me if they were dead. I was not informed of when my parents' funerals were.
What?
You got it. I was not even included in my parents' funerals. Yeah. Yeah, I was a little irritated about that. After the event, I was like, "Oh God, thanks for a year later letting me know."
Oh my God.
Well, I knew when my parents had passed away. I was just not included in any funeral services whatsoever. I was like, you would assume that you would be informed, considering that I didn't have any control over it.
Right.
Anyway.
At least giving you the option to attend.
Yeah. Well, we were being threatened to be deported back to Holland because my parents were Dutch, and I also have I'm an American Dutch citizen. And Esquire.
How long ago was it, Sam?
I actually have a title. My parents died in, I'd say, the early 90s. One, and then about 2 years apart. My father died first, and then about 2 years later, my mother went. 2-3 years. That period of my life is just sort of a blur. Back in my bar days, I was, dealing with the nightclub, and so I was burning the candle at both ends, shall we say, as my mother would call it. Yeah, they threatened to deport us all back to Holland, and which I wish to God they would have.
I was thinking that same thing. I'm thinking maybe that might not have been such a bad thing, but.
Yeah, I should have called their bluff. I really should have, and just kept working. But I mean, you can just disappear. The guys in the black vehicles roll up, kick in your door, take you away, and they said, "Oh, child pornography, or embezzlement, or selling state secrets to the Russians," and everyone would have believed it. So, because anytime the government steps in and says that, then people believe it automatically.
Oh, of course.
And and we have examples. They can bend the rules to the point of breaking, and then, as you can see, we saw an example of it. I started getting to classified information or declassified information, and they burble me out. So, and this is, I mean, it never happens until the moment I start giving answers.
Oh, it's crazy.
It's like we can't argue with it. It happens time after time after time. And then Rebecca, and the last time we talked on the phone recently, we were not hung up on for the first time. Usually, every time I'm talking to Rebecca on the phone and I'm giving her answers, we get disconnected.
I know all those recordings.
That to me is even worse.
Yeah, right. I have a lot of recordings from you and me where I used that, that recorder. It was a certain little something I ordered on Amazon that would allow you to record cell phone calls, and yeah, that's when I first started to notice there being this major problem,
and Gillian,
it's so obvious when it happened only when we would certain topics he would get into.
Gillian is the only one that's ever been able to get through to me from Europe, and I have people from Europe trying to call me all the time, and they say, well, the machine tells me your phone's disconnected. And when I was doing the Radio Wasteland program with Chauncey, and Chauncey's in Oregon, he would call me for the show on his line, because when he's ready for the show, he would call me. And a lot of times he started calling me a half hour, 45 minutes early, because he would get, this number is no longer in service, or he would get a busy signal, and he's knowing, and we're typing to each other on computer, and he'd be trying to call me, and he said, I can't get through to you. I can't get through to you. I said, I'm looking at the phone. If there's a pickup, there's a dial tone. I don't know why. And on the last show, he called me 10 times before we connected, on the 11th time. Yeah. And so, yeah, and it basically lets me know absolutely they are watching. And it's not a comfortable feeling.
No, it's not.
It's not.
No. And
then there's the days that I wish I was remembering it more. And then I get mad at myself for not remembering it more.
Right. Because, you just want to have a phone conversation. And the next thing you know, you're talking about something that you may not want somebody hearing,
Gillian, were we disconnected a couple of times?
I just said something.
Yeah.
That's not okay.
Yeah, I always know when Europe calls, because the phone goes ring, ring, instead of ring, ring, because Europe is, the British phone goes ring, ring. So I always know it's Gillian, because it rings twice.
That's a weird ring, doesn't it? You said it was ring.
Yeah, ours rings for longer than yours, and you get 2 short rings. Oh, anyway, back to the sky.
Look at this. Okay, so Alexander sent me this picture.
Oh.
And it was something. I think we were watching this.
Right, I remember where it came from.
You saw that, right? Okay. Well, then he sent me, or he implied this, and I was like, "Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness!" So then I put them together, and that's what we have.
Weird.
I know.
Weird.
That's what he sees in that.
Weird.
I see it. Yeah, it's pretty good. Look at that. It's almost identical. Yeah.
Interesting. I'm not going to agree with it, but interesting.
I know.
Interesting, yeah.
Yeah, I know. But
what
him
interests
and him
me
think
is,
alike. Yeah, I get that kind of, yeah. So.
you can't argue with that, right?
Right. No, it is similar. So good job, Alexander.
What blows me away the other day, because of this, I cross thought. The other day when we were looking at that capture of Saru, and what looked like stars really, to me, still looked like city lights.
Yeah, that was wild.
Cool.
When you
I
first
had a
said- I
picture
was
like that
this-
during the week. I wish I
that
could
is
remember
wild.
which one it is.
Yeah.
It's full of that as well. And I
And
thought,
you cannot believe what you think are stars until you actually find a constellation that you recognize, like Cassiopeia or Perseus, or the
Dipper
Big
or
Dipper,
something.
the Little Dipper, Orion, etc.
I'm just wondering if Nibiru has their own Las Vegas.
Oh, I'm sure they do.
I bet they do have.
You must have got it from somewhere, Chris.
But the rides are much bigger. I think the people that live on Nibiru are very, very much larger than we are, because they live on a very large planet. So their body size, their oxygen content, their barometric pressure would all incorporate the giants and the gods, the demigods from the legends of the
in
Greeks.
the ancient texts. They're all so much taller than anything that's it's right there
and the
for us.
Sumerian, where they're holding the human lion in their hand, in their arm, like it's a cat, and they're giant, and all of the depictions and hieroglyphs, or whatever you want to call them, or carvings, or tablets, or
being big enough that they can hold a lion as a pet cat.
And you go to the movie Gods of Egypt, which is on the new site's log, and you can see that the demigods in the movie Gods of Egypt are much, much larger than the humans, and which would account for all the cyclopic stones and large emplaced platforms and pyramids where the steps on the sides are so huge that only a giant could use them, like the submerged ones off the coast of Japan, for example.
Right. Incredible.
And you just take into account that the sea level has risen over the last, 10,000 years. And ta-da, all of it fits.
Hey, guys, I just want to add in here, we have Nicolle is here in the waiting room.
Great.
So
Okay.
she's going to be here to join us for a little bit. So
Maybe she'll keep us working rather than gossiping.
You know
she
she
might.
will.
Yeah,
She's a
I know.
good home monitor, too.
I think she wants
We
to get
haven't
in
even
on
got donuts, man.
it. I know.
Yeah.
Here she is.
Okay, we got to stick to science, guys. We're going to bore all of our listeners tonight.
Oh, gosh. No.
Hey,
they're hanging
Nicolle.
in there. Hey, Nicolle.
Hi, Nicolle.
Good to see you.
Hi.
Likewise.
Hey, look, she's
How
got
is
her
everyone?
notebook. She's ready, man. She's ready.
Yes, right.
Well, you said we're going to be talking science, so I thought, oh no.
You're right, Sam. You're right, Sam. She'll keep us in line. I can tell.
I was pardon me, hang on.
Got your class pointer here, like.
Ricola.
Okay, so the allergies are just
Yeah, I'm there with you. I am like in hell. Oh, by the way, speaking of allergies, did I bomb you the other night too? I was sending everybody and their brother music the other night because I took a Claritin, and I was off in Looney Land, and I had Facebook Adolia where I was bombing everybody with all kinds of metaphor music in some crazed, Facebook induced whatever it was, because I was a zombie, and yet I was on for like 12 hours straight. That was the day we were supposed to have the staff meeting, and we never did, and I just never left.
Oh, right.
So Sam decided to have his own staff meeting.
It was like 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and I was there at least 10 hours afterwards, and I never left. I went, back and forth to the bathroom, but I was in front of the computer for 10 hours, and I bombed everybody with music, all because I took a stupid allergy pill and was crazed out of my mind. I've never taken an entire Claritin before. I only take them half at a time, and this time I took a full Claritin, and woo-hoo!
Well,
it made him happy. That's all it did.
But did it work on your allergy?
Well, yeah, I didn't have as I could breathe better, and my sinuses were better, and my headache kind of went away, but I just was apologizing in case I bombed you too. I got a lot of people.
I mean, I don't think so. We have a couple of messages, but I mean, I know I've sent you a couple of things, but
I was sending out 90s music. I don't know why.
Hey, I loved it.
90s music. What it was? Oh, well, I sent you a 90s music song myself. I'm pretty sure it was 90s. So
yeah. So I believe I saw it. Yeah, it's
You probably all set each other off.
Okay, we got to blame Nicolle now. She started it.
blame me.
Tag your
So I wanted to share about the science part. My notebook. I went to so it's all celestial. I didn't know that was a bad word, by the way. Celestial, Sam.
Is it?
That's a song as well.
The camera, so we can see it a little better. Oh, cool. Okay.
So he referenced that someone had, when they posted about it, they said something about them being celestial objects, and there's some kind
swear word.
Not core.
I might as well say sea trails out loud, or celestial object was brought out by somebody claiming to be an astrophysicist, and she may be, but she studied no science I ever heard of, and then we had this wave of newbies, and I think like 5 different waves of newbies, where everybody kept going, oh, these celestial objects, or what was it, celestial core, that was what
the
really
cores.
got
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
like,
I would never.
What
put those
the
together.
hell are you talking about? Celestial core? Why don't you just go planet? I mean,
right.
Okay. Well, now we know. Now we know.
That's why
Now we
it's a
know.
swear word.
I mean,
go ahead.
it's
I
less.
apologize.
Right?
I
I mean,
stepped over you.
but yeah. So I walked into instant pressure, like, oh no, on the spot, I got to start looking at my notes, and so I had to. The notes I took last time, I used to get magazines as a kid, like a teenager. I had my own magazine subscriptions. I would start at the back and go from the back to the front. That's what I did with these notes, is I went from the back. So
Are you
I was trying to
left-handed?
figure out where should I start today. Well, I guess I
know,
could
right?
continue the trend going backwards, but yeah.
That's
So I've
almost.
got February in the middle of the book. I've got March at the front. I've got January at the back.
Yeah, I'm all over in the middle.
Why
I
do they
don't-
do that kind of weird stuff?
My notebooks do that too. I write over the top of stuff and then go back a couple of pages and write stuff in there. And then you look
Right.
back a month later and you go, oh my God, how do I read any of that?
Right, or you come across something like, and you're like, where did I get that from? Like, if it's a note from something else, what was I watching when I wrote that down?
I'm so glad there's other members of my tribe out there. I feel better now.
I have a
Right?
black notebook that goes back to the original days of Montana Skywatcher where I put so many people's phone numbers on. And I open that book up now and I turn to it's like the third page in with all these numbers. And it is so worn out, old, it's like a tissue. It's no longer even paper anymore. I've used that page so many times that it's now soft like a tissue. It's no longer hard.
You either need to get a photocopy of it or take a picture
or
of
just
it and
rewrite
print
it.
it out,
I have notebooks. I was actually dreaming about notebooks the other night. That's funny.
Yeah,
That's
that is
hilarious.
weird. Do you guys have like
but,
notes from your college days still? I know I know like it's so weird because all of my notes from college I kept everything in a book because it was part of my like internship for the hospital, and they were so perfect and so precise, and now it's turned into this jumbo I can't even read. So I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I
But
have
it's hard to
paperwork
keep
going back
everything in line.
from the Red Lion when I was working in Eugene, Oregon for Red Lion and seminars and the years. I do even have some of my old Dungeons and Dragons character sheets that I haven't dared throw away, and they too are no longer paper anymore. They're so old. That goes back to the 80s. Go ahead, Nicolle. What do you got to say? We've been sidebarring a lot. We've been gossiping a lot today.
Well, I was just going to say that we know that we first saw this come in, everything over the Neumeyer station in 2011. That's when the second star was viewable in the northeastern sky. And let's see what else. They're in a larger spiral. Saru is always green-blue. Has green-yellow base cloud to the left horizon. That was
usually orange-yellow base cloud.
Okay, well,
Very
totally
thick,
didn't write
very
that down.
bright, luminescent, very thick orange and yellow base cloud.
And Nepicity is way smaller than Saru.
Right, and Nepicity occasionally has a rainbow-colored, very unusual base cloud, which we have many pictures going off for many years, with the open core, and sometimes it's the only thing you can see is the open core and the rainbow, funky little side area, and then usually the three asteroids coming in on the left-hand side, or in the middle, or sometimes in the right. Right is far more rare, but usually they're coming in on the left. And yeah, we watched them when they were smaller, so we got to see these weird effects, and nobody even knew what the hell they were at first. And then over a period of time, I started cross-referencing in my head placement, and then we determined that Nepicity was unusually weird in her base cloud. And we argued back and forth on whether or not Nepicity was actually the green asteroid or was the green asteroid Nepicity, because they were both green. And both had weird dots. The green asteroid had different weird dots. There's facial markings of a close-pass Nepicity. We didn't come to terms with that until like 2017. I believe when Deb saw Close Pass, and she was talking about how the dots on Nepicity proper looked like little volcanoes that were on its surface that were actually causing puffs up through its upper atmosphere into the cloud holes. Whereas the difference between that and the green asteroid is the green asteroid has those little weird, almost virus-like dots on the outside of the green asteroid. And that way, at the same time, also, we knew that the two sizes were not one and the same. One was way smaller, and then literally the next day we'd see this very large green thing. So we finally, it took us quite a few years to differentiate the difference between that. And of course, all of this is time proven. All of the information that we have has been cumulative after 14 years. And unfortunately, now what was that gentleman's name again? The video we watched that was putting up the binary solar system. What was his name?
Billy Carson. Billy
Carson. Okay, I will try to memorize his name and go look at some. Unfortunately, he has an education, and he has cross-referenced some information. And unfortunately, I think he's been soured by some of the disinformation that has unfortunately affected his summation. But other than that, I applaud the guy just for saying binary solar system, because that's huge. And that's originally, the main part of what my paper was about was, that we had to have two stars atomically. And in my view of chemistry and astrophysics and the unification model and all of that, in my own head, we had to have a second solar system. And this, of course, was part of the reason I was approached. And the other was finishing equations that not too many people could. And to me, it was so basic and simple. I couldn't believe that not everybody knew this. And it is. I think they're trying to overcomplicate astrophysics. It's far simpler, for me anyway. It's far simpler than I think most of those guys out there are giving it credit for. It's amazing. It's self-evident. I don't see why they don't see it.
Well,
then I'm that crazy Nibiru guy.
What do you think, Rebecca?
Well,
Why is it?
I mean, like they're the ones like they're just bought out or set in a way. Like you're not either allowed. Surely there's another independent person that could figure this out. But then again, I don't see or hear anybody else ever talking about anything like this.
Very rare, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't know. But as far as because we get that question a lot, how come the people that have all the fancy telescopes aren't talking about this?
Because they're so large, I don't think that you're going to look and understand what you're looking at, and you'll just see a blurry mass, and you're going to say, "What's wrong with my telescope?" Because they are so close. If you're not looking,
they notice these shadows. If anything, there's just these.
I cannot answer that for them because I see that plain as day. These planets now, they've gotten so huge that it's only because we know that they're there and we know the basic qualifications of what the planets should and should not look like and the base clouds and everything. Because we know that, we still see them moreover and understand what we're looking at, and once you put a word to it like you've done here exactly before it, normally everyone would look at this picture and they'd go, "Oh, cool, lightning," but they would never look at that dark patch above it.
That's curved just so perfectly. Right.
Yeah, that of course is At2. That's the bottom of At2. Yeah. And it's and this is 2022, so that is the side, believe it or not, that's the side of Nibiru. And the illuminated area behind where it says dark blue, that is Saturn's yellow moon. And the illuminated object below the word planet is the long box cube and side orb.
Wow.
These are some slides I put together for that interview. I was on somebody else's show yesterday.
I love it. I love it.
Recorded segment. It was my second visit on his show, and he said he'll definitely be having me back. But I'll get the details for you. He has his own website. So
excellent.
Anyway, but you have to
you get to be the star for once.
But he has
now in this shot, you get to be the star. In this shot above the where it says planet, and in between the N and the E, right above, straight above it, is the green asteroid.
Wow.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, now, because it's green. Now. It is green.
It is. It's perfect too.
And it's got the dots.
I never paid attention to that before. Yeah.
Yeah. See, all of these things jump out to me right away because I've seen the patterns for so long.
Right. Awesome.
Da 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 da.
Yeah, I
Sorry.
created this
Star Wars in the
slideshow.
brain.
I didn't get nearly into it as long as I, to get through them
And
all.
this, of course, where it says planet, that is Yuri, and this is a picture that is about 3 years old.
Yeah.
Wow. Because I remember my planets. And this is also in, let's say 2019-ish, but yeah, remember how good the Mexico's webcams used to be? Now we miss them.
Oh, terribly! I miss them so much.
They took most of them away from us.
Those are
Most
no
of the
more.
all of the good stuff over time.
they
The
what?
good sites, the satellites, everything we used for science was robbed from us over time.
I was going to say all they show now are volcanoes.
Right.
I
right.
mean it. That's all they show. It's just videos of
And
volcanoes.
this is the
peaking.
axis tip
That's about it.
bottom of planet Nepacity, and you can see by the base cloud, which is that white cloud going through the middle of the picture.
Rebecca, have we said hello to everybody? I see some newly joined.
Let me go back and take a peek. I've been looking a little bit. Oh, I see one.
Yeah, we've
person.
covered everybody
Nina.
pretty much today. We've been trying to read their stuff too.
I see Nina, and I do see another one here. Anissa Radiance. Hey there. Let's see. Hi, just joining. Have you discussed the Atlantic Ocean mystery? Oh, thank you for reminding me that. I do have a clip to share. Okay, I'll get that right now. There is a weird video taking over TikTok right now, so I'll get that. And did anyone see anything behind the eclipse at totality? So
Yeah, we saw ships flying in front of it, and we saw larger planetary objects to the upper right, the upper left of it. We saw other stuff over to the far left. We saw all kinds of stuff. And then, of course, we're going to get more of that in over the next couple of days. Is this the picture? What do we...
that's just a picture. Yeah. But
This
thank
is
you,
the
Anita.
side, this is the side of Teru and Nibiru.
Yeah. There's an anomaly
And
that got picked up on the ocean, in the ocean.
And I believe we actually do have Nana and Amel Saru in this shot. Dead
Okay.
center above the building, there's two blips.
Wow.
And Amel Saru is bigger, and Nana concentrically orbits Amel Saru.
Yeah.
And
Look at
that's
that.
how big it is compared to Nibiru. The really
That's so
tiny moon.
Right.
But there are two of them right there, and I was automatically looking for it, being that Isatum is slightly out of the way of it, so immediately right there facially should be, and there it is.
Yeah.
There again, this is Nibiru also again. See the base cloud? And in the upper right corner is bubbly Isatum's yellow moon.
Wow.
It's good.
And another Nibiru. And I remember this one. I use this one all the time.
Right.
And 2020.
It's just so perfect, I mean, there's no reason why the clouds would just be, at that perfect angle, especially over and over. That's why I was showing that person was how repetitive and consistent it all is.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's what we have to do. Example, example, example.
So there's
And
another.
the base cloud of Nibiru.
Oh.
And the
there it
base
is
cloud of
again,
Nibiru.
3 times.
And the base
Yeah.
cloud of Nibiru. Yeah, we knew that because we got the same shots all the way back in 2011. When Nibiru was first coming in, and then she was here pretty much predominantly as of 2012. And then Sarah was on the left in 2012. And Yuri was really tiny back then. We're still shaking my head over that one. And I don't know if it's out view or what. That one, I assumed that the gas giant would be semi-large, like the water-type planet. But who wrote the rules anyway?
Right.
See, look at the muffled up look on that one.
You gotta ask yourself who wrote the rules that said this is this and that isn't. And sometimes when you see, it's the old Sherlock Holmes thing, no matter what, you eliminate all the other possibilities, no matter what you have left, it boils down to the truth. And even if it is contrary to what you believe. And there's another one again. That is an earlier shot because we're looking at a very small Satum yellow moon, sort of misty right there above the middle.
Again, why would the sky be like that? You know what I mean? It wouldn't be.
Yeah, over and over and over again.
Hey, Nina. Right. You, Nina.
Right.
Oh, and then you compare that one to that one. I mean, you can't argue with it. There's two exact examples of it again.
Right.
Fingers going up. Look at it. And I love this one. It's just incredible.
Illumination. Yeah, this is where the tendrils, as Gillian calls them, comes off the side of the planet when the sun reaches around to the dark edge where the planet's rotating, and then all of a sudden the sun warms up the surface of the planet, and then it drops these clouds or tendrils.
Incredible.
We always just call them ion drop tails, but in this case it's a side reach because of sun illumination. And that shows you the size of Nibiru. Wow. Look at how big that damn planet is.
Wow.
And then there's another one, and then in front of it, Saturn's in front of it.
Right.
And the yellow moon is also there. But I mean, look at the size of Nibiru.
This almost looks like the shot that you had last week or maybe 2 weeks ago, Nicolle? It wasn't as colorful, but you got that shot of by Saturn's yellow moon, and it almost looked just like that.
And this is what you should see just before sunset currently. Wow. Is Nibiru moving over on the right-hand side just before sunset, and at sunset, Nibiru should be farther to the northwest, and then by north, and then over the top in the northwest by north, you should see a Saturn's yellow moon, because they're still on the right-hand side, right at sunset. And then when that light angle changes at sunset, keep watching, and then keep watching even after sunset, and then you'll see the bottom illumination of Nibiru and Saru on the other side, over on the other side of where the sun was. And you should be able to see their illuminated side face after sunset, as well as the Devil's Comet, which is supposed to be in the northwest sky 1 hour after sunset.
I haven't seen that one yet, but then might be trees and stuff in the way.
Well, we watched it earlier on the show here when one of the
yeah, I've seen it. I'll better start looking for that. See if I can.
That's a better sighting than you and I would pretty much visibly get by eye, because they had a close up. So, but if you have a camera, then you get a capture of it. The little waving tail and the little devil horns and everything.
But whereabouts was it captured? Where?
It's in the northwest. 1 hour after.
I mean, it was American, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was American video.
I was just going to tell Tara and Andrea,
and
thank you. They're just leaving me all these nice comments. So I appreciate that.
Yeah.
So thank you guys, ladies. So I do agree. I actually kind of told Sam that the other day. I said, as perfectly as things have fallen into place, because it has been. I mean, it just kind of like has just fallen in my lap in a sense. I mean, it really has. So here we are doing this, and I'm like even asking myself, how am I, part of all of this? It's like
crazy.
I don't know, but here we are. So I felt like, I started the group because I just wanted to share sky pictures. It wasn't because I could see the planets at that time, 2017. I just found Sam. I didn't know what I was doing. So I just had a group. And then as I started to learn things, I thought, well, shoot, I should at least pass this on. If I figure this out, I can help Sam, and I'll just tell my members in the group. And that's how
you made my workload so much easier when you laid my drawing next to a comparison pic, and I didn't have time to do. I could do that, but you did it so much faster than I would ever get to, because I was trying to deal with everybody that was yelling at me that I didn't answer them because they wrote me a message or sent me, "Did you see this? Did you see that?" And then so I spent all that time looking up stuff while you had other time, and you came up with it before I did, and I went, "Wow, thank you," and then it became a regular thing.
Issue.
Oh, well, yeah, she saved me so much time you wouldn't believe. And by the way, Andrea, Tara, all you folks who are here, if there's a better way we can do content in our show, or if you're enjoying our show the way we're doing it now, including some of our gossiping, because we're friends catching up on the phone, and you like it, let us know. I mean, if is there a way we could do this better? We'll take your advice. We may not do it, but we'll try. Here's an older one. This is Atu's moon.
Beautiful.
This is about 2 years old, I think, or a year old.
Wow.
It might be recent.
Water like that,
Earth the brain, come in.
I'm not
I'm
sure.
getting punchy at 4.5 hours in. I'll admit it.
I know.
That, of course, is the side of Uri.
Uh-oh.
And I think Atu's moon is in front of Uri. The more I look at it.
Yeah. And then these were some examples. I was showing him how they're always to the right, they're always to the left, they're always right above. They're just all around us. And he's going over those examples here.
Which only started in 2018. We'd watched them for 7 years prior to that, and they were never above us back then. They were always out in front of us, and they would approach, and you could watch them, and they were smaller. And then over the day, they got within a few 3, 4, 5 hours, they got bigger, and then they turned away, and then went off into the blackness. I love this one. Boy, look at the asteroids in that.
Jeez.
Wow. There's umpteen asteroids in this shot.
Yeah.
Now, as of 2018, they started going past Earth remotely, slightly, where you could actually see their facial illumination in the opposite end of the sky where the light was. And then they would just jostle back around and then disappear up above us in this weird, different axis orbit where they'd come in, get bigger, and then go away. Come in, get bigger, circle around, and go away. And now they're literally in our face, and we're in the middle of them now from dawn till dusk. And so that's all changed. And they still move, but they're not coming in from much smaller, coming bigger and bigger, which has actually sort of made it easier in some ways and harder in others. Okay, look where the light is coming from behind us, so we know that this is Atu's moon and the asteroids. And yeah, and there's a lot going on. I bet you anything the Texas Cube is involved in this, because I think the cube is up in the upper middle, just slightly middle of left, or left of middle, excuse me. And you see that one orb right there in the dead center, an inch down. That's the side orb of the Texas Cube. And then you see a whole bunch of other smaller stuff right there too.
There's that drawing you have for it. I'm
Mighty
not gonna
busy.
have it, but you do have a drawing that matches that. I'll have to put that together.
Oh, I bet I do.
I can see it.
I know which one you're talking about. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
You want me to grab a copy of it for you, or?
Oh, I bet I have it.
Okay.
I know I have it. Yeah.
It takes longer for me to send it to you than for you to look it up.
But let's see.
Oh, I love this one. This is of course the illumination of Isatum's yellow moon and Isatum. The darker area is Isatum, but the illumination is Isatum's yellow moon. And then behind that is a blue Nibiru. And I think this is one of our best captures ever. With that series, whoever created it, you did a wonderful job. And it's phenomenal.
A time lapse that I just found this time lapse one day on YouTube. It's somebody's, backyard or whatever. I'm gonna see if I can get it. Let me see if I have
It's on the startup, isn't it? Isn't this video where it's actually time lapsing in the startup?
It is. Yes. Let's see if this
I absolutely love this. And I did a jig the day I saw this.
Sorry.
That's all right. I like a little wake-up call too.
Right.
So notice in the upper where the sun is, and you can see that's the yellow moon right there, illuminating. And then watch the light round the planet is Saturn, and you can start to see the orange and the red. And that's the illuminated face of the Saturn coming out there, and the dark shadow circle.
Oh my! Wow.
Because when I found that video, it was a lot longer, but I scanned across it and I saw what was, so
You'll also notice the green
I knew
asteroid.
to crunch it, and speed it up, and
After the light goes
Anyway.
around, you'll see the green asteroid just
like
above that
over-
tree on the right.
an hour and a half worth of time, hour and a half time span. So
Yeah, when you started doing these comparatives, it saved me so much time.
That is absolutely amazing.
Here it is. There it
I was
is.
going to see if I could
And
get a hold of
the date on this is 2021 in June, I believe.
Yeah, I've gone through every frame on this
Hey,
video.
gosh, have you noticed how this is the videos from 2021 and the drawing is from 2021 and they match? Wow.
Right. Perfect. It is.
And that's why I very much like having when somebody sends me an older picture and I can go back to the month of the drawing and pick the drawing up and compare it, and then you can ta-da, see, we were right then, we're right now.
Like you can see, it's freshen up.
Rebecca, this was a time lapse video you found on YouTube. You mentioned?
It was.
There's channel 4.
They were like, it was probably like a 10-minute video, and then I sped it up to about 30 seconds, and then that's how we're seeing what we're seeing. So
gotcha.
Yes, but overall,
it
it's over an hour and a half worth of time going by here.
And citizen science does work.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And we're going to have to get you that white coat, Rebecca.
Oh, great. I'll get it dirty.
Yeah.
Pointer.
I messed up everything. Yeah.
We're going to start calling you Dr. Rebecca.
There you go. That'd be funny. I have a whole team of doctors.
Yeah, get that little, And then we come up with a citizen science patch with a little alien guy like we have on our main site, and then we get that sewn onto a lab coat, and then we can sell the lab coat for $99.99 or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm joking.
Yeah, I looked at lab coats to see how much they were, but I better not buy one of them as well.
They're about $30, but I was saying, of course, making 3 times space value from retail and all of that, And I've never believed in retail pricing. It always drove me crazy.
You can get one when we get our platform certificates. Like you get your lab
there
coat
we
and
go.
your platform certificate.
As soon as we get that silver plaque from Facebook or YouTube.
$1 for their coat. And then they just leave
And this, of course, is the side of your.
Beautiful.
And Christoper would look great in a lab coat, and
yeah.
I did those surgery smocks, and
there you go. There you
go. The worst thing about it was throw them in the community laundry, with that horrible industrial laundry detergent.
Yeah, and all the little old people poo that gets mixed into all of that laundry.
Exactly, so it was bad.
Yeah, no, thank you. I would buy my own scrubs, thank you, and I would not touch anything in the hospital. I wouldn't even, frankly, right now, I don't even want to go in a hospital. Anyway,
I know.
Go ahead, Nicolle. Nicolle, you were going to say something?
Sorry, I was just putting it in the chat, but I was going to say that Chris could possibly adjust his mic setting because I know he's got some distance, but I don't know what you would recommend. I don't know if it's on automatic right now, but you're really quiet. Versus some of the rest of us. I don't know if anyone else
you can go into the
that.
settings. Go into the settings on the page below there at the bottom. Click on settings, and then go to manual adjust your microphone instead of automatic, and then run the setting around 160, 180. See how that works. It might be too loud, might not, but we have found. I found with the old, because how many shows did we do where I was so quiet people couldn't hear me, and I had to go in and handset mine all the way to max.
I wonder if it was like the 44th show or something. I don't know, but it was.
No,
was
it
it
wasn't
41, 42?
No, way before then. I think somewhere around 20. I think it was about 20. Hey, I goof up too.
It was just recently. Do you remember,
I think he bumped himself out.
Who are you talking about? Sorry.
She was talking about how long it took me to adjust my microphone.
Oh.
Wasn't that just like in somewhere in the last 40 shows, something, 40 something?
Yeah.
Yeah, but we're all starting to fiddle with that. We all started to fiddle.
Yeah, well, usually you do that sort of thing ahead of time before the show, but
you had switched the microphones in the middle of the shows. Do you remember? So
yeah, I remember Sam said to me one show that I was too loud, but I hadn't thought I was too loud.
Too
I
loud,
hadn't even known. I didn't know you
could
could adjust it. So I learned something new. Yeah.
Hey, I was reading this comment from Tara, and I'm not sure if she's talking to just me or us as a group. I mean, we're on live right now on TikTok, but at the moment, I'm only able to get them to be able to see from my laptop, from my desktop perspective. So they get a whole different view. Okay. So, but I do lives on TikTok. I should do more. I did 30 last month every day. I did one every day for a month.
You should post all your shorts on TikTok.
Yeah.
Or even you make sure you get your shorts up on YouTube to somehow so they'll play more in the shorts, because I've never found any of your shorts on the live feed. Although you have been handed to me and suggested before, but I have a question. Did you remove your backup channel on YouTube?
No.
Did them up today?
We should be live on the backup channel right now. Also, I'm sure we are.
Okay, well, I looked up the other show because I wanted to read all the comments before the show today, so I had them fresh in my mind. And then I only saw your normal Nibiru Followers Anonymous on YouTube, but I did not see the backup, which is usually right next to each other. It wasn't there, so it could have been just a fluke. I don't know, but we've been having trouble with your account lately. So
I think it'd be fun to have Sam on TikTok with me sometime, just like me and Sam. That way he can have a chance to get to know the people there. But I do feel
get on TikTok, Sam.
No, not yet. I don't know if my computer will do it or not, or what, but I never tried. Here's the problem we're having with my computer. Every time I type in my email address to sign up for anything, it tells me that my email address does not exist.
Well, we're getting ready to set you up your laptop
Well,
tomorrow.
I think I am IP flagged, where just generically they're not letting me access anything anymore, and that's why. Hopefully, with the laptop, he's going to set up an email address that goes with that.
I know what else you need too.
And so that I will be able to log on to YouTube or TikTok or whatever it recognizes a separate IP address. I don't know. It's the same IP.
Yeah, because there's a lot of people sit there and talk about.
I wasn't even able to sign up for the Discord again here. I typed in my email address. It's the only one I've got. That's what I run off to this day. It's what we're working on right now. And they all tell me it doesn't exist.
Right.
I'm sorry, that one does not exist. I'm sorry, your email does not exist. I'm sorry, does not recognize your email.
Yeah.
But even if you set up another one and use another password, it won't.
We don't know. We have, this is why we're getting the laptop to see what we can do other than, and if I went downtown and rented an office and paid internet in an office, maybe it would work just perfectly fine. But I think that literally that my IP address is flagged. I think that, they have a direct link to me. I can't explain it any other way, and yet I don't want to jump into the conspiracy theorist bandwagon. But there's something wrong in Denmark here, and this is my email address. Why can't you accept my email address? It's what I'm talking to you from.
Everybody works off their email, and you've got to have your
right. And I've always had the same email, and I've been working off of it since 2008, and no. Doesn't recognize your email address. What? And it's like I couldn't even upgrade on Discord for the I was using Discord for a while, and then when the upgrades came here, and said, "Oh, you got to upgrade to click on this, click on that, and upgrade your Discord," and it wouldn't upload. Just sat there and scrolled for a couple of days. I let it run for 2 days. Boy, look at that. That is a red asteroid, little sister. What a weird shape around
Somebody
little
sent me
sister.
some of them from up north in Scotland. I should have sent them in. I'll send you them.
Okay, that's lead asteroid. We know that. That's
Give him
going
an
back.
example of asteroids. You know,
That's
here's a
2019, 20-ish. No, 20-ish. Because in 19 it was huge, and then she got smaller.
Yeah, that dot in the sun really gets me.
Yeah, I always think of that as the Empire Orb or the Norway Spiral Orb, whichever you choose to call it. Because it's intermittent. It's not always. Everybody says, "Oh, it's just a lens fail on your camera," but it's intermittent. Now, if we saw a reflection of it in the water, then we would know it's real.
Oh, hey guys, guess what? We have another guest. Not, I keep saying guest. It's another host in the waiting room that has arrived. So give me 1 second. It's Jesus, you guys. Hang on. He's here. Hang on. All right.
Start calling
Here
it
he is.
Sky Jays instead of DJs. We're Sky
Yay.
Jays.
Hi guys, how y'all doing?
Okay, I gotta get this out of the way right away. I apologize, Jesus, for bombing you the other night with music and being silly.
You know what? It distracted me, Sam, and I gotta tell you, sometimes a distraction, is all you need, man. And half of that stuff that you were sending me was, most of the stuff that you were sending me was really interesting anyway. So I appreciate the distraction. I kind of needed it. So
Okay,
yeah.
I was a little bit medicated on Claritin that day, and I even laughed at myself the next morning and went, "Oh my God, the poor man!" And you're the one I felt the most embarrassed about. I bombed him with all kinds of music half the evening, and we were talking.
No,
We hadn't talked
I
for a long time.
thought you were. I thought it was maybe a little one cup of coffee too much. But again,
Yeah.
I enjoy the things you share. So
Right. I love the Buddha stuff. You sent me a whole bunch of Buddha stuff in about.
I was. I was.
In fact, it reminded me to when you told me to go stretch and walk. I went outside and I grounded for a little while. I took my shoes off. I went to my little backyard, and I sat there and I took my shoes off and I relaxed out there, and it was really helpful. So yeah.
Yay! Excellent.
It helped me, if anything. So yeah.
Wonderful.
I know ever since you said that to me that one night, go outside, you're chaotic, and do it now. And I did it. Since then,
Yeah,
I
hi
can't wait
to
to get
everybody,
my-
Michelle, Audrey, everybody. How y'all doing? Nice to see you here, Nicole, Christopher. I see you have some beautiful weather out there, Rebecca.
It's nice. It is pretty
Yeah.
nice today. It's 81 right now, but
Yeah, we went from 55s to 80s in 3 days. It's crazy.
Yes.
It is
Yeah.
gonna be a crazy hot summer, and Sam, you called it. You said it was gonna be a hot one. It's freaking mid-April, and it's already 80 degrees. It's gonna be insane. I heard you say earlier it's 90 in your neck of the woods, Christopher.
Oh.
You are gonna be. I don't miss that about Vegas. My summer there was insane. It was insane.
Not fun.
Yeah,
Even
you walk
when
out the door of a casino and you turn around, walk right back in.
Yeah. I remember going outside and jumping in the pool at 3 a.m. and the water wasn't even cold. It was warm water. Yeah. I had to go inside and take a cold shower because I was like,
I've
this
done
is
that.
not-
That is oddly surreal when you're in Vegas and you jump in the pool and it is very warm. That really does mess with your brain.
Well, 3
It does.
a.m.
I remember that.
3 a.m. and
guys.
it's still 110 degrees outside in Vegas. It's crazy. It's the craziest weather. We typically don't see more than 100 and maybe 3, but these last few years have been like 107 plus. The last few years we've been breaking every record.
Wow.
When it
Yeah,
comes
we got to
to
watch what happens to the
when it
Mississippi
comes to
this year and all of the Colorado River and the Missouri and the Columbia. We have to keep watching the rivers. Our
Our
Hawaii
lakes
had a flood.
Really? Our lakes are rising. You know, we didn't get much snow here in the valley, but up on the Wasatch Mountains, they've gone like 200 inches, so they got plenty of snow up there. Just
they're up, they're really up.
You know,
Yeah, California is not going to be hurting for water this year. They've gotten 115, 120% of their snowpack, so they're
we
all
are
going
seeing a huge increase in the Great Salt Lake, so that's a good thing. You know,
Yep, that's good.
It's a good thing. I know the ski season has been extended like by a month. You know, the mountains are still snowing, even though it's 80 degrees down here. There's still a lot of snow up on the mountains, so the season has been extended for another month. My brother works seasonally in one of the resorts in Park City, and usually around this time he goes back to his regular job, and now they extended it to another month. So, you know, it's good for him, you know. So, and it's good for the local economy here too, because we depend so much on the ski, you know, the ski season. So,
yep,
yeah, not bad.
Okay, Iran is currently, hi Lana. Iran is currently attacking Israel. We did hear about that. I'm going to, of course, watch the news after the show. On that last picture we were just looking at, came from 2023. Do you notice the orange corona around the two suns?
I do. Yeah.
That is Imru.
Wow.
And have you noticed in recent photographs that we are not seeing Imru?
Yeah.
I haven't seen Imru shot like this in a few months, because it surprised me, and I went, "Oh yeah, we aren't seeing it." So I think the illumination of the face of Imru comes from this standard red star.
Okay.
And if they're separating, then that illumination has changed.
Interesting.
And the angle of light going, instead of straight back, it would be going at a different angle, and we're probably going to see that orangish effect probably to the upper left, or who knows. But I have not seen the visible. Now remember, in that shot, the orange was inside. It was not inside of a cutoff halo, which is what a lot of people mistake the Hercubus Imru size shape for. And they go, "Oh, look, it's there." But no, that you have to check inside. And if the color is inside, then it is Imru. But if the color is not inside, then it's a refraction cutoff halo, or crystals in the atmosphere, et cetera, et cetera. We know how to do that too, and that is, of course, the difference between a sundog and not a sundog, a stellar occurrence rather than a local sundog.
Look at how much bigger the second sun is, and I think people really have that confused. Our sun is really not that big, guys. You know, sometimes we see this enormous sky, and people have forgotten how much smaller our sun actually is. You know.
Yeah, in the 80s, it was the size of a quarter up here in Montana.
And look at
you held a quarter out in front of you.
Even the color is just wow. You can't even put this on you can't even say this is a camera anomaly. I mean, the difference in color is just significantly just so different. That's so crazy.
Rebecca?
Yes?
Sorry, Tara was asking if we could show again pictures of what they looked like when they were smaller, coming out up.
Okay, I do have some. Yeah, I do have pictures from Sam.
She said she so much wanted to see pictures from Sam about when they first started coming.
Okay.
When they were smaller, so that she can get an idea of them smaller.
Yeah, we literally have to do an entire show off of that alone one of these times.
Yeah, it's like people
just bringing back all the old pictures.
Yeah. Let me do this. Let me go through my folders.
And then trying to understand what they'll look like going away from us and their dark side and their light side. A lot of people are just starting to now settle down with we've got a binary system, and now they're like, now we don't see them because it's dark when
they're going away from us in the future, we are going to see their illuminated side.
I can't wait to see them illuminated.
Here's the video.
Oh, we see them all the time now. It's just like, the two pictures that we were looking at earlier. They're still in clouds because they all have their own atmosphere. So, and then we're seeing a better facial representation of them in fuller circles because they are beyond and illuminated. And eventually, soon, as Atu rises up, because we know Yuri's doing it, so Atu's going to rise up as well, get smaller. So we will be seeing more purple and less of the dark blue. Because remember, when the planets get close, everything turns major dark blue. But when they're farther away, we can actually see the planetary natural colors better.
Okay, this folder should have some of those pictures in it from Sam. So
yay!
Yeah, you've sent me pictures, throughout this whole process, and I've been putting everything that Sam sends me goes into, a certain folder. But there's 3 of it now. There's 3 Sam folders. So why isn't it?
Tara, I try not to worry about the powers that be. I try to, live and let live and just, if they want to misbehave, then I guess they're gonna. And our best deal would probably just be aware and awake, and you'll notice things that maybe they don't want you to notice. But I watched the sea trails yesterday, right at, of course, when the best viewing was, and I've been watching it ahead of time as well. But they finally showed up, and this time they put a bunch of dashes across the sky instead of just one long one. And there were many of them dashed out. They were running out of aerosol. But yeah, they really broke up the view, and that's the way your eye doesn't see that big round ball. So no telling what they're going to do. And I mean, it's it's kind of toxic, and I think they do a lot of the spraying so that that the atmosphere will actually refract a good portion of the heat and the light that's coming in. So some of those sea trails are actually for our benefit, even though they are mostly toxic. It's full of metals and aluminum this and aluminum that and silver iodide and God only knows what other chemistry's in there. I did not look at that. I've avoided going into too much military information because I didn't want to get in trouble with anybody. And I'm a good little American, and I have no ill will toward my government. So therefore, I like to live once in a while in the ignorance is bliss column. And there you go. Emaru Sumerian for light. Oh, interesting.
I mean, there's some things that are just kind of out of our control, guys, and there's really no use or sense in driving yourself crazy about it,
Yeah, don't be fearful of the transition. Just be aware.
Yeah.
And then focus on your world. And, for example, we can't really focus. Oh, God, here we go. We can't. Israel and Iran. Wow. They have been sitting here throwing snowballs at each other for the last 30 years, 40 years. I mean, ever since the formation of Israel against the regional will, the United Nations sort of created the Israeli scenario right after post-World War II. So they would have a place to put all the displaced Jewish folk. And that was kind of crammed down the throats of the Arabs and the Palestinians and everything. And they've never quite gotten over that as well. Although, the Sunnis and the Houthi and all of that have been arguing amongst themselves for so many centuries as well. And then that's part of the war that's going on there. And then you got the aspect of Russia effect and Chinese effect, and then yet what's going on in Yemen and all of that right now, and Qatar, and anyway. So let's just hope they all stop treating each other for shit and start realizing that we got a lot more in common. Like, hey, let's pay attention to climate change, maybe,
So when is Bluebeam going to happen and turn everything around?
Better housing. Well, they're not going to be able to run all of their money crap without us. So they better start saving some of our asses, because a lot of those poor folk over there in the Arab countries and the Israelis and Palestinians and everybody else along Egypt and Libya, those folks are in trouble. So you guys better get your shit together and stop shooting at each other and start feeding your people. That's all there's to it. You got the damn money, feed your people.
I can't believe how they use their people as pawns, man.
Well, you don't need $1 million houses and $1 billion fleets of cars and and you know, and the Saudis and all of these guys, they've got all the money in the world. Feed your damn people beyond. I mean, hey, do something nice and feed somebody else's country because you know they're suffering. Be nice. Show how good you can be, not the fact of how wealthy you are.
Right. You should see this Sultan of Brunei's home here in Las Vegas. This thing is like, you know, there's one main house, and then he's got like 5 individual homes for all his mistresses or his wives. I don't know how it works, but
We can
Yeah,
guess.
they've got them up here in the
must be
Highlands
like-
too, Chris.
it's insane. It must be like 15 acres and, you know, like 200,000 square feet of living space or some astronomical number like that. It's the most beautiful, you know, property I've ever seen. But my gosh, come on. What he's never been there.
They just had some kind of court case fighting with a farmer who wanted to be able to see something that he always used to be able to see, and these guys built something so that another wife could come and stay in it, and they didn't like it, so they had this big fight a couple of years ago.
Wow.
It's
A lot
just
of that's
weird.
going on. Yeah, we gotta start looking, remembering who our neighbors are, and those are the friends.
Yeah.
And of course, these people have all the money in the world, so they can be arrogant assholes. We can't let that happen anymore. And you know, they're going to go so far where, you know, eventually people are going to go, no more, we're done. And then you're going to have, you know, a revolution of some sort that they're not even prepared for, and I can't even imagine. At some point in time, people are going to have enough of rich people. You know, I made a joke a week ago, you know, feed poor people, eat rich people.
Oh, look, there they are. The baby's arriving.
Yeah, and this is like 2009-ish, 10-ish. This is the Anno Domini cross. This is when, now remember that orange thing behind there? See that big orange circle?
That ring thing, the
That's
fuzzy ring.
Immeru, behind the star, and there's a planet in front of the star. And then you just go to that orbit model that we use on Montana Skywatcher, and it all makes sense.
Now, can you just give us a basic understanding of what Immeru is again?
Immeru is a large gas giant, so big you couldn't even imagine. And it's kind of like an electron cluster. It's the central atomic structure between the two atoms that hold the two stars and the two solar systems.
So it's like
And
the
that's
glue
what
that
this
holds everything
gentleman
together.
on the earlier video doesn't get, and that's what the guy from Chile viewed and then cross-referenced as the brown or reddish Nibiru, because they were looking off in distance of space, and maybe they had an idea, but I don't know. I don't know where they got their information. This, of course,
Talking
is
about Carlos Ferrata.
Right,
Talking about
right.
Carlos Ferrata.
This is 2010.
You know,
2000.
early on in my rabbit hole hunting, he's one of the ones that I came across, and I found him very interesting. But after knowing a lot of what I know now, I see that he had some of his information. Well, I mean, I don't think he took into consideration the electric universe, and I think that's where a lot of these astrophysicists go wrong. You know.
Yeah, they think gravity. They're stuck in the Einstein bubble. And
he was calling it a comet planet. That it was part comet, part planet. What was incoming, and that's kind of where he lost me. Where I was like, yeah, buddy, I don't know. I don't know about this. I think not. You know, but it was useful.
Well,
in my early learnings of this stuff, it was somewhat useful to kind of pique my interest and then send me to where I am at now, basically. But it is very important, guys, to take all these bits of truth and then kind of see what fits, and what
all of those models are talking about a single pass event. And now this gentleman,
you're the only one that's ever brought up everybody's talking about a rogue planet, a rogue this, a rogue that.
Traveling without
You
a star.
you don't really have planets without a star.
Right, because you can't have people living on those planets.
Everything has a
having their own
structure to it. Nothing's just flying out willy-nilly, like you say, Sam, out in space.
Right. It's a chemistry equation. We are a compound with two atoms from two elements that are joined in, and they've always been there in the creation of our solar system. We've always had 2 stars. There's always been that main thing, and this other previous guy was talking about the breakup of Tiamat. Well, that is hypothetical based on the Oort cloud, which, between Mars and the gas giants here in our thing, and their concept of it doesn't take into account the shell structure and atomic structure of the planets. And that's, and we've talked about, well, then the gas giants, which are very massive, we know that they have an internal mass that draws in the gases from space. That's why we can't see their inner workings, because they're gas laden, and yet they're way out there, and they're big and huge, and they could never be. If this was gravitational, those things would be closer to our sun. And then you'd have the dark matter holding it back, which is where this whole crazy dark matter thing comes from. And there's some level of correctness to dark matter, but generically that's just Einstein going, well, I figure there's something, and that's why I call it dark matter, because we don't know what it is, but it's this dark force. No. Chemistry, electrical, answers all the equations, answers the gravitational placement, answers the recycling of it happening cycle after cycle, and it's not going to break up. It just happens over and over again. And this is why we know there's been many societies here on Earth prior to us. And we see evidence of it all the time in things that we can't do when we find these artifacts that are buried in coal and they're 1.5 million years old. Because there was other societies back then as well. And you have to remember, 65 million years ago was when the dinosaurs died.
Wow.
What kind of history do we have in between there to all the way to the 13th century or the 8th century or the 400s or the 200s or the 200 BC or 100 BC or 500 BC? Do you know how much distance between 500, 800, 1000 BC, 2000, 4000 BC is to 65 million years?
Incredible.
I mean, how many cycles?
Well, imagine how far these societies also got, Sam, and in the time, look how far we've gone just a couple hundred years,
Right, and we talk about that video, the Pleiadian message, where they're telling us.
And also look at, go ahead, Sam.
Well, they're telling us in the Pleiadian message, they're saying 300,000 years ago, there was a fight over the top outside of Earth for control of the Earth, which I've known about. Okay, that's why I agree with this video and why I was.
Well, and there's look at these ancient paintings, Sam, where it depicts a war in the sky, but it depicts them as angels. I think it's misinterpretation of people who didn't know any better. That was their way of explaining what they were seeing in the sky.
Absolutely.
Right, and you go back to pictographs, even the Hopi and the Aztec or even the pre-Aztec communities, and you go around the world, and they draw the Imru circle and the 2 stars all the time. Yeah. And everybody goes, "Oh, it's just a border around 2 stars." No, it's actually 3 objects standing there in these pictographs, all over the Hopi, all over the Nazca pictographs, all of it. It's recorded all over caves, all over the world, and it's even in Egyptian tablets where they've got the big extra sun over the top of the visiting gods. There's that big red star, which is a standard red star. And they talk about the coming of the gods and all of this throughout Egyptian lore. And the Anunnaki do the same thing. The Sumerians talk about the visitation of the gods and how the god kings came and raised these civilizations. And you go back to Adam and Eve and all of that, even in the Bible, is all talking about that in the lost book of Ezekiel and all of this stuff has been manipulated and changed.
Agriculture and wheat, I believe, are believed to not be from
Earth. Genetically not from Earth.
Yeah.
And we were changed and we were placed here as a workforce. We were given a food source in order to do.
Agriculture, learning agriculture, teaching us agriculture kind of, catapulted us into the society that we are today. I mean, or else, it really kept us from starving and coming out of the caves, and progressing and evolving, as quickly as
Well,
we
yeah, you
have.
also have to go back to even pre-ice age. The entire Earth wasn't frozen. The middle of the Earth was warm, tropical, normal, with two major glacial came down halfway down the middle of the United States. It didn't go all the way to Baja or the Yucatan Peninsula, and then the Antarctica didn't come all the way up through South America. No, the middle band of the Earth was warm, and there was cultures living there. And even before that, there was lost cycles, and then there was catastrophe in 5,000 some odd. I'd have to do the math real quick again, but whatever year, another 3,654, or not, just add another 4,000 years, so it'd be 57 BC, etc. There was the Great Flood and all of this, and there was a civilization before that, a civilization. Anyway, I am being told it is pizza cutting time.
Okay, Sam.
So I'll be right back.
Okay, go ahead. Okay, wow. It's good to see everybody together like this. It's cool how we all made it. We all made it.
I want to say hi to William. William finally. I think in the last show I was kind of calling him because he'd been disappeared for a little bit, but he came back and I guess he got the message. Good. So now he's saying hello. I just want to say hi, buddy. Thanks for tuning in. Always good to have you here. And if you ever want to, come hang out, let me know. We'll make it happen. I know you are a great sky watcher. So, anytime. Anytime you want to come on, hop on, and let me know. We'll make it happen. So
right. Yeah. I'm always looking for another guest. So
yeah.
Right.
Well, yeah, it is really nice to be hanging out here. With all you guys. It's always nice.
Yeah, I loved your video this week, Jesus, where you
it was. It's been so boring lately. But yesterday I got a little bit of action, and I'm thinking opacity, but those colors were a little different, But I have it ready for whenever. You want to wait till Sam comes back? See what he says.
Yeah, you got it. Okay, good. Yeah, share it when he gets back.
Things are just so close right now that it's hard to really photograph them.
It's like, what's going on?
It's just filling the entire sky, and I cannot get a good picture of it. I had to wait until the sun was down and the colors kind of started popping up, where I was like, okay, now I think I can tell the difference in a video between blue sky and the freaking planet, because they've just been so huge. It's hard to catch anything, I've been getting a lot of night stuff happen, but it's really hard to photograph or record anything at night. It just isn't the same. So but I had a little bit of fun yesterday. It was pretty fun. So it was a little something. So that was good. How about yourself, Rebecca? Are you getting anything out there in Oklahoma?
Any weather?
Any sky action?
Oh no, it's been pretty empty the last couple of days. Like today has been totally clear, but it got kind of warm. But it's not. I'm outside, But I am enjoying that, because I spent how many months cooped up inside, when I wanted to be out here, really. So
yeah.
Anyway,
and I hear you have no air conditioner in your.
Not in that one room. The room that I've been in.
Too.
Yeah, it's like mainly a storage room, and so it's hot in the summer. We don't really go in there,
And I'm back.
I don't want to sit in there too much. But after we show Jesus's video, I have that video to show about the anomaly in the ocean. So stay tuned. For
interesting.
There's an anomaly happening. So anyway, we'll do Jesus's video first. Well, here we go. All right.
Oh boy.
Oh yes.
So this was sunset. Yesterday. Yesterday, right after as the sun was going down. It was a little bit after sunset. As the sun was already below horizon. So I was able to get a little bit of color, but again, really difficult to photograph. But this is what I got, and I was like, well, this is nice. I was thinking opacity. What do you think, Sam?
You're right. The white area at the bottom is Saru, and the bluish area, bluish green, is Nepacity.
Yeah, I thought so.
Man,
that blue turquoise.
The yellow down at the bottom is the real sky.
It's that one little piece.
Yep, that
you
one
can
little
see
sliver.
something else.
Gosh.
Yeah, you could see something reflecting the sun right behind opacity.
Yep, that's the bottom of Saru.
Wow.
So wouldn't you say
really
at the top, the dark blue is Atu's moon in front of?
Yeah, it would probably be.
Or Atu.
Question is, do we have Uri in the mix also? Hard to call. If I was out there watching it myself, but yeah, Atu is above us directly, generically. And then
I was thinking Atu's moon. Atu's moon was my guess. In front of.
I'd give you that. You filmed it, so.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, because I did see Uri was far to the left from what I was seeing. Uri was far to the left. I was basically surrounded by them.
Wow.
Every direction there was something going on, but this was the best shot of what I can get.
Yes, we are swimming in between the planets right now.
Yeah.
I was trying to find your drawing for it, and I don't think I have it in this folder. Anyway, you have a good drawing where it's Atu's moon in front of Nepacity. I use it all the time.
And I love how the
kind of like
the
this.
asteroid group of Atu's coming out a lot.
Kind of like that.
Yeah, well, we are in the 180-day close pass cycle, so we're going to see a lot of asteroids.
Oh my goodness!
That's exactly what I saw. Exactly. It was an opacity, and then right to the slight left, you could see Atu's moon. But as it progressed, it kind of centered a little bit more towards.
And now Saru's in the background is behind Uri.
Exactly. In fact, I have another video that I'll post later that was more in the midday. Well, not midday, but like maybe an hour or two before this, it was still blue, which is a hell of a match to that.
This is what I'm talking about with the nighttime illumination right at sunset. You can see the light angle has changed, and you can see the bottom of the planets are being illuminated.
Yeah. It was pretty awesome.
Tonight, you go out tonight. Go out. Look to the west at sunset. Watch after sunset. Go out and sit in your yard at your picnic table or whatever, and sit and watch this. And once you realize the rounding of these bottoms of these big, huge bodies, and then you see the light shining on the bottom of them, and it gradually changes. And then if you get to watch that change in the light, it'll show you the rounding even more as it transcends. So I've been watching the last couple of 3-4 nights.
Do you think Shelley talked about how she said, I feel like the Earth is surfing, but is that, does that have anything to do with like people having vertigo, or is that a physical problem?
Yeah, well, we're all feeling affected by the passing planets, from headaches to ear ringing to nausea to being on the deck of a ship. To feeling the ground vibrating.
Fatigue.
I feel like I'm getting electricity passed on down from my top down to my leg. That's kind of what it feels like for me.
No.
This is why I've been resorting to grounding more than I typically do, because I feel
that pain in the top of my head disappeared ever since I was out in the garden for 2 days. I just stay out in the garden. If it's not raining, then I just go out and dig around, and I try to.
Are you wearing your shoes, or are you barefoot?
Limit your time you're spending out in the sun, Gillian. It's the UVs.
Are you barefoot, or are you wearing shoes?
UVs are off the chart right now, so try to be careful how much maybe wear a hat or something.
Okay.
Yeah,
How are you feeling? How are you feeling, Gillian? Are you all right? You good?
I'm getting really faded now. It's been quite tough sitting still here for a while now, but
you look a little a little tired. You know,
Yeah.
hopefully you'll be all right, man. But
I'll sleep well tonight, but
I was gonna
I
say,
just want it to be better now. It's been hard this week, but it had to be done.
well,
Right.
we'll get through it. We'll get through it. We have to, you know.
If you need to go, you know you can. You can listen to us, but
Yeah, you're
don't feel
not going to miss
bad.
anything.
Don't feel bad if you need to. Okay.
Yeah, I always hate cutting out. I always think I'm missing something.
I know, but you could just lay there and listen. You wouldn't miss anything that way. See,
Yeah.
it's whatever you want to do, you know.
Yeah.
So, here, let me go ahead and get that video of this anomaly, and maybe
Yeah, I'd love to see that.
we're talking about an area of high waves happen in just a random area. Okay.
Yeah, there
This is
was.
so weird.
I think England got hit with a whole bunch of waves this week as well.
Okay.
Are you? Did you guys
West
see
of
that
Africa.
spot that they've been
Waves
talking
swell to
about? Is that
Yeah,
what you're talking?
they said it was an anomaly in
They
the
said it was an
program.
anomaly, but yeah, see that this.
Yeah, this is it. Yeah.
Coming
They
up
said
from
it's an anomaly, but
Antarctica or something, right?
I don't know.
Something spot was going over.
I don't
It's
know.
like
Let's
coming
find
from
out.
Antarctica going up the east coast of Africa.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's see.
Well, the
I
temperature
haven't watched
variance.
Right there on top, like
I haven't watched these even. I just heard about it and saved them.
Right.
So we're gonna find out together because I'm not sure other than high waves. So
Odd
Yeah,
wave
I
anomaly
saw that
west of
first where they were
Africa.
they were
Waves
discounting
swell
it
to
and they
over
said it was an
25
anomaly.
feet
Where'd it
out
go?
of nowhere.
sorry. I
Odd
didn't watch
wave
her then.
anomaly west of Africa. Waves swell to over 25 feet out of nowhere over an area bigger
Oh,
than
wait a
Texas.
minute. Wait a minute. Remember, guys, that asteroid that came in yesterday?
Mm-hmm.
We never heard
Something's
about
big bug.
splashdown.
Okay.
Interesting.
This could be it right here. It was 9 meters. I even wrote the name of the damn thing down somewhere. And they had just discovered it 2 days prior. I would bet you money. They're calling it an anomaly, but I would bet you money that that's where that asteroid hit because they were talking about an ocean hit.
Well, the fact that they so quickly came up with the anomaly excuses makes me really suspicious about it.
Yeah, I saw it before that. I saw that they were announcing it
But I
was
was
an
seeing
anomaly.
today
before I saw the other.
our geomagnetic whatever guy was he posted that they had officially called it an anomaly, that a mistake or something, you know, that
I
didn't
could really quick
it
and
never
learn.
happened. But I don't really I think I'm a little bit more suspicious that it was something that they're just not wanting to talk about.
All right. But
Let's see.
that's typical,
Okay.
you know. Okay.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, they had
very
only
typical.
discovered it like 1 or 2 days before it came in. Let me go to the National Bowie thing and see if I can look up yesterday.
Look at it moving.
I don't know, anomaly. I don't know.
Moving.
And this is like 2,000 miles across.
Jesus, look at that thing.
Wait a minute.
Then
Goes
I went to the
almost like a
wrong
ladybird
side.
with its wings.
What?
Look at its wings.
Oh wait, they're reversing it. Surely they're reversing it, right?
I don't know.
It's not going back, is it? Is that?
Well, it was expected to hit the Pacific Ocean. The guy I
You said
watched
it's
talk
on-
about it.
You said it was 9
Uh,
meters, Sam?
Yeah, it was 9 meters.
85 feet waves.
Is that? I mean, I know, you know, it's hard to. That's a difficult question, but is that 2,000 miles? Is that something? Or how many? How big they say that was? You said 2,000
Well,
miles.
Something like that, yeah.
if you take a bullet and you bring it in at 500, 600, 1,000 miles an hour, or however fast a bullet travels, and you hit the ocean with it at the right oblique angle, it could create a huge splash. Or maybe
it's
they weren't giving it the right size. But we
So
never
it is
did hear
definitely
anything about
possible.
splashdown at all.
Whoa.
Interesting.
And what about all the boats that are traveling through that area? There must be hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of ships.
Something massive left Antarctica during the eclipse. Okay.
What about the ships? I mean, because there must be a lot of people. If they're talking about 85-foot waves, there must be a lot of problems with the boats.
Absolutely.
And if an
There's a theory
asteroid crashed,
released off the
oh my
bottom of the
gosh,
ocean on this part of Antarctica and rose
that's
up
not
to the
good.
sea surface, causing these
Well, I wonder, let's see what else surfaces in the next week or so. You know, when it comes to this, you know.
That's all he's talking.
This is
Okay.
odd wave anomaly west of Africa. Waves
That was
swell
mainly
to
it, I
over
guess.
25
There's a lot of
feet
people
out
talking
of
about it. I
nowhere
know that.
over
Are they talking
area
about this
bigger
on the
than
news?
Texas.
No.
They won't tell you nothing.
No.
I don't know.
Well,
I have not heard.
we did not
about
hear
that.
anything about splashdown of that asteroid, and this could entirely be it. Although, like I said, I thought it was going to come down in the Pacific Ocean, but it could have come down into the Atlantic, and they had just discovered it 2 days prior. So, there could be more on the way. By the way,
But okay, I mean, if it was splashdown,
I've had a few asteroid streaks today, you know, that I know were not sea trails. I absolutely know that they came out of nowhere.
you know, and remember, they only discovered it 2 days ago.
Yeah.
but wouldn't it splash like out, like in all directions? I could.
Well,
to
yeah,
me, it's
but
going
then-
like it's going somewhere. It's like on a journey.
Well, that's why I was just checking the Bowie list, and there is no. I mean, of
Uh-huh.
course, they're going to shut down if they don't want people to know about it. They're going to shut down the sites that will give the answers, up to a point, or you know. So let's pay attention to it. They call it an anomaly. We knew that everybody was talking about that asteroid that was coming in, and it was 2020. I got to look and see if I can find that list. I wrote it down. Grab my old list for this week and see if I can find it really fast. Yeah, not on that one. This is. Sorry, I take forever. Okay. Devil's Comet. Global telepathic. All right. Still looking. Apologize. I apologize. Not there. Not there. Did I look on the back of that? No, it's not there. I am not finding it. I apologize.
Yeah.
Wow. And I wrote it down too, and I'm not finding it. Matthew. All right, who's been messing? It's a conspiracy. Someone's messing with my notes. I'm sorry, I can't find it. I found another one. Wait.
What about like an underwater craft? Could that do it? Like
No, not this is some. You know, a 25-foot wave is really high when it comes to the ocean. A Devil's Comet. No. Okay, I wrote it down. I even did the math for it. It passed, supposedly was going to pass 11,600 miles away from us, but then they changed the announcements midday and started saying that it was going to hit Earth. Okay, Earth-facing sunspots. No, I cannot find it. Maybe it's out in the living room. Okay, wait a minute. I found 2 more sheets. Let me see. Close approach. I got it. Close approach asteroid 2024 GJ2. And it was a 3-meter asteroid, and it was 0.05 lunar distance when discovered. 11,600 miles away. Was what they thought was going to pass, but then they, like I said, they rechanged it and said they thought it was going to hit. So it's very possible that that's what that was, but we didn't even hear that it did hit. I haven't heard a thing about it after the fact. So
right.
And then I was talking to somebody, and I said, "Did you know this thing's about to hit in about an hour?" And then I believe I mentioned to Nicolle that it was going to happen any time now. The other day.
What was it that was hitting? Sorry, is a comet?
Yeah, the asteroid. The
asteroid.
Yeah, GJ2 2024 GJ2 was listing on the NEO, and they only discovered it 2 days ago.
I get it. I remember.
Came out of the darkness, and they went, "Oh, look, this thing is on its way here."
You did. You shared something with me about that. You sent me a link on that.
Right.
Yeah.
So was that on the 9th? Did that happen on the 9th?
No, it was literally like yesterday or the day before. It's either the 12th, 11th, or yeah.
I'll look at my messages.
Probably the 11th, I think.
Find it.
I was having a really weird day on the 11th, so that was probably it.
Oh my gosh. It was like such a bad day.
Well, I
Years ago to the day, it was such a bad day. So I don't know.
Over copied on antihistamines, man. I was doing drugs, man.
Lucky you to not
Doing
want
lots
to
of
only
music,
need
Len.
Claritin once. Half a Claritin?
Yeah, half a Claritin. I don't do antihistamines well at all. I become a four-thumbed idiot, and I trip on shit. I get tired. I get sleepy. And that's why I take Claritin, because you don't get drowsy, but or less drowsy, I should say. But I was running a Claritin high until 11 o'clock in the evening. Like, wahoo!
Have you ever? You should. When I do take, I don't typically take anything for allergies because I kind of want my body to kind of adjust to it. But sometimes here, like during this time, we have so much things blooming that it's just.
I couldn't stop sneezing. I was just hacking and coughing and sneezing.
Yeah. Well, what happens to me is my eyes just get
right. Yeah, my eyes were burning and everything. Yeah, my nose was running, and I was coughing.
But I take one called Zysol, and it's much better.
Yeah, you can take it at nighttime. Yeah, it makes you sleepy, and so you can take it at nighttime. I take that too. It's the strongest one you can take.
Yeah,
that's the one with the owl.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the one with the owl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and you guys can mail us that commercial check anytime now.
I take 2 of those. And
sorry, guys.
Then 2 more of
That and
those.
Ricola.
These pictures are from Maria in
Ricola.
I like all her trees and mountains.
Those things don't taste good. So, sorry. I don't
What,
like
Ricola?
those. Yeah.
I like them.
I don't like the way they taste.
It's an acquired taste.
You want funny tasting, you should try a Fisherman's Friend.
I don't want funny tasting at all.
Fire. My dad loved those. He just
Gillian mailed me 3 packs of them, and wow, they're powerful.
Have you tried a few?
Oh, I did one last show. I was, I can't keep them in my mouth very long. They're powerful, but I pop them in, set them down. I got this little stone that I use where I put my cough drops so I can talk, and then
you just get one teeny little one.
Yeah, I have this crystal that Lucinda gave me, and it's a palm. It's like a worry stone, and it's out of cut quartz and everything. And I have it on the desk in front of me, and that's where I put my cough drop on when I'm trying to talk and yet have a cough drop, which I'm doing now. Cough drop number 2. Ricola.
You make them stretch, Sam.
Oh, I do. I do.
Yeah.
Until then I get the throat relief, and then I can talk better again. And I pop it out of my. I don't remember, like twice now on the show, I've almost choked to death from cough drops. So.
Oh no! Put your hands up.
The hulls, the cherry hulls, they're round, and they have a tendency to want to go back through your throat when you're trying to talk. Where the Ricola is sort
big as well. They're huge.
Yeah, the Ricola is kind of squarish round, so you don't end up slipping it in your mouth and then gagging on the damn thing. And in the early, when we first, like show 1 and show 3 or show 4 or whatever it was, I almost choked on a cough drop while trying to talk.
Oh, no.
I went, I'm not doing that no more.
Yeah, no.
How embarrassing. You know me, I don't like to embarrass myself. I do that enough already.
It's funny. I'm working on this video that Tara shared with us from the first of the show about that little
I
creature.
can't get much from this picture other than the sun is shining through the
I'm
trees.
slowing
and
it down.
Clouds, except the blue. The dark blue in the background is very, very planety.
Yes. Sure looks like it.
Yeah, Nicolle needs to see that thing flying through the sky.
That was weird.
And Jesus.
And we have more than one sighting of it, so it's not an anomaly, it's an actual occurrence.
I actually sent that into one of the group chats, and in 2 different videos. Like there's 2 different videos that I send in that there's 2 different people that go over at least 2 of those or more. So yeah, there's a multitude of captures of it.
The little thing flying by.
Yeah, the little tiny, it looks like a little cigar flying under the sun, but above the clouds.
Yeah, and in the previous
Yeah,
video,
you can
we
see it
shot
looks
above
like
the
a
sun from there
dragony
angle.
thing. It's kind of wild.
Okay.
Hey, Nicolle, do I sound any better or?
You sound great. Yep.
Okay, good.
Very perfect.
I
Can hear
figured
you
it out.
totally. Wonderful.
All right. Oh, that was it. I love that one. The mountains right there. We don't have anything remotely close to that in Oklahoma. you know,
that looks like
it
Lolo
looks like
Peak to
that
me from
across
the
the
other
bay
side.
on the Black Isle.
I live right next to one of those.
Gosh, I would love to
Okay,
get out
yeah,
to the mountains
it's
to go
totally
for a
flat
hike or
here.
something.
Flat. We have hills, like a little hill, but not mountains like that. No. So, thank you, Maria, for sharing. Pretty. Okay, I'm getting that video. I almost have it ready. I was just slowing it down a little bit, and then we can take a closer look. I zoomed in on it and slowed it down.
Ooh.
So, yeah.
Yeah, and you waited up for something.
That's it.
I can sleep
That's
anyway for the next few
I know.
days.
I just looked at the time. I'm like, we have gone 5.5 hours. It's really gone by quickly
gosh.
today. You know?
Yeah.
5
really
hours
has.
already. I just laugh because we talk so much we don't know about. And then you think, oh, we didn't talk about much. And then you go back and you listen to one of these shows and it's like, oh,
Okay.
Yeah, and I wish we actually would, this is me. I wish we would, stick to more pictures and less sidebar. And guess who's the king of sidebar? Me.
I was going to say, what?
Yeah, I can't complain because I'm the one that goes off topic all the time.
You leave us skipping down Hansel and Gretel's little.
I mean, I must be one of those old guys that sits in the corner in the pub and goes, "Let me tell you this story, you youngins."
I think we encourage you a little bit too much, though.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to blame all of you guys because I've gotten old doing this, man. 14 years, man.
Why are we being blamed?
14 years. Jesus. How the hell did I do that? Where did the time go?
Baby.
God.
Just after baby.
13 didn't sound as bad as 14. Now it's just like, wow.
Right. No.
Every single day. Well, I did take some Sundays off.
2 holidays, maybe.
Yeah, I do. I have taken a few holidays, and this is why, I always underestimated like my 50 to 70,000 hours worth of research time plus. I mean, I think that's probably half of what I've done.
Look at that little.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Look at that little mother sucker.
What?
Yep, that's.
That's.
And then
What in the world?
It's a dragon. No.
And then why don't we see it come out on the other side?
Because it's illuminated and we've lost it in the sun.
Okay.
Yeah, she doesn't follow it. I don't think she saw it. Just based on what
I'm
She
just
said she
expecting it
didn't
to
know it
come
was there.
out of
And we've got more than one sighting of it, so we know it's real.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
that's
gotta
the
get
ship.
the other video.
Look how fast that thing is going, and it's going through the clouds. You know it's up around 35,000 feet.
And that's slowed down.
Yeah. And that's slowed down, right?
Yeah, but look how it wiggles. Look how it wiggles.
Maybe it's a space whale, a space shark.
This
Now they can land sharks. Why can't we have space sharks?
This initial speed is regular speed. This right here is actually not that right there. Sorry.
Baby shark.
I totally believe in the possibility of life forms out there that actually
That
just
is
live
the
in
original.
space. Whoa. God,
That's
that
the
is
original.
freaky.
When I was kind of starting on my journey of learning, it's like one day, and I think this happened to probably everybody here. And then probably those listening as well. But all of a sudden, you get this thing where you have to start learning about certain topics, right? And that's kind of what happened to me. And then I ran to a lot of videos very similar to these that I cannot find anymore on YouTube. Back when YouTube first started, there was some crazy interesting stuff, but a lot of it has been scrubbed out of it.
There was the Mothman and all these dragon sightings for years.
Yeah, there was a lot of this, and they would call it I remember the videos they were calling them the sky serpents.
Yeah.
It was very interesting to see this because it was very similar to this. And there was a lot of VHS. It wasn't even, because now we have CGI and all that, but when you're talking about VHS videos catching this stuff, that's a little bit more difficult to mess with, to add in, to kind of manipulate.
That thing looks like it's paddling up there. That thing is like waggling from
I'm only joking, but I mean, remember we've been seeing the Reaper, but this is too small to be the Reaper cloud system, which is asteroids. It looks like a freaking Reaper, but oh my God, that looks almost alive.
That's the thing.
Like it's got arms hanging off the front of it and everything. Is spooky.
Oh no! It looks like fins or paddles or something. It looks like Nessie. It looks like a
blow it up
Nessie.
to even larger.
Looks like.
That looks very similar to.
I want to see that larger, man. It looks like Nessie. That thing.
Well, we know it's at least a ship or it's alive. One of the two.
It seems organic.
You get bioship.
Or organic to me. It looks like it's alive. It looks like it's alive. And I do believe, and I know I don't want to take these guys as a reference because it's, but in what is it? In Rick and Morty, Rick always says there's everything in space, and I kind of do believe that there is. I mean, life adapts to a lot of things. Look, they have found places in the Marianas Trench that are very toxic to life, and they have found creatures down there, thriving down there. So life is resilient, life adapts, and life wants to live. So just because
and if we were down that low, we would be porridge.
Exactly. But just because it might be toxic to us doesn't mean that there isn't some kind of life form out there that might adapt to it. Space is so big and so old that why wouldn't there be something that adapted to that kind of thing and even thrived?
And it is water up there, so like.
And remember, on the planets out there in the universes, all the billions of galaxies. I shouldn't say universes. I should say galaxies. We know there's billions of galaxies, and on every one of those galaxies are probably 1 million solar systems plus that can habit life, and the millions and millions of races that live in every one of those galaxies. We have to realize that we are not alone. And I have met 3 separate races face to face, no channeling, no crazy shit. So I know for a fact that they're there. And you and this is why watch Star Wars, Rebecca. Watch Star Wars. You too, Jesus.
I know.
Watch
Star you too,
Wars.
Jesus. We gotta watch it.
Yeah,
we've got to have one of those nights where we all watch it and then stop it and go, see
that's what it's gonna take for me and Rebecca to see it. I think we're gonna have to do that a movie night.
Yeah,
and then
I think you're gonna enjoy it. I mean, I promise it's just as good as Pickle Rick, if not better.
Pickle Rick. That's a
May the 4th is Saturday.
Pickle Rick. Pickle Rick.
May the 4th is Saturday, so that's going to interrupt my viewing for that Saturday. But I can watch it beforehand and I can watch it afterwards. So that's when the day on May the 4th I watch all of the Star Wars movies I own, and I binge watch. And I put it aside and I tell everybody, well, it's my day off, and I'll do the show, but. May the 4th is a Saturday, so.
What's Pickle Rick?
It's Rick and Morty is it's a kind of it's like a
semi-adult cartoon.
Like a cartoon that's based on like Doctor Who. I mean, even the opening credit song, and it's very much like the Doctor Who show. So they go everywhere, and they actually, I can't figure out, Jesus, or Chris, do you remember which episode it is where Rick takes Morty to a little alien civilization where they worship him, and he's their creator, and they basically are like,
you're talking about the battery episode.
Yeah,
That
and like
really
Morty figures out that he made them, and they're just like doing some kind of energy work. Like it's like the perfect example of what it's like us. It's a mirror.
And they're fixing to do the same thing with their own lower civilization too.
Exactly.
So,
right. Right.
And yes, that I found, this is why I love that show, Rick and Morty's, because they really talk about these things that you're like, you can't help but really start thinking about
and the multiverse and all that stuff. They just leave this verse, so they just go to another one.
Yeah,
it's great.
Plus, I mean, it's hard not to like Rick. He's kind of he's like that villain that you just root for,
Yeah, you have to love. You hate the love. You love the hate.
I have to fully admit, I have not seen any Rick and Morty. I've seen them on the shelf, but I have not watched the show.
Okay, so now I don't feel that bad about not watching Star Wars.
Hey, well, what about Adventure Time? I mean, I own the entire series of Adventure Time.
Never.
Adventure Time, come on, join your friends.
I've seen some of that, and I find it interesting, but I haven't really. Yeah, Pickle Rick. Pickle Rick. I think you would like it.
Okay, well then I'll start into the series. I'll get one of the early versions and work my way up.
Yeah,
I like to buy myself a movie from time to time, and I don't get Netflix or anything like that. We don't have Disney Channel or anything.
I think you might really take a liking to Rick, Sam.
Rick and Morty.
He has a way to him that is interesting. But
all right, it says there are a whole bunch of them, like Rick and Morty.
You can't help but you can't help but really be his way of looking at the world is a little cynical, but very based on a lot of realities. So
the Night People episode, that's a great one. The Night People, you that one, right? Do you guys know that one?
I didn't hear any of that. It kind of cut off. What was that?
She's giving out classified information.
Oh,
yes, something's happening. So it's not just me. I didn't.
Must be a good episode then.
That cut off. That cut off.
Here we go.
Yeah, I didn't hear any of that.
That happened to me again, Jesus. Right before you got here, I was starting to talk about the project that I was recruited for, and they blurbed me out. It's the only time I blurbed out on the whole show, and the moment I start giving it out, they did it again.
Yeah, it always happens. There's always something. It never fails. Somebody told me last night that they've been going on to some of my videos that I've been posting lately, and then it takes them to a different link, to a different video. It doesn't even show them my video, and I'm like, Michelle was telling me. Michelle Cox was telling me. She's been trying to watch some of my videos, and it just takes her to a completely different video. She even put a screenshot of the video that it takes her to, and it has nothing to do with anything that we've been doing. So I definitely think the eyes are on us.
The eyes of Texas are upon us. Yeah.
And it's going to get worse and worse,
And I will apologize to everyone if having direct contact with me does affect you, your phone, your laptop, your computer, or your life. I am terribly sorry. I'm doing my best. My non-disclosure agreement ended over a decade ago, and blame them for bad donuts or something else, or maybe they're drinking Starbucks and they need to go to another brand. I don't know.
It comes with the territory, and I think most of us are, it is what it is. It is what it is. So it's not surprising, and definitely not something that is going to deter me anyway. Whatever I've developed, I realized over the years that the best thing for your mental health is to not take things personal. And that's one of the best advice I can give anybody, especially when it comes to this topic. Just understand that there's a lot of people who don't see what we see, and they lash out, and of course, this is a pretty crazy topic, so in a way I kind of understand, a lot of it, and I try to shrug it off, but yeah, it doesn't bother me nearly as much as it used to bother me. But I have my days. I have my days where I do see myself fighting back, and then I catch myself and I just laugh. Like, what are you doing? Just let it go. So yeah.
Yep, just go about our business and do our thing, and we'll keep reporting
Jesus,
to everybody.
Leandra. Sorry, Sam. Go ahead.
Oh no, I just said we just do our job and we'll just keep on reporting what we see. And it's not like we're intentionally going, oh, these mean guys are doing this to us, and we're not pointing fingers at anybody. We're not blaming anybody for what's going on, including the Anunnaki or anything like that, or the demigods, or the powers of the be, or the governments, or the French, which is a joke. I always blame the French,
Yeah. Hey, we all have a job to do. We all have a job to do. Our job is to put this information out there, and unfortunately, for every action is going to be a reaction. There's somebody else's job out there is to stop us from talking about this, and may the best one win.
Yep.
And so, at least we have truth on our side. We have truth on our side, and I think the truth always comes out. The truth always comes out. We're lies never. They only last for so long until people start seeing things.
Right, and since I got on, since I met Rebecca and got on Nibiru Followers Anonymous, there has never been a time where this information has been forced down my throat at any point in time. Nothing like that. If you don't like the information, you don't have to do it. Just keep doing you. But this is real, and that's what Jesus is saying. We're here to report it, and that's what we're doing.
Right.
Right.
Jesus, did you see? I don't think you were here. I know you weren't. Christoper's dad sent in 2 pictures.
Awesome.
Christoper's dad.
Really? We got
let me get them. Let me get it.
Let's go, Chris's dad.
Yeah, I know.
Right?
It's like, I know.
See the first picture he sent me.
Yeah,
nice.
It's a big deal.
Wow, he's progressed.
Awesome.
Right?
Perfect.
I mean, shoot, he's got better pictures than I do this week.
Wow.
No, I asked my daughter to take a
And
picture.
this one. These 2 he sent.
Holy crap!
Look
Where are these from? Where's your dad? Chris.
He's in Maine.
Wow.
Oh, nice. So he is on the east
Yeah,
coast looking
totally.
out.
Way
Yeah,
up on the
right
east
there
coast,
on the right there on the coast of Maine. So, sea level.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Definitely. So
Safer than South Carolina right now. Currently, I could add.
And I've said this. I think right now, because things are so close to Samoa's in the higher elevations, I think the people in the lower elevations are getting a better view. Because it's a little bit more distant for them. So.
Yep, Yuri.
Yeah.
Well, I hate to jet, guys, but I am going to call it. Thank you so much for having me.
Okay, Nicolle. Yes.
We will see you soon.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us.
It's good seeing you,
Yeah,
Nicolle.
Likewise.
Always nice to say hello to you, Nicolle.
Right.
Likewise.
We'll see you here
Feel
in a few
better,
days.
Julian.
We know you're busy with family life, so enjoy and be safe.
Yes. Yeah.
And don't forget
Be
your own
safe.
chant.
All the time.
Grounding and home chant.
Right. All right. Have a great night, guys.
Okay.
Bye,
Bye.
Nicolle. See you next
Yeah, I
week.
think I'll also pop out now because I need to go sleep.
Okay, Jillian.
Okay,
You do
good
that.
night. Good time.
Good
Yeah.
night, everyone.
You're not going to miss anything. We'll talk to you later, Jillian.
All right.
Get
Night
some
to
rest. Okay. Bye-bye.
All right, bye, Jillian. We'll
Bye
keep
bye,
you better.
guys. Thank you.
Yeah, you're.
Now help me get out of here, please.
I can. I can. Okay. Bye-bye, Jillian.
Push the button.
That's a tough but I do that when I'm trying to get off of like TikTok Live. I'm like saying bye, and then I can't get my way out of there. So it's embarrassing. But I know. I mean, we are at almost 6 hours, guys.
Yep.
Wow.
So what would you like to?
Well, anytime, if you're out of pictures and anytime you're ready to go, you just let us know, and then I'll always go find something to do. I could post 90s music all night long. I'm
take another
joking.
ferret in.
I'm good with that.
Yeah.
And I hopped on for a little while. I didn't expect you guys to be. I know I was catching the end of it, but I just wanted to hop on for a little while and just say hello to you guys and everybody else. But whenever
somebody has a police car.
I live down the street from like 2 hospitals, so I'm numb to it.
Yeah,
so right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have been watching videos on people that drive from town to town, and they've been doing the towns of Texas, and I see the towns of Oklahoma and Pennsylvania, and you name it, in these little tiny towns. There's a guy that does it, and it's mind numbing, and you could sit and stare at for 45 minutes and not be concerned about the world for once. And I do that sometimes, where I'll break into something that's just educational and yet not connected to anything I want to really chase down. I am really interested about that anomaly. I wasn't until I cross-referenced the GJ2 2024 GJ2 asteroid, and we cannot trust what they tell us as far as the size goes. And they did give the lunar units, angstrom units versus lunar units, which was good because then it's easy math. And then you take the math and then you times it by 265,000 miles approximate distance between Earth and the Moon, which is 1 lunar unit.
Okay.
And then you can, I haven't even really checked the NEO list recently, but it wouldn't have done any good because it was a 2-day. There'd be Wi-Fi systems going. Is it me? Am I patching out?
What are you talking about, Sam?
I'm talking about the possibility. I am talking about the possibility that there are more asteroids coming in than just that one. And because it was 2 days old, and I was trying to teach how to look up NEO on the, I don't know how much you didn't hear. So you go to the NEO list and you take into account lunar distances, LUs is 265,000 miles. And you multiply, when they give you the distances like 0.05 lunar units, so you multiply that times the 265,000, and it'll give you, I think, or do you divide it? Okay, my brain isn't working. 6 hours, but I believe you multiply it, and it'll give you the distance.
Wow.
Between that 265,000 miles will be your number. It'll tell you and this is why a lot of times they'll talk about, this asteroid's coming in, and it's like 3.2 AUs, which is angstrom units, which tells you it's somewhere around 200 million miles away. And I'm all worried because this asteroid's crossing Earth, and it's like 200 million miles away, farther than our sun. What the hell are you talking about? And they do a lot of that. So I'm trying to, and so they took it off. The lunar units is what it used to standardly run on, and now they bumped it up to AU, angstrom units, 94 million miles. Distance between the sun and Earth is 94 million miles, so that's 1 angstrom unit. So now they've got that, so it's harder to do the math, but and then you can, in some cases, you can switch the meter to LU.
Normally west of Africa.
Go to the NEO. It's neo.gov. Near Earth Object Listing.gov, and they'll show you what they're talking about and what's coming and what they know about. But the new stuff can come right out of the darkness and hit us in a matter of days, and they've proven that. Wow. The shit can just suddenly appear, and there it is.
Aaliyah, she didn't get here in time, but what we were talking about was this possibly being an effect of an asteroid, or right?
An asteroid splashdown.
Splashdown.
Because we were, if somebody could tell me the date of this anomaly, if it was the 11th.
I don't know if you can see that. Anyway, I want to say yesterday. I'll clarify.
Well, okay. Did they put it out yesterday because it had happened the day before?
Right. I'm going to find out. Maybe.
See if you can see a date on this at all. Because they were talking about it coming in, and I was live and I was paying attention, and that's, I was also getting on the computer for staff meeting, and it even shows up in the weather pattern. How interesting.
Yeah. Okay, ocean anomaly date.
Yeah, I think it was the day after the eclipse, actually.
Right.
think Michelle, I think you're right.
Well, that's the day
April-
they discovered it was the day after the eclipse, and then the next day was, I believe, the 11th that it came in.
It was April
That was-
10th.
Okay, weird.
April 10th.
So that would have been before that. So maybe there was another one they didn't talk about that came in before that, or it's a computer glitch, which is what they told everybody. It was computer glitch.
I really don't buy that. I really don't. I don't know.
So
25 foot or 25 meters, or was that 85 feet? What did we just see?
I think it said 85-foot waves.
If that was an 85-foot wave, that wave would have hit
all
the East
directions.
Coast. That wave would have hit the South America. The wave would have hit Southern Africa. If that was an 85-foot tall wave, we would have seen a tsunami go around the world.
We would have hundreds of boats in that area.
Yeah.
Tsunami.
They're not.
The
if
tsunami
something
would
did
have. We've
happen
been
and they're
hearing
not
about
reporting
villages that are wiped out in South America and the side of Africa and all of that.
Right.
That was an 85-foot wave. The tsunami that occurred in Japan was in one area was 95 feet, for the generic most of the shoreline was somewhere 35, 40 feet. So, and that, not meters, but feet. And that did massively, and their seawalls were like literally 25 feet in most cases.
Their seawalls
and it
were
depends on the town. If you get a refractive double wave, then it's going to increase the size of the wave. It'll bounce off one edge, hit another edge, and then bounce in again, because it's sort of like a pool ball. And that's what happened to Sri Lanka in the 2009 or whatever tsunami that killed roughly estimated at 250,000 people. And that was because of the offshore Indonesian earthquake right at the plate line. And there was a lot of people that got killed by that. So if you ever see the water going out and you're standing on the shoreline, run. Right then. And we've had that happen a couple of times where the boats were, the guys would go in the morning and they went out to their boats and they couldn't even see the sea. But that was a duration long standoff for like a half hour, 45 minutes, an hour. And so there was no tsunami. And we believe that had to do with the roll of the planet with the change of the mid-ocean bulge, like a planetary tip, where the entire tide and that happened on the west coast of South America. And they went out to their boats in the morning and there was no ocean.
Jeez.
And there was numerous reports of that many months in a row. And it happened all over the world, and then it vanished. And let's talk about the high tidal waves that hit Los Angeles this year. And it happened again in the UK this week also. The UK got a really unusual southern part of the UK got hit with some freak waves. So it's entirely possible that maybe they did get some level of a tsunami that was not announced. And they would do that only if there was more coming in. They didn't want to get people aware to start the progression of panic. And if there are more kind of coming in, do check the NEO list. Maybe they'll announce it. Maybe they won't. Keep watching the skies.
It's the reason why it's important to pay attention and do your own observations, guys, because they're not going to tell us anything. They're not going to freak people out and put people in a panic. They are absolutely not going to do that. Do not expect disclosure when it comes to this stuff. They're not going to do it.
And if they did and you tried to bug out, everybody would be bugging out. And then before you know it, the cars would fill the highways and no one would get anywhere. And this is the problem with our civil defense situation. There is no way to evacuate millions of people. Just not possible. So
where exactly they're going to evacuate them to? I mean,
right. And then are you counting on
this is the reason why I don't freak out too much, because what exactly are you going to do? Like, there's really nowhere really to go.
Stay with your stuff. Be ready to. Now if Yellowstone blew up, I would have like under 60 minutes to get the hell out of here, and then we'd see it go off in the sky, and I had better run west. Period. So and they're talking about that too. And oh God, Naples, Kepe, you know the name.
Campe Flagray or Campe
Flagray,
Flagray.
right? I read it today, and I knew I was going to remember it, and I didn't. Yeah, that is really active right now.
Yeah,
seriously, they are warning people now, and they don't have any way to evacuate 5 million people.
Right. It's like basically
And
the same
it's
thing
going.
as Yellowstone is. It's like this super volcano. It's like right off the coast of. I don't particularly know where it is. My wife is all into this stuff.
It's on the side of Naples.
Yeah, yeah. Before I got
It's
into
right
all
beside
this,
Naples.
somehow she knew that, all these volcanoes were going off, and I'm trying to tell her, no, it's because of we have so much information at our fingertips. It's probably always like this, right? No, it's not.
Nope.
Right. All these records are being set. That reminds me, I do have some clips of weather situations if you want to take a look real quick.
Sure.
Sound good?
We're seeing
Reddit. It is really, really active. They've raised the warning level because it is really acting up.
Yeah, and we're seeing, and Geomagnetic Earthwatch was saying, we're seeing earthquakes in areas that we don't normally see earthquakes. I mean, we had a whole series of them recently.
The entire Rocky Mountains moved this morning from Canada to Utah.
Well, we've been feeling tremors here, and they've been telling us that it's due to the military destroying some engines or something. And I'm like,
the
really?
Rocky Mountains is moving. The San Andreas Fault is moving. The Seven Sisters, all of the volcanoes in Washington State are more active. Like I said earlier today, there were 5 medium-sized earthquakes to the east of San Francisco Bay today. So, and they were all at the same time. So they were big, and there's a huge population there.
Interesting.
Yeah, San Francisco Bay, and then east, and that's where all those people live, is off the, and all the way up to the mountains up there, and
which is another thing. Another thing that comes in. And again, I hate quoting scriptures, but there's a lot of it says that when we start seeing earthquakes in areas that we don't normally see them, that's the time to start paying attention.
And the signs in the sky and the pestilence, and now the bugs are all, and the cicadas are all blooming, and we're seeing planetary objects flying by and bodies in the sky, and the warnings, and we saw the asteroid, and we're seeing the Devil Comet, and we're seeing the eclipses, and
the moon will what is it, shake like a drunkard? We've been seeing that, how the moon's shadow is not in the right place. It's the moon, and everything with the moon is just not normal.
Yeah, and 1 hour it's in the south, and then an hour later it's all the way up in the north sky.
That's right.
Which it's not supposed to do. It's just supposed to go east to west, not south to north. And we've seen that, I don't know how many times in the last 5 years.
That's right. That's right.
Before you play anything, Rebecca, I've been told it's dinner time, so.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, we can hold off. It's not. We can save it for another show, even. So it's kind of late. I realize. Yeah.
Yeah, we did just go past 6 hours, so we can end it right here.
That's fine.
I'm hungry too. I haven't eaten anything.
I am too. I know you talk about it. I'm like, yeah, we probably should end it here. So.
Call it. I'm fine with that too, guys.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave everybody with scary earthquake.
You're good.
Actually, we need an intervention. So otherwise, we just can't stop. So.
We're leaving everybody with scary earthquakes and shit that's about to happen all over the planet, and that's a great place to end the show.
Be on the lookout. Yeah.
And if
pay attention to your local weather, to your local, I don't know wherever you live. If there's, I live over 3 major fault lines, so I pay attention to earthquake activity and all that kind of stuff. But depending on where you're at, just pay attention to what your local, what you're prone to, whether it's flooding, whether it's earthquakes, whether it's whatever it is. Just pay attention to that, because again, you're not going to see this on the 7 o'clock news. You have to be self-taught, so
you have to go out and look for that information.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to
You're
go
getting
look for
dark
it.
out there.
And there's
Yes,
a
it
lot of
is.
good. There's a lot of good
Uh-huh.
source of information out there, guys. You just have to look for it. You know, we have a lot of instruments, a lot of apps, a lot of things that could tell you
We
what
use.
is happening in your area. So pay attention to those. I like I've been really recently the geomagnetic guy. Even though there's some things I don't agree with them, he goes a little religious often, but I do like that he does some really interesting research and science based research. So he's interesting to pay attention to. Sometimes.
Another voice.
Yeah,
Cool.
yeah. So,
All
lot of
right,
good
everybody.
That can't hurt.
We will
That-
see you again
Right. We'll
on
be back.
Tuesday.
See you Tuesday, guys. That's
Okay.
7 or 6 Mountain Time. I don't know what time.
Right. 7 Central, 6 Mountain.
6
Yep.
Mountain.
That's right.
Yep.
That's right. So
If anybody has questions still, just message us on the messenger on
Right.
Facebook. We'll be
Like,
more than happy
subscribe,
to
hit
answer
the
any
notification
questions
buttons.
you have.
Be sure to comment on the YouTube videos. Please go back and watch the show again on YouTube because we want to grow Rebecca's views and her likes so
That's
that
right.
she can get that silver shield
Yeah,
and
Right.
a million views.
The
Let's
YouTube
go.
button.
Let's go for
Oh,
it.
yes. Okay. I was like, what is that? Okay. Yes. we're
Smash,
getting there.
smash the like button, share, subscribe, and we'll see
Right.
you guys next week.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna leave first. Good night, everybody.
We're going. It's a
All right,
race. Bye, guys. See you
Have a
later.
good night.
All
Thank
right.
you.